forever. But I don't think it should matter because I'm doing restream. But I don't think it should matter. Okay, cool. This is working good, and then this one, view your channel. Just want to make sure everything here is working. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. So I do want to talk about it, but
not personally.
No, he was the
before I start this, Dave and Natasha debate, guys. Man, this is such a fucking sham, bro. Okay, so you have this, you have this, I have this, and that on the right spot. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I think we're ready. I think we're ready. Then I'm gonna upload it to YouTube as well. All right. I'm gonna try not to get too heated. Actually, I'm gonna say it when I start recording. I need my caffeine because this is my pre-workout for the gym. After this, I'm gonna get plenty of energy to hit the gym for sure. It's not gonna be a long stream. It's gonna be like 2 hours or so. Just until I'm ready. And also, where is my other pre-workout thingy? Basically nicotine gum, right? But basically it is nicotine gum. I'm fairly certain I had it here. Yeah, if you never tried nicotine gum, I don't recommend it. It doesn't work for you if you're a smoker. But I am a non-smoker, and therefore nicotine gum hits me hard. Right, so I should still have some. Yeah. I don't know where it is. Oh, I think I put it in my bag for work. All right, this is my last. I bought this like 2 years ago. A pack, like 4 packs of this at Costco, like $96. More than 2 years ago, actually. It's been more than 2 years. And I'm finally opened the last pack. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times, what's that? 15. Right, so it has what? 105 gums. And I am finally on my last package 2+ years after. I don't even know. Probably could have been 3 years at this point. I don't know. It's been a long time since I opened the pack. But yeah. So if you're worried about the sound quality, trust me, I hate it too. Unfortunately, I have to use the sound from the headphones because my mic is being a fucking dick. I can't fix it. I tried multiple times. Actually, like I want to start the stream like an hour ago, but I couldn't because the fucking mic wasn't working. Well, actually, the camera also wasn't working. So if the camera shuts off mid-stream, just so you know, I've been having fucking issues. Why? I made created a new computer, bought the parts myself, put it all together. I moved the hard drives, right, the SSDs and whatever. I moved them to the new computer, and ever since then, I had issues with the mic and the camera for some reason. Damn. But yeah, let's get started. All right, so now that I got everything going, sorry for the sound quality. It is what it is. I have to use this shitty mic. Piers Morgan hosted a debate with Dave Smith and Natasha Hausdorff. And yeah, it wasn't much of a debate. And we're gonna go over it. The debate is technically an hour, but not really. I'm gonna skip all the ads. I'm gonna put it like 1.5 speed because we also have context to add to some of the stuff. I just wanna. Why am I making this, man? I'm so tired. I'm like, dude. I can talk about Hassan and Ian and Ethan all day, really. But honestly, I don't think they matter as much as somebody who is a regular on Joe Rogan, for example, right? I think Dave Smith is a much bigger problem. Why? Because he's more reasonable. If you're watching Hassan, you're already crazy. If you're watching iDubbbz, you're already like, if you're watching H3, you're already like on that side anyway. So it doesn't really matter. There's no point arguing with you people. The dangerous part here is people who are listening to people like Dave Smith, people who are listening to, like, I mean, Candace Owens to an extent, I think she got rid of all of her, like, normies when it comes to, like, talking about Jews. Dave Smith, in my opinion, is a normie, you know, like, he's a very moderate, right? And his views are so fucked up. And the problem is, I think he reaches a lot more normal people. And because he either is too dumb to realize that he's propagating lies or misinformation, or maybe he's doing it on purpose. I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I don't think he's an evil guy. Okay. So that's why, like, I am hammering down on the Dave Smith stuff. Okay, Dave Smith, in my opinion, is a much bigger fucking danger to this whole thing about, like, Israel versus Gaza. Okay, so let's get it going.
Two guests have been hugely influential advocates for either side. Dave Smith is a libertarian commentator, a comedian, and the host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Natasha Hausdorff is a barrister, international lawyer, and a passionate supporter of Israel. Well, let's welcome you both to Uncensored. Dave Smith, I finally lost it, really, with any attempt to try and defend what Israel was doing, having been a pretty steadfast defender of its right to defend itself from what happened on October the 7th. But when you launch a blockade for 3 months at an already utterly tormented civilian population who are already struggling to eat, and you can see from the scenes that we've seen in the last 48 hours.
And by blockade, they mean that Israel and the US are supplying food to Gaza, right? They are making sure that they know what kind of food is going in there. They provided 1.5 tons of food to Gaza, but Hamas took all of the food, shot its own civilians so they cannot get the food, and now Israel is at fault for not giving more food to Hamas, basically.
That they are starving people, prepared to risk death to get their hands on meager amounts of food. When a government like Israel does that, at the same time as it simultaneously bombards...
I love that he says that government of Israel does that. No, the government of Israel is not the one doing that. You...
people, night after night after night, albeit with the crucial caveat they always put in that they are targeting Hamas solely and that everything around Hamas is collateral damage. But to me, this reached a point where it became clearly disproportionate. And that's a view that clearly the UK has reached, the French have reached, many people in America have reached. You certainly haven't come to that thought process in the last few months. You've been saying that for a long time. The question I have for you, what happens though now? We are where we are. Netanyahu and his government are in charge. Nobody seems to be stopping them. What happens?
No, that is a good question, and I don't know for sure what the answer is. By the way, it's been great to watch your evolution on this topic, Piers. It's good that you joined us. Later is better than never.
Yeah, just to clarify, I would say this: I don't want to join a side, right?
You joined a side, bro. This whole thing, you will see that Piers has joined a side. He 100 not only he joined a side, he's fucking like he's carrying the flag for that side.
Middle East last week by chance. A lot of people come up to me going, "Thank you for switching sides," and I said, "I haven't switched sides. I've always tried."
No, you so switched sides. Yeah, you have so switched sides. Yeah, you might not be extreme, but you have definitely switched sides.
To be a fair-minded, impartial journalist doing the job a journalist should do, which is challenging everybody. I think I've had more guests on from both sides, actually, held more debates than any other show in the world of this kind. So I do think it's important. I don't want to be seen as taking a side. What I feel now,
though, I
think it's an important clarification, but what I think is important now is that this has gone too far, and I can see that very clearly.
Yes. Okay. So I didn't mean to box you into a side. Just making the point that you have come to the conclusion.
By the way, the only reason it has gone too far is because Hamas, the government of Gaza, who are responsible for its civilians, is refusing to submit, to lay down their arms in a losing battle because they want their own citizens to die. That is why it's gone too far. Okay? Because anything other than Hamas completely surrendering, okay, is not a win for Israel. Like, simple as that. Why is that not a win for Israel? Because Hamas, all it needs is to keep taking advantage of its own people, right, to raise their power again. The whole world right now, as soon as this war is over, the whole world is going to supply money to Gaza to rebuild. Do you think they're going to rebuild if Hamas is in power? No, they will not rebuild. They will rebuild all the tunnels. They will rearm themselves as much as they can with the, limited access that they have. And then they relaunch an attack on Israel. They do not care about their own civilians. Civilians is like the last priority for these people.
What Israel's doing is indefensible, and I thought it was fascinating and shocking watching you grill the Israeli ambassador, who simply cannot tell you or even ballpark how many kids they have killed in this whole thing. Yeah, look, I mean, I think what Israel, to your broader question of where does this all...
Grill him on because he doesn't know how many kids have been killed. Nobody knows. Like, realistically speaking, nobody actually knows the exact number, right? And I'm gonna talk about this more when he says like, oh, Hamas revised their numbers, and I'm going to talk about that a lot more.
End up going. There's almost two kind of simultaneous wars, in a sense, that are going on. There's the actual, control of power, in which case Israel's done phenomenally well over the last couple of years. I mean, Israel still has the support of the most powerful governments in the world, damn near unconditionally, if not purely unconditionally. They've been very successful in terms of taking out Hezbollah leaders. They've been very successful in terms of destroying the Gaza Strip. They've been successful in getting the regime change that they've wanted for many years in Syria. However, simultaneously, while that's going on, global opinion has drastically changed of Israel to a degree that would have been unimaginable just a
You know what the funniest thing is about his point is that I completely disagree. Global opinion of Israel, in any time that there was a conflict with Israel and pretty much anyone, Israel always seemed like the bad guys. I remember growing up in Israel, and we were watching like CNN and stuff like that. And the view on Israel, after it was attacked by a terror attack, retaliated, the view on Israel was that Israel are the evil guys. Every single fucking time. And the reason is because Israel are stronger. They were able to, mitigate the damage that a terrorist would do. Okay? So, like, oh, well, only 2 people died on Israel's side. Why are you killing 20 people? Because there are 20, like 10 to 15 of them are terrorists. 5 to 10 are innocent bystanders that are, like they are near the terrorists when a shot is being able to be taken. Okay. It's like, oh, but Israel has the Iron Dome. So? Oh, Israel has a way to defend itself, so it should let people to keep attacking it. No, then you can't develop. You are hindering your own development if all you focus on is developing your defenses. When you don't have to force yourself to develop your own defenses, that's when you can actually grow more as a society and technologically and all that stuff. You can't just keep defending. Oh, it's disproportional. You only had 1,200 people killed. You can't kill 30,000. Bro, then don't start the fucking war.
A few years ago. And despite whatever arguments might be made for whether this meets a genocide or doesn't meet a genocide, or whether, as 2 former Israeli prime ministers who have come out recently and said that war crimes are being committed, wherever you fall.
I love this point.
Or whether, as 2 former Israeli prime ministers who have come out recently and said that war.
First of all, I don't know. I couldn't find 2 former. I only found the one. I don't know who the other one is. Who are the previous Israeli prime ministers who say that what Netanyahu is doing is genocide? Ex-PM admits Israel committed genocide. In recent weeks, a genocide, yada yada. War crimes court issues. No, I don't care about that. Israeli ex-PM admits, but this is about what's his name. We're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about this fucking idiot. Okay. I don't know who like the second prime minister. They keep saying 2 ex-prime ministers. Netanyahu and his former defense minister. Israeli genocide in Gaza has killed at least, dude. That's it? 45, and you're calling it genocide? In 2.5 years or whatever? Yeah, that's nowhere near genocide. Not 2.5, sorry. Was a bit more than a year and a half. And it's a genocide aim in Gaza, yada yada. Again, like these are all fucking biased.
War crimes are being committed. Wherever you fall on that, the fact is that the debate is now over whether Israel is committing a genocide or not. And that is something that...
Okay, first of all, it's not... The debate is now, is it if Israel... This is always, like, since the beginning of the war, since October, 18 or whatever, whenever Israel entered, people have been claiming that they're committing a genocide. Like, within a month, like, the international court was getting involved. It's like, oh, they're committing a genocide. It's not now is the fucking topic. It has always been the topic, and it was always a lie. It is not true. If in 1.5 years you drop more bombs than you killed people, you're effectively doing the opposite of a genocide. Well, okay, maybe not the opposite of genocide, but you're not committing genocide. It's like, the aim is so bad that they drop more bombs than they actually killed people. Bro, with all those bombs, if they really wanted, there would be no buildings left and no people left in Gaza.
All of us should take a step back and appreciate how profound it is, especially amongst young people. In the future,
the most misinformed demographic. Let's go.
I don't believe Israel will ever.
You're on the wrong side of history, asshole. Dude, I am on the right side of history, and you're on the misinformed side of history. It's all good.
Be viewed the same as it was by my parents' generation. And so what does that mean? You know, as you mentioned earlier, Piers, that's right. This is a big part of how wars end, is when public support evaporates. We will see where all of this goes.
This is true. He is right about this. When public support evaporates, that's how wars end. Why? Because you pressure your politicians to end the war. It doesn't mean that you're actually right in ending the war. It just means that you are so emotionally captured by the destruction that is brought on by war that, you know, you're like, oh, it's so sad, kids are dying. Then don't start the war. The walls are caving in, buddy. You're gonna deny this stance in 5 years? I am never gonna deny this stance. I had this stance for over 30 years. So I'm never gonna deny this stance, okay? Well, not over 30 years, but at least 30 years.
But it is a very dangerous
Close
situation,
enough to 30
and
years.
it is certainly profound to the degree that it has changed the impression of Israel on the global stage.
Again, it never changed the impression. Every time there's a conflict in the Middle East revolving Israel, every time Israel is at fault. Every time the terrorist organization fakes deaths. Why am I like you can say that I'm emotionless about this subject. Oh, kids are dying, whatever. You know why? Because growing up, I was witnessing so many body bags of like the, you know, terrorists that have proven to be false each and every time that I honestly just stopped caring that people are dying. The ones who numbed me to the pain of and suffering of like these terrorist groups and like the people they're supposed to represent or protect, which now they take advantage of them, okay, is actually the terrorists. I used to be like, oh my god, this is so sad. Oh, like I used to cry as a kid. Now, dude, I don't give a fuck. Just end the terrorist organizations and then free the people from their terrorist reigns. Let them live in peace.
So, look, if I was an Israeli, a regular Israeli, I would be pretty concerned that people like
Israel does not deliberately target aid workers and journalists, okay?
Like me have come to the place we've come to in this debate. You know, I've been harangued.
I'm sure you think the Hamas sniper who was an Al Jazeera journalist, you would consider as Israel deliberately targeting him as a journalist, while he is effectively a Hamas terrorist so he's a Hamas terrorist sniper, okay? Oh, they're targeting a journalist. Why? Because his side gig is being a journalist. Like, fuck off.
By pro-Palestinians for a long time for being too supportive of Israel's right to defend itself. Harangued, abused, mocked, threatened, all of the things that come with that in a war. But I just felt I couldn't do anything else to speak out. When you launch a 3-month blockade against a people already suffering in the way that these Palestinians have been suffering.
Nobody dehumanized Palestinians. Hamas dehumanized Palestinians. Do some research. Bro, I lived there. I fucking lived there. You want to know what we taught in school? You need to learn Arabic so you can communicate with them, so you can pursue peace. You know what made me hate them? Having to run to a shelter every month, either as practice or because there's alarms. Having to like evacuate a public area like a mall because there's an old lady that forgot her bag and now it might be a fucking bomb that was planted. That's what made me hate them. Not Israel. Israel was actually trying to teach me to love them, to talk to them, to come to an agreement with them. You know what made me hate them? These fuckers who are planting bombs, who are suicide bombing on civilians, who are throwing rockets at any chance they get. They made me hate them.
And I'm not talking about Hamas, I'm talking about the innocent civilians in Gaza.
Are there bad soldiers in the IDF? Sure. They are zealous people. Imagine that. People who see war all the time usually tend to also go off the rails. Yeah, shit happens. The IDF are not terrorists. Bad soldiers are committing crimes. Yeah, they should be prosecuted. The IDF has nothing in the IDF is telling you to go and commit these crimes. I've seen the IDF using Palestinians as human shields, but never seen Hamas do. No, I know which one you're talking about, and no, that person, well, that one person 3 IDF soldiers were escorting that person to investigate him. Later on, he came out like, oh, they were using me as human shields. Well, that makes no sense because I see 3 soldiers walking in one direction. They took one person. They're all spread out. Why didn't they take 2 more civilians to use them as fucking human shields? Because they don't.
Population of 2 million, with half of them under 18. More than 20,000 children have been killed, even if the UK ambassador has no idea what that number is, but knows exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed oddly. I would just be concerned if I was an average Israeli that people that supported us after the horrors of October the 7th are now beginning to go against, certainly in my case, the Israeli government, not the people of Israel.
By the way, there were people in Israel who were against this war on like day 3 of the war. Okay? I haven't seen a lot of Palestinians come out being against the war when Hamas wasn't being attacked anymore, when Israel didn't go into Gaza yet. All I have seen, and again, this is definitely propaganda, right? But all I have seen is when Hamas returned with all the hostages, there were parties in the streets. Yay to Hamas! Meanwhile, if you look at Israel, while Israel was attacking, you already had people saying like we should stop the war, just return the hostages. It's like, screw the 1,200 people who died. Let's just focus on bringing back the living ones so that we can live in peace. Like, bro, fuck, man. Like, these people are retarded.
People.
We're a psycho state. They voted in favor of rape in Israel. No, again, you're lying. You're straight up lying. Nobody voted. It wasn't even the vote. You don't even know what you're talking about.
My support. But this Israeli government is out of control. We saw and heard from the words
You're
of
watching
Smotrich
too much
last week,
Hamas Spiker.
a very clear mission statement to clear out all the Palestinians from Gaza. That is a form of genocide, whatever. You're a lawyer. You'll probably tell me.
Wait, what did he just say?
All the Palestinians from Gaza. That's support. But this Israeli government is out of control. We saw and heard from the words of Smotrich last week, the finance minister, a very
finance minister, again, has nothing to do with the war, but sure.
Clear mission statement to clear out all the Palestinians from Gaza. That is a form of genocide, whatever.
Okay, so clear them out. By the way, you can view it in 2 ways. One, clear them out, quarantine them while they help reconstruct the place, would also be technically clear them out. Okay, nobody wants to fucking remove them from the place. Maybe somebody do. Honestly, I wouldn't even be against it, to be fair. I don't even think they should have given Gaza to Palestinians, because it makes no fucking sense. The worst strategic movement ever. And I don't remember who was it, Ehud Sharon maybe, or like the guy who preceded Olmert made the deal. I'm pretty sure it's the guy who preceded Olmert, who had later had cancer or whatever, and then Olmert became the prime minister. Yeah, he made that decision. He's a fucking moron for doing that. Straight up, hands down, the dumbest fucking strategic mistake in Israel's history.
You're a lawyer. You'll probably tell me it doesn't meet the exact legal criteria of the word genocide. But if you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live.
And it's not based on their ethnicity. It has nothing to do with their ethnicity. They could have been Mormons. They could have been Christians. They could have been whatever you want. Chinese. They could have been fucking Buddhist monks. If they're shooting rockets at your fucking country, you would go to war with them. And if the terrorists organization that is supposed to defend them is refusing to fucking surrender, that is on them. They are not the ones, they are not revolting against Hamas. They are not doing anything. They're letting Hamas do whatever the fuck they want, abuse the fuck out of them, okay? And then it's like, oh, well, it's not our fault. We're just victims here. Well, you gotta take charge of your fucking place, okay? Because if not, somebody else will, and you're not gonna like the result of it.
To me, and most people around the world who don't have a horse in this race, is a form of genocide. What do you say to that?
Well, Piers, I'm particularly glad of the opportunity to come on, not before time, and address so much of this misinformation, which seems to be at the core, not just of your shift.
Yes, Rothschild, yes. The Rothschilds are the ones who... Yes. And, George Soros is like, and the fucking, the Gazetarians, and like, yeah, this is a plan that has been like in the works for like 3,000 years. Like, fuck off, man.
Marked shift in the public discussion of this topic, and it is, of course, because of the abuse, the haranguing, the mockery, and the threats and the intimidation that so many people are falling into the easy line.
Well, that's not why I've changed my mind. I don't give
so much of this misinformation, which seems to be at the core, not just of your shift, but what is a marked shift in the public discussion of this topic. And it is, of course, because of the abuse, the haranguing, the mockery, and the threats and the intimidation that so many...
This is the most he lets her talk in the next fucking... Bro, where the fuck did you read history from? You think history started October 7th? No, I know history didn't start on October 7th. Let me find this real quick. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Mm, mm. Let me see. Let me see. I'll let her talk for now.
Many people are falling into the easy line.
Well, that's not why I've changed my
No,
mind.
well,
I don't give a damn about who threatens me or how.
There we go. There we go. Can I just view the link here? Trying to see how can I separate this link. Don't want to show everything. I just want to show the. How do I do it? How do I do it? How's it like this? I guess. Okay, here you go. Yeah, it didn't start in October 7th. Yeah, genocide. There we go. Okay. Yeah. That's that. You want history? Here's your history, bro. Now, obviously, did Israel attack back in all of those, in most of those occasions, if not all of them? For sure. They're not the ones starting it. Okay. The IDF targeted the World Central Kitchen aid workers whilst conducting the operation with them. Sure, whatever you say. The IDF also killed a ton of its own soldiers with misfires. Like, I'm sure the IDF wants to kill its own soldiers as well by having soldiers kill other of their own soldiers. I am sure mistakes never happen in war. People don't like to talk about the West Bank settlements. Honestly, I do not know enough about I don't know enough about the West Bank settlements because I practically don't really care. However, from what I have seen, I 100% agree with you. The settlements are very bad. Tikta meme, seriously, the Tikta meme has a point, okay? Israel killed its own hostages while they waved the white flags. Israel killed its own soldiers in multiple crossfires. Mistakes happen at war. What, you think they got the order to kill their own fucking soldiers? Jesus Christ, man. Like, you usually end up doing mistakes at war. Miscommunication, misposition, fog of war is a real thing, okay? I know, we play games, it's like, oh, fog of war, you just go and detect and everybody knows where it is. No, that's not how it works, okay? Fucking shit happens, okay? It's a live action. Like, you have a momentary, you have a moment to react to something that might mean your death, right? People are on edge. Adrenaline is fucking high. People make mistakes. Now, am I justifying this? Like fucking shooting somebody who walks with white flag? No, I actually said this multiple times. I think this was fucking atrocious. Why the fuck are they shooting people with white flags? Okay, that makes no fucking sense. And those soldiers should be going to court. The Hannibal Directive. Honestly, I am in support of the Hannibal Directive. I'll tell you right now, it is actually better to not negotiate with terrorists. I am in support. If you cannot bring the hostages, kill the terrorists. Yeah, inhumane. I know. But honestly, it is just here's the thing. If Israel finished this war in 2 months, right? October 7th, this happens. By December, they fucking finished it. They fucking destroyed everything. In 2005 on June, you wouldn't even be talking about it anymore. People's retention is non-existent. They will cry for a few months. Yeah, for sure, they will cry for a few months. But by 2005, nobody would care.
They threaten me or how they mock and abuse me. I was getting all that long before
Israel kills its own soldiers and hostages. I agree that mistakes happen. I agree that yes, Israel, as well as the US, as well as any fucking military, makes mistakes and kills its own soldiers. Yes, this is not purposeful. This is not a directive from above. This is lack of training, lack of experience. That's literally all it is, 95% of the time. Evil soldiers exist. Zealous soldiers exist. Some people would just take it upon themselves and shoot. Yes, The raping of the hostage, fucking evil. All those soldiers should be in jail for like 15 years at least. Okay, with the person who initiated getting 20 to 25. Okay, those are evil acts. I do not condone those acts. But that is not a directive of the IDF. That is just evil soldiers. I don't give a fuck about their own hostages. If they did, this would have been over. If Israel didn't give a fuck about their own hostages, this would have been over instantly. Should let journalists in Gaza, they banned them since 2023. Listen, no, I'm talking about direct action from Hannibal Directive. Hannibal Directive is not a thing anymore. It is, you cannot use Hannibal Directive. It is illegal to use it. It's like, it's not a thing. There was a directive, it's not a thing. They don't use it. They should let journalists in Gaza, they banned them since 2023. Okay, 2 reasons. 1, I don't think they care about the journalist's life. I'll tell you right now, this argument will be brought up here, okay? I'm going to address this real quick because I really want to get on with this. I do not want to make this into an 8-hour stream because I really want to hit the gym today, okay? 2 reasons to not let journalists in. 1, public perspective of killing journalists, okay? 2, people dressing up as journalists, and this has been proven many times that people fake themselves to be journalists. And again, this is also still a bad publicity for Israel when this happens, right? You can kill a journalist. He's not actually a journalist. He's a terrorist. People think this is, it's not a straw. I mean, you can call it a strawman all you want. This has been proven over and over that this happens. Okay, you had the terrorist sniper who was one of the people who went into Israel on October 7th, was also an Al Jazeera reporter. When he died, everybody started saying that Israel has killed him because of the journalists. The IDF ambushed several ambulances and murdered them and then buried the evidence. Did you know that Hamas is using ambulances to transfer weapons? But hey, I guess they killed an ambulance, destroyed an ambulance, so like it's a war crime. Well, hiding inside of an ambulance while transferring weapons is also a war crime. If one side doesn't play by the rules, I don't care that the other side doesn't either.
I get it on pretty much any debate I ever have. That's fine. I'm a big boy. So please don't misconstrue anything that I have done in terms of a pivot in the way I view this.
Embedding with the IDF ain't journalistic. I don't know what that even means. Embedding with the IDF ain't journalistic. Have you considered that maybe your entire state is a sham? Have you considered that maybe you are just brainwashed?
With anything to do with being threatened into it, bullied into it, or cajoled into it, because that would be ridiculous.
Piers, you've been clear that this is because of the change in the narrative around this, and I hope I'll have the opportunity, and you'll allow me the opportunity to address some of this false information.
He will not allow her the opportunity.
It starts with this notion that Israel imposed an entire blockade on aid, which is being put forward without the context of the fact that in the hostage release deal, which preceded it immediately, there were over 25,000 trucks of aid that were facilitated into the Gaza Strip by Israel. The estimates that I have seen is that that should have been a stockpile of between 5 to 6 months of food and humanitarian assistance. Some estimates are in the region of 8 months. Where did that aid go? That is the question I would expect reasonable people without an agenda here to be asking. Where did that aid go if all of these claims of starvation are to be taken seriously? The reality here is that there is no Israeli-imposed starvation on the Gaza Strip, that there has been facilitated over the course of
But that is simply not true. I'm sorry.
No, that is actually fucking true, and you are a fucking moron for not even letting her finish. Okay, yes, that is true. If you have food for 6 to 7 months for the size of the population going into Gaza, okay, and not even 3 months after that, people are starving, where did that food go? Are they fucking burning it? Are they eating it in chunks? No, because Hamas took it into the fucking tunnels, hiding it from its own civilians and using the civilians to starve, to show the people that's like, oh, Israel is starving them. The more Israel will bring food, the longer Hamas can survive in its fucking caves because they have food and their citizens are gonna starve. Bro, you and the other Zionists are so brainwashed by the Rothschilds that you're in complete denial. Sure, bro. Whatever you say.
Well, no, hang on. If you've ever felt like you're being cheated, because ID Defender scours the PC world showing on the screen, and when the Israeli government, let me phrase that correctly, when the Israeli government ordered 3 months ago a blockade of food and aid going into Gaza.
Yeah, after they gave them 1.5 tons of food, okay.
That is a deliberate, state-sponsored form of starving a populace.
No, it is not, because
that's exactly what happened. That's why they look like they're starving.
Always saying Hamas can't take you seriously. That's how you say their name. It's Hamas. I'm sorry you can't pronounce the H in Hamas, but that is literally their name. Hamas. Talk to an Arab person, that is their name. Talk to an Israel, talk to anyone who can pronounce H, that is their fucking name. It's Hamas. just because you say Hamas, it actually doesn't make you right. That's actually not how you say it. It's k. It's h. You have invested interest. I don't. I'm looking at this from an outside view. You might be right. Am I biased one way or another? Yes. However, let me make one thing really clear. If Hamas won this war and Israel was destroyed, I would not shed a tear. You do realize that the word Hamas is not a Zionist way of saying it. It is the correct way of saying it because the people who created Hamas, named it Hamas because that is how you say Hamas. This is not pronouncing it like a Zionist. If anything, if you want to be a Palestine supporter, then you actually should be saying Hamas because that is the proper way that they themselves named themselves. So it's like I don't know why you think this is a Zionistic way of saying it just because it's the correct way of saying it, but sure.
That's why they're risking death to get to scrabbling bits of food.
Forgive me, you've asked me on here to answer these questions.
Why are they risking death to get to scrambled bits of food? Maybe because Hamas is killing them when they try to do it.
Challenging.
And I just explained that blockade which was imposed in order to prevent Hamas continuing to fuel its war machine by selling additional aid, that it was diverting, and we'll come on to the way that diversion is going to be prevented in the future, I hope. But the fact of the matter is that this blockade was instituted in the context of there being 5 to 6 months, maybe even 8 months of aid that was facilitated into the Gaza Strip. And throughout, if you'll allow me to finish this point, throughout the war, the volume of aid that Israel has facilitated into Gaza.
Dude, you gotta stop with the QAnon shit. I mean, I love it. It's really funny. It's really fun. The QAnon shit is really fucking funny and really interesting to just like kind of like think of like the human evil of the world. But man, ever heard of Albert Pike and his 3 World War prediction? Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Mayans predicting that the world would end like 3 times by now? Like, yeah, no, it is Hamas. Yeah, it is.
Gaza, and this is not being reported by the international media. But it
you know how I know it's Hamas? Because an Arab can't even pronounce Hamas, okay? Like an Arab cannot pronounce Hamas. They pronounce Hamas.
Publicly available information published by COGAT, over 1,700,000 tons of aid which has been facilitated into the Gaza Strip, which is more than required for the civilian population. The study that was conducted.
Why are they so hungry then?
The study that was conducted.
Why are they so hungry?
She was lie about what she saw in Gaza. Hannah's Huz, she entered, but then admitted they had been bombed. No credibility at all. What was she lying about? That she saw like tens of houses destroyed completely? Which part did she lie about? Yeah, that's not what the Mayans predicted. No, that's, I mean, yeah, that's kind of like based on their calendar, the world would have been over by now. Then she said she saw drone footage. Just another liar. Not sure where you even saw this. She didn't even get a chance to go on to that point at all in this conversation, but sure.
May I finish this point and I'll come on to answer your question?
Why are they so hungry?
Well,
why are they stampeding over each other, risking death to get at scraps of food? I don't understand. If they're also
because Hamas is not letting them get to the food. Simple as that. Because they are not getting, like, they are hungry because they're not eating. Why are they not eating when the food is there? Because Hamas is not letting them eat the food. Like what? Like.
So well nourished, and Israel's behaved so impeccably properly in terms of supplying enough food for months on end.
It's not true. Arab can't say Hamas. I know. Arab cannot say Hamas. They say Hamas. PCN age to the Aquarian age. Nothing to do with the world ending. Sure.
And why do they all look like they're starving to death and are prepared to risk actually dying to get at food?
What you are basing your assessment on, I'm afraid.
It's what I'm seeing with my own eyes.
Which is Hamas propaganda, which you must accept as
No, it's actually footage. I'm watching news footage of.
Look at him nodding. Look at him nodding. He's like, oh yeah, it's Hamas propaganda. The terrorists never lie. Oh, and then he says, oh, I don't believe. I don't really believe the terrorists, but I actually do believe only the terrorists.
Thousands of people fighting with each other to get at food.
Yeah.
Some of whom ended up dying. Some of whom ended up being shot. The IDF says it wasn't them and it was Hamas. We don't know who did it because, as you know, the Israeli government has banned all international journalists from being anywhere near this to verify what is actually happening.
Piers Morgan, you're not allowing me to answer a single question.
I am. No, and then when you say something that I don't agree with, I'm challenging you.
Yeah, but then you switch the subject and she can't answer the previous one, so she will be like answering the 4th question when she didn't even answer the first one. Yeah. Fantastic.
A lot that you don't agree with, because unfortunately your assessment is being based on misinformation, like these false reports we've had today of Israel shooting.
What is it with Israel? They need to take a good, I guess, look at themselves, because when the prime minister is ousted, they will get thrown to the wolves. Quite right. Sure, bro. Sure. Yeah, I am sure.
31 Palestinians attempting to get to food. That was run, and Ambassador Mike Huckabee has criticised this resoundingly in a statement just now. That was run in the context of the Associated Press, CNN, many.
How do you say the name of this Palestinian Sunni Islamic organization, militant group? In Arabic, it is pronounced as Hamas.
Oh, look, he said Hamas. Wow, look at that. Oh my God. He didn't say Hamas. Fuck off. Do you believe the 40 babies been beheaded? I believe some babies been beheaded. I don't know if it's 40. I don't think. I think 40 would actually be like probably exaggerated, because what are the odds they even got to 40 babies in that amount of time? Guys, a pig Lamau really trying to argue about the suffering of women and children. I'm not arguing about the suffering of women and children. I 100% think that there is a suffering of women and children. I argue who is responsible for it. A lot about October 7th actually false. I 100% think that a lot of it would be false. What's not false is that they did enter Israel and they did kill a lot of people. That is not false. Now, the exaggerations about it, like babies in ovens, stuff like that, that one I'm like, okay, like this could be propaganda at this point, right? Because again, we are also trying to be like kind of humane about it, and it's like, oh, people won't do this, right? So yeah, you know, really AI audio. No matter what, I'm gonna give it to you, right? The IDF had an Hannibal directive. They don't have it anymore, and they didn't have it for this war. So yeah, so this, not a thing. It was debunked. No babies have been beheaded. Sure, whatever you say.
Many media outlets, and it was entirely false, because it is, as has been the case previously.
I honestly, like, the babies being beheaded, like, really doesn't change much for me. Like, okay, let's say no babies were beheaded. Has the 1,200 people dying in an invasion on October 7th true or not? I don't care about like the semantics, like babies burned, babies beheaded. Like, I don't care about that. Did 1,200 people, you're speaking English, what the hell are you talking about? You went to a video of another non-Arab guy, go look at someone who actually speaks Arabic. Okay, give me a link of somebody who speaks Arabic who says Hamas. I'm not gonna fucking waste my time finding like this point. It doesn't, first of all, it doesn't even matter. Second of all, I know I'm right. What happened on October 7th is what the Zionists did to Palestinians. Why are you fast forwarding, Natasha? I'm not fast forwarding. It's at 1.5 speed. If anything, I went back a few times to make sure I hear what she's saying. Now, when I tell you it's not Hamas, it's, I don't know what 7 Hamas is. No. Fuck, I don't remember how to. Wahad. No, I don't remember how to count in Arabic. I can't even pronounce. Anyways. How does a religious group go from being nearly exterminated to invading and occupying someone else's land? Well, your whole argument is already flawed, because it wasn't someone else's land, it was UK's land. Worse than David Manser? I don't even know what that is.
Hang on, the Israeli government says it was entirely false. What we have had, sorry, just to correct you, sorry to jump in again.
No, it's also the Gaza Humanitarian
Israel has done one of its own reports, because journalists aren't allowed to verify this independently. So Israel investigates itself and has decided it did nothing wrong. Hang on, what we do know is a number of doctors and hospital spokesmen and charity spokesmen have all said that there were many people killed and many more people wounded.
You know what? Let's say I agree with you. Occupation, and honestly, you're right. Occupation leads to violence. Israelis brought it on themselves. True. And now Israelis are fixing the problem by killing the people who are creating the violence against them. Simple as that.
Taken to hospitals, and they saw the bodies and they saw the wounded. So somebody was killing and wounding a lot of Palestinians. You say it was Hamas. Hamas say it was the IDF. We, the international media, cannot verify this because Israel doesn't allow us in to do our job.
Funny enough, for somebody who cannot verify this, he seems like very determined to say that Israel is at fault. For somebody who cannot verify anything, he's like, oh, Israel is at fault. Isolating Piers to make a point. I'm not isolating anyone. He's interrupting her. How am I isolating Piers? I would rather Dave Smith talk, like everyone who watched this. I would much rather have Dave Smith talk so I can talk about his points. But right now, Piers is the one who keeps interrupting her and talking nonsense.
That's not
And
why
obviously, I'm replying to you idiots, so it is what it is.
reporting has been conducted on such a false basis. It's because nothing coming out of the Gaza Strip is able to be reported without Hamas control. And you, as part of the international media, Piers, will know this.
Well, you can move the ideology away from you. Also, as far as I know, Egypt is not planning any attacks on Israel. Obviously, if Israel is going to lose hard, Egypt might join. Jordan is not attacking. And Jordan and Egypt had the ideology of destroying Israel, but seems like they stopped with that ideology. So yeah, you can kind of destroy an ideology. Israel have a lot to hide. Is it really? Dave Smith isn't qualified to talk about anything. He's a comedian. Dave Smith is a fucking idiot. Forget about being a comedian. Is it really the UK's land? Was it the Ottomans' land too? Yes, it was. Is it the America's government land? Yes, it is. Or is it the people? No. If the people cannot defend their land, it's not their land. That's simple as that. The people never own land because you can take it from the people. The only time you can defend the land, the only time you can own a land is when you can defend it. If you, whatever country you live in, if the government comes and takes your land, it has never been your land. It has been the government letting you use that land. Chill for your intestinal side for 2 years. Shut the fuck up. Actually, no, he hasn't. He really hasn't. The only thing he shilled for was, I don't agree with October 7th. That is literally it. Which is like, if you're a human being, with some humane values and morality, you would not agree to October 7th. But he was never in favor of pretty much anything that goes on after that. Per Douglas Murray, that guy is a clown. Over Dave Smith, dude, I prefer a rock to Dave Smith. What? Because they were weak people, sadly, without a solid government to stand up to them, which means at the end of the day, survival of the fittest, sadly. Well, dude, Adam, yes, 100%. How do you think the world is run? Why do you think every government that comes into power takes away the guns from the people, so the people cannot revolt against the government? In case the government does shady shit. Yeah, 100%. What the fuck are you talking about? He was literally defending Israel since day one. Stop lying. Bro, if you think Piers was defending Israel, I got news for you. Now, he was tackling some very bad lies by the other side, but he was never defending Israel. Okay? I watched a lot of his interviews with Palestinian supporters. And even here, with this guy, Ahmed Alnok. Okay? Or whatever you pronounce his name. Even now, when he's like, oh, he switched sides, even now, what he's gonna say to this guy, people like you would be like, oh, he's defending Israel again. No, he's not. Calling out obvious lies is not defending Israel.
I also know that historically, Israel has accepted that the health authorities' numbers, historically, before October the 7th, that they have been broadly accurate. That is the historical position.
You must also know that the assessments of Hamas casualty figures by experts and statisticians have found them to be preposterously inaccurate, fabricated.
Well, let me ask you a question. Well, let me ask you what else.
No, you're not allowing me to finish a single answer.
Well, I can actually conduct this interview any way I like.
Well, then,
We're talking about morality, not what governments do. What Israel did to Palestinians by taking their land, it's not the moral thing to do, and this will continue because of it, sadly. There are zero moral actions taken by any government when they took any land. That is the reality of the world. There is no way to take land morally. Somebody would suffer for it. Simple as that. There is zero morality in taking land.
the viewers aren't going to get any benefit of
the viewers can make their own mind up about what they're hearing and seeing. When I interviewed the UK ambassador to the UK,
yes,
she was.
When you say slavery is wrong, it's wrong even if it is legal. We are not governments, we are humans talking about morality. Okay. How much you want to bet that people during the time of like slavery, even though slavery now is like even There's more slaves now than ever. But when it was legal to have slaves, how much do you want to bet that nobody considered that immoral at that time? Practically no one. Okay, when it was like, very popular to have slaves. Morality is subjective. Unfortunately, morality is subjective. We can view things now in the past and be like, oh, this is evil, this is immoral, because we have our own standard of morality now. Back then, no, it wasn't. Why are you surprised when they revolt against their occupiers? I don't care if they revolt. Islam are the biggest colonizers and slaveholders. Amen, Arimov, you know what you're talking about. Why are you surprised when they revolt against their occupiers? I'm not surprised that they revolted. I had zero surprise. I was expecting October 7th. I already know 100% that if Hamas survives this war, there would be another October 7th. I won't be surprised they do it again. I would be expecting them to do it again, because this is what they would do. If you cannot come to terms with reality, you will keep fighting reality. And again, hey, if they ever win, then some people will call them immoral, some people will call them moral, and then we'll, 100 years in the future, we'll look back and be like, oh, well, maybe suicide bombing wasn't moral. Maybe assassinating a prime minister wasn't moral. Like, let's say, like, these are scenarios that happen. But it brought results. It was never popular to have slaves. Only rich people had them. No. It was popular to have slaves, but only rich people could afford them, is what you meant to say. Why do you think slavers stopped? Everyone was okay with it? You dumb cunt. Well, when it was popular, majority were okay with it. Later on, there was a movement that switched that. But for the longest time, it was popular. Everybody wanted slaves. Okay, until some people said, hey, maybe this is not a good thing to do. Okay? But there was a time when because again, if vast majority of people thought it was immoral and bad, you would not have slaves for fucking millennia. Okay? Vast majority of people who were not slaves thought it was okay. You had people who were slaves, paid their dues, became free men, and then owned the slaves. If they thought it was immoral, why did they own slaves? Like, come on. Morality is subjective.
She was able to tell me definitively the 30,000 Hamas terrorists had been killed.
I think it was an estimate, let's be clear.
But she had absolutely no idea, estimate or otherwise, how many children had been killed in the process. Do you know?
There's a very simple logical explanation for that, which is Israel is targeting Hamas and Palestine.
Do you know how many children Israel's killed in the process?
Nobody fucking knows. What you're saying is that it's okay because they can do it. After World War II, the world claimed that shit like that is not going to happen, but did anyway, and they justified. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying morality is subjective. Based on today's moral, it's not okay. If you, like, in any given scenario, you can justify something and say it's okay versus not okay. Okay, Israeli cabinet member literally said to wipe out all of Gazans. Dude, if I was a prime minister, I would say that too. Because I am sick and tired of their shit. 100%. Are you kidding me? Like, I would move civilians as much as I can, but I would not prioritize it. I would not prioritize the survival of the enemy faction. Here, look in the West Bank settlements. Look, I will tell you this right now. If what is being said about the West Bank settlements is true, and I don't really care either way right now, if it is true what you believe, what's happening in the West Bank is true, I 100% agree with you that it is atrocious. There is no reason for me to look into it. If it is true what you believe, I agree with you. Let me guess, you're a Zionist? Do I believe that Israel has a right to exist? No, I believe Israel earned the right to exist. Israel fought for the right to exist. And honestly, right is also like over exaggerated. Israel has the power to exist is more correct. Sorry, Adam, please elaborate because I'm not sure what you're referring to. What do you mean they are kids? It's true. The fuck you on about? Okay, if it's true, I agree with you. It's evil. Like, it's simple as that. If it's true, I agree with you. It's evil. Earned by what means? Fought for it. Managed to defend it. Managed to conquer it. Whatever you want to call it. Power is what gives you a country. Okay? Nobody built a country based on like somebody being like, oh, here you go, here's a country and it's all yours. You fight for it, of course. Palestinians weren't able to fight for it. They lost. Boo-hoo. So if America stopped the ATM machine and let you fight on your own with Iran and you lost, would you still have the right to exist? No. What? Of course not. If like you well, okay, frame like I think you need to use different words, because I don't think the right to exist, I don't think there is a right to exist. All the rights are protected by power. There is no rights unless you can protect it with power. So like in that case, you're a freaking scumbag. You're literally okay with killing civilians. I'm not okay with killing civilians. I don't mind if civilians die in a war that is caused by the government that the civilians elected and are cheering for. Yeah, sorry, I really don't care. I'm realistic. Civilians will die in a war. They're literally sniping kids in the West Bank, and now, okay, so that's illegal. That's wrong. Again, Don, I'm agreeing with you. If what you're saying is true, like it's evil and wrong, and people should be prosecuted for it. Like that is like all I'm saying about the West Bank. I don't know what you're like trying to convince me of. None of your bullshit ancient claims to land mean fuck all. Neither do the Palestinians. I don't have an ancient claim. I don't believe in ancient claims. I believe power takes what it can. I don't believe Palestinians deserve the land because they have some fucking like roots there. If they're not able to defend the roots, then yeah, boo-hoo. Life moves on. How many fucking empires died and like lost land? Like the world moves on, so civilization moves on. Like, what are we talking about here? If you don't have the power to defend your land, somebody will come and take it. If you have the power to defend your land, you get to keep it. Like, I mean, simple as that.
Simple explanation for the reason that we do not know, because
you only count the terrorists who killed, not the children.
Well,
I just ask you, just to be clear, are you saying that the IDF only counts the bodies of terrorists it kills, not innocent children?
Well, the IDF has not been, and this is a shift now, as you will have heard from Jonathan Conricus, has not been in control of any significant part of Gaza to be able to conduct that analysis.
How does it know how many terrorists it's killing?
Because it is striking them with clear intelligence and targeting those strikes deliberately.
So it counts the bodies of the terrorists, but not the children it kills in the process.
It counts, I'm sorry, this is perfectly logical.
It's actually not logical at all.
It counts.
To anyone watching this, they're thinking, what on earth are these Israelis saying? Firstly, Ambassador, now what you're saying is that you only count the terrorists that are killed. You don't count the children that are killed in the process of killing the terrorists.
Perhaps
so which begs the question,
no, I can provide you with some additional analysis.
Why?
If you'll allow me to answer the question, I'll provide you with some additional analysis, which is in relation to the casualty ratios that have been projected.
How do you know the ratios?
I'll explain. The casualty ratio throughout the first period of the war, phase 1, was generally put at between 1 to 1 and 1.5 to 1. I'll explain. Since then, in phase 2, because of a very different type of fighting that we're now seeing, there are some estimates that it may have gone up to 2 to 1.
How do you know?
Very simply, that Israel has been able to establish...
How do you know if you're not counting?
May I answer the question?
Well, you're not counting the civilians you're killing, so how do you know...
Let her fucking answer, bro. Holy fuck, man. She's explained the context, she's explained the numbers, and now she's gonna tell you, but no, you're fucking interrupting. Holy shit. Wasn't that the whole reason Israel was given to you? You didn't earn it, you had a claim to this land? How much you want to bet that there was a lot more involved than just like something simple as a claim? And again, whoever was in control of that land at that time, which is the UK, and gave the right to the UN to do whatever the fuck they want with that land, which, by the way, even if Israelis or Jews, whatever, had the claim, somehow it wasn't even divided based on the claim. It was divided, kinda, gave them like 2 triangles out of like the whole pie, okay? So again, your argument doesn't even hold up. Because it's like, if they were getting... if they were getting the land based on claim, they would get a lot more of the land. But they didn't. They got a very small pie of the land compared to what the claim was. So like that argument wasn't even like proper.
Ratio.
Well, if you're not going to allow me
You
to
talk
ask
about
a
logic.
question,
Let me go. I want to bring Dave.
no,
I don't know.
It's like I'm about to answer, and so let me go to Dave. It's like, okay, thanks. This is so dumb. This is such a fucking scuffed debate. And by the way, this segment was called Piers and sorry, where is it? Oh, he changed it. Oh, he changed it. Oh no, there it is. Never mind. They haven't touched debate Gaza. They're not debating at all. Tell me this: why does Israel allow foreign medics into Gaza but no foreign media unless under Israel's army control? Blatantly, obviously, why? Because afraid of the truth coming out. If you believe that, may God be with you. Sure. There are arguments both ways why they're not allowing journalists in. No matter what I'm going to say, you're going to believe that. Did I actually promise that land 3,000 years ago? That actually is not even the case. So, and again, using the argument of claim doesn't even work for me. Just because some people use the argument, like that doesn't work for me. Like it doesn't move me in any way. I don't believe there is a claim to a land.
You just asked me the
I've let you
question.
speak for a long time. Dave
You
is.
haven't,
Well, I
Piers.
have. I'll let you speak again. We've got plenty of time here.
I'm sorry, but
There's plenty of time, and I won't let you answer any fucking word, like ever, right? I'll let you say some stuff and then interrupt you when you're about to answer.
I'm sorry,
Was
but it's
entirely
my show.
uninterrupted.
It's
I'm
my
gonna-
show, and if I invite you here, I will not let you speak. What a fucking farce,
Dave,
bro.
Dave,
That's the
lacking-
word. I forgot it. I was like, dude, I had a word in mind for this. Farce.
Logic here. Is there anything logical about what we're hearing about how they apparently know the exact ratio of terrorists they're killing to civilians?
Nobody knows the exact ratio. We saw it. She said reason press aren't allowed in as they care about their safety. It was bullshit. Well, she gave 3 reasons. One of them was safety, which I would agree is bullshit. I don't think anyone cares about their safety. Here's Zionist puppet. I wouldn't be surprised though. You're on Israel's payroll. Dude, I wish I was on Israel's payroll. I wish. Dude, my dream would be on a payroll doing this. That would be so fucking nice. No, unfortunately, I'm not on anyone's payroll. But dude, honestly, if I was, I would be like, thank you. I would be very happy if I was. I do not mind defending Israel while it is right for me to defend Israel. And as I said multiple times here, when I agreed with Dom that if what they're doing in the settlements, she gave the ratio. Listen, she did give the ratio, but the question was, how does she know? Where are you from? I'm in Canada. I grew up in Israel, but I live in Canada. Yeah, but as Don was saying, when he talks about the settlements, and I'm saying if what you're saying is true, I agree with you. That is atrocious. That is illegal. Then I would be a very bad employee by Israel. I'm just saying, like straight up. If I don't agree on the settlement thing, if I say Israel is evil regarding the settlements, then I would be a very bad employee on the payroll. I'm just saying.
But they don't know how many civilians.
Are you saying you're a deaf tone dude and you know it? Sure. Okay, let's see. Are you saying she said here?
Israel has been able to establish.
I want to bring Dave. I don't know.
Let me
I'll speak for a long time. Dave
You
is.
haven't, Piers.
Well, I have. I'll let you speak again. We've got plenty of time here.
I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry,
was
but it's my
entirely
show.
uninterrupted,
I'm going to go to
yes.
Dave. Dave, I'm told I'm lacking logic here.
Yeah, no, she never got to say it. Journalists are to report what's going on. Dude, here's the funny thing with this. Like, you guys are talking about journalists, and it's like you had you had Douglas Murray, and everyone's like, well, we don't trust journalists anymore because they're fucking fake news, right? So we don't trust you because of what you're saying in Israel, because you are like siding with Israel. But it's like, so you're gonna trust the journalists that would go to Gaza, who are not gonna be biased. So it's like, are we trusting journalists or are we not trusting journalists? The report was going on in the ground. That's their job, and Israel denied it. Why Israel? You know what? Also very funny to me. There is like the job of the UN, for example, when they send like the peacekeepers or whatever force onto like border areas, right? And when there is an active engagement and the UN guys go away, you find tunnels right under UN posts. I'm sorry if I don't trust people to do their job in a war zone. You know, if USA took over your land and started raping and killing everyone there, and the UN no longer recognized you, would you fight for it? Would I fight for it? Yes. Would I win? No. Will you justify it with power, as you said? Yes, I would justify it with power. Yeah. If I cannot defend myself, the US comes and fucks up everything. Okay, fucks everyone over, and their people are fucking animals, and we are losing this, and there's no way to defend it. I can put up as much fight as I want, and to no avail, and they just fuck me up, kill me, whatever. Yes. Yes. 100%. Yeah, they had the power to do it, and we fucked up. We weren't ready. Murrah was embedded with the IDF in Lebanon. That's not international journalism. Okay, so do journalists not have biases? Are you saying that every journalist that would go into Gaza would not have a bias? Are you saying that every journalist who would go into Gaza would not have a gun pointed to them behind the camera? Are you saying that if a journalist who was in Gaza was in favor of Israel would not get killed on the spot, and only the journalists who would not get killed on the spot by Hamas, you get my point, okay? Like, this is you're saying journalists, but it's like I can find so many problems with journalists in Gaza, regardless of their safety, right? Having journalists in Gaza, no matter how correct Israel would be, you would never know this by journalists inside of Gaza. It is literally not a possibility. Thanks for confirming your bullcrap opinion. The fact you're even making this stream says Zionists like you are afraid now. Am I afraid? You're a special kind of stupid. Obviously, independent journalists are more... You're not listening to what I'm saying. Pro-Zionist puppet like Douglas Murray, who was in bed with the IDF. Like I said, any independent journalist who would go there, who would be in support of Israel, would be killed on the spot by Hamas. And if they are against Israel, they would let to air their shit. Bro, I'm not a big streamer. This is like my first stream in like a month. Like, I really want to talk about this. I was avoiding like all of this, but I was like, I really want to talk about this because this is a complete farce, and it pissed me off, and not enough people were talking about it. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna talk about it. Honestly, 16 watching, by the way. I think this is like my highest number ever. So I'm like really happy about 16 watching. Thanks for letting me know. Because the OBS is lying. It shows 22, and I didn't believe it, but 16? I'm happy about that. Thank you.
Is there anything logical about what we're hearing about how they apparently?
Oh yeah, let's ask Dave about logic, the man that lacks all logic.
Ratio of terrorists they're killing to civilians, but they don't know how many civilians they're killing. How do you know the ratio?
Pierce, it's just too ridiculous. And as you know, Pierce, and look, I know that you've been, I think, very, as you said before, I don't want to put you on either side of this debate, because I think actually people who are hardcore on either side of this debate probably see you as someone on the other side.
Yeah, they all hate you. The extremists.
Yeah, people are, this Zionist Framinthor scumbag is a joke. Yeah, at least we're all laughing.
That's fine.
No, not all. I didn't mean to say they all hate you. A lot of us
they
like
actually
you,
do. They actually do. The ones who are to the extremities on both sides, they all hate me. So that's fine. Tax day has passed, but after the threatening key end, that tax
observer has noticed since the very beginning.
The next move, not the IRS.
But I think one of the things that any honest observer has noticed since the very beginning of
honest observer. Please tell me about honest observers.
Conflict is that the Israelis,
which, by the way, you're only allowed to observe what you are being exposed to. So, kind of hard to be honest. 6 million watching? Dude, that would be insane. Imagine? Wow.
The highest levels of the Israeli government. They just speak out of both sides of their mouth the whole time. And so it's like, which argument are we even taking on? I mean, they'll sit here and say from the very beginning that the goal is just to get the hostages back and to defeat Hamas, while their finance minister is openly talking about how the goal is to cleanse the entire strip.
He's not even...
Okay, first of all, the original goal could have been that. It's been a year and a half. At this point, I mean, goals can change. And also, it's a finance minister. Did you hear an army general say it? Did you hear the prime minister say it? You know? And again, honestly, even if it is the goal, I mean, it's been a year and a half of fucking warfare. They might actually be better under Israeli rule than Hamas. Probably, sorry, not even might. They will be better off. You look like an owl in constipation. I do feel a bit constipated. Yeah, I'm waiting for the poop so I can go to the gym after.
And
of course,
hiding
now
it.
we see.
He says
Yes,
it.
yes.
He
And
literally
now
says
we
it
actually
in front
see
of
them-
the world.
Yes. And we see them now putting this into plans into action to do this. So how are we to judge this? They'll sit here and say that they've taken painstaking efforts to make sure that they limit the number of civilians that are killed, while also saying
And they did. They did. Like that is actually a fact. Ask any military person who has been in an urban warfare. They will tell you that the amount of effort that Israel is putting into reducing civilian casualty is unheard of in any urban warfare.
have no idea how many civilians are being killed, and they don't count the number because that's not who they're targeting. You'll sit here and say we're only targeting Hamas, or that we're only intentionally targeting Hamas, and at the same time think about the argument they're even making. As Smotrich is out bragging about how not one grain of wheat will get into Gaza for this 3-month period that you're referring to, but they'll say, hey, look.
Yeah, because the 1.5 ton of food already went in. Yeah. Why do they need to give them more food? They have food for like half a year to a year already. I think it was said like 9 months. 1.5 tons of food is 9 months of food for them.
They have stockpiles of aid that had gone in there previously. It's like, okay, Piers, so then logically, can't we deduce you're not starving Hamas? They've got plenty of food. Then who is the additional blockade supposed to impact? It's the civilian population.
See, this is why I said like this guy like zero fucking logic. Okay, why does Hamas have food and the civilians don't? Oh, because they took all of the food. Okay, so let's keep bringing in food so Hamas can take more food, survive longer underground, while the civilians keep starving. No matter how much food you throw into a black hole, the black hole will eat the fucking food. Okay? Like, this is such a dumb argument. The most moral army, my ass. Independent, look up the meaning of the word Framinthor. Independent doesn't mean under IDF, but does the IDF allow that? No, typical Zionist. Again, you can be an independent without any bias, okay? If you go into Gaza and Gaza has, like, it's not a big place, but it has some territory, right? In one place of Gaza, you might be like, oh, look, the IDF is doing good. They're feeding like these people, yada, yada, yada. That reporter would die. In another place where there's warfare, let's say, like there's like active conflict, and there is a reporter there, and he'll be like, oh, Israel is being evil, and they're like, they just killed a civilian, yada, yada, yada. That reporter would not die. Why? Because Hamas would choose who to kill out of these reporters, as well as which reporters are going to die by IDF fire. It is a lose-lose situation, no matter if Israel is actually evil or if Israel is actually good. It is a lose-lose situation letting reporters in. Because the area is run by Hamas, who would kill reporters who are in support of Israel, like with their reporting, and it would only let reporters that are saying bad things about Israel. And some reporters would be with a gun to their head behind the camera, having to say certain things. And then maybe sacrificed to like some rocket by Israel. Okay? There will be no honest reporting. Funny thing is, you don't even realize that the psychopathic rhetoric of you pro-Israel is the exact reason why the world is turning against you. Just keep going. Bro, the world has been against Israel for like 50 years. No matter what I say, the world will be against Israel. Because the world is thinking in terms of like, victim and oppressor. And unfortunately, that is not the case. Every terror attack that was happening on Israel soil, 50 people died in a nightclub to a suicide bomber, and then Israel retaliates. Israel is the evil guy. It is not anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. It is your right that is defended by somebody of freedom of thought and freedom of speech to criticize Israel. There's a difference between criticizing Israel and saying all Jews are evil, the IDF is evil, and all that stuff. I don't think you understand the reason of the word Nazis. I'm just saying.
And so, listen, I'm sorry, this is just anybody with just common sense and a basic understanding of logic could tell you that none of these defenses make any sense. And instead,
again, Dave Smith, common sense and logic, they do not mash together. It's like the citizens are hungry. The government of the citizens who are supposed to defend them, this is what the job of the government is, to defend the citizens, okay, to provide for the citizens, to make sure the citizens are healthy and like all that stuff, right? This is the job of the government, right? Protect its citizens. How is it that the government has food, but the citizens have no food? Sorry, my battery's running low. Gotta connect. I'm deep diving into the matrix. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So again, Logic and Dave Smith, like, they don't mesh. They're like fucking two opposite sides of the magnet. Okay.
Instead, I think it's reasonable for us to say that we're going to
No,
judge
it's
the
not.
Israeli government, and I like that you were precise about that. We're talking about the government of a foreign country, not people who believe in Judaism across the world, and not even necessarily the people of that country. But when I'm judging the Israeli
Most comments are anti-Semitic. Some, I don't know if most, it could be, but again, the minorities are always the loudest, so it's like I don't really care. I already explained. I'm not gonna talk about the independent journalist stuff again. I explained twice already. If you don't get it, I'm sorry. Maybe thinking is not for you.
government, I'm sorry, I'm going to judge them based off what their actions are, and I'm going to judge them based off what their motives are when they admit the truth.
Yeah.
And so you could sit here and say, oh, we're doing everything we can to prevent the children the number of children dying, and then brag about the ratio, but at the same time tell me you don't even know the number of children who are dying. The bottom line here, and this is why global opinion is turning against Israel.
I was never in favor of Israel. Never, ever. In the last 50 years, can I think of one moment when the global opinion was for Israel?
The level of human suffering that is being inflicted by Israel on the people of Gaza.
That's an emotional argument, and that is a weak argument. There's a inflicting of suffering on the citizens. It's like, well, Hamas can surrender and release the hostages, and there will be no more suffering, and food will flow freely. It is a losing war for Hamas. They're just delaying because they hope that enough people will just replace the politicians to prolong the Hamas's existence. Right? That's what they're counting on. Like, that's fucking Vietnam all over again, realistically.
Is evil. It is pure freaking evil. And it doesn't need to be done this way. And if you think you can get away.
I love how he always says this. Oh, you don't have to do it this way. Oh, what Israel is doing is evil. Not one time have I heard Dave Smith give any shred of strategy, any better way of doing this. And as Douglas Murray said, if somebody has a better way, send it to me. I will give it to all my contacts in Israel. If you have a better strategy of how to deal with this, bless your heart, let's do it. So far, all he can do is criticize. He cannot say anything other than, oh, this is evil. There's a better way. What's the better way? There is a better way. That's his argument. Don't worry, Framinthor, one day you and your Zionists will have your reckoning. Sure, if we do, then it's our fault. We weren't strong enough to defeat the reckoning.
With this, with a decentralized media and with smartphones and with 4K high def images and with the ability through social media today for people to communicate in a non-controlled environment, good freaking luck, man. This is going to end up so bad for everyone. It's already ended up so bad for the poor people of Gaza. But I just can't. I'm truly stunned, Piers, and I'm sure you are too. I am stunned by the lack of rational self-preservation on the part of the Israelis. Like, read the room here. You are turning the entire world against you. And
the world was always against them. Like, at no point, again, like I said this multiple times, and there's no reading the room. The reading the room would mean, okay, so we are stopping the war. Hamas can reorganize, okay? Hamas can keep getting all the benefits that the world is going to throw at Gaza, right? There's going to be like, what was like before, 4 billion? It's going to be probably like 40 billion of aid going into Gaza as soon as this war is over, at least, if not 200 billion, okay? And vast majority of that would go to Hamas because they are oppressing their civilians. And then in about 5 years, aside from like constantly shooting rockets into Israel, that which they will keep on doing because obviously this is like part of the course, within 5 to 10 years, they're going to create another October 7th. Then there'll be another war, okay? Another, because actually, is it 10 years? It's probably 20 years, right? 2003 to 2023. Yeah, so that's pretty much how it's going to be, right? They're going to reorganize. They're going to have more kids that grow up to be in Hamas. They will be trained again by Iran or whatever, right? Then they're going to create another October 7th. Israel is going to retaliate. There will be more targets now because Palestinians are reproducing at a very impressive rate. Good for them. right? They started with like what, 400,000. Now they were like at 2.3 million. Now they're like 2.2 million because they lost some, but they were like at 2.3 million. So clearly there's genocide and mowing of the lawn, as they like to call it, right? So then there'll be another war. Israel will go in. Israel will be like, people will be like, oh yeah, you know, Israel has the right to defend itself, and within a month it's like Israel's committing a genocide. You stop the war, another 20 years, another war, another 20. Like, yeah, I can see that. When you get your news from information from Al Jazeera and your local imam. How do I heart your comment? Yeah. Zionists have overused your victim card. Dude, I don't think there is a victim card. The only ones who are playing victim card is actually like people who support Palestine. Decline, the world doesn't believe Zionist crap anymore. The world never believed Zionist crap. I'm sorry to say this. In no shape or form am I going to play a victim card for Israel. I am used to it. I am used to the world hating on Israel. This is like part of the course.
And I do not understand why they would choose to do this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Natasha, I was editor of the Daily Mirror 20 years ago when we launched.
Because they have a war to win. What do you mean? Why would they choose to do this? Oh, they're going to choose to lose the PR war instead of just like losing the whole war. Again, critical thought, logic, common sense doesn't apply to Dave Sniff.
Long campaign to stop this country, the UK, going to war in Iraq, which I thought was an illegal invasion of a sovereign country. And it made me very unpopular with the then Labour government, led by Tony Blair, because we were the Labour-supporting newspaper. My point being, my argument then was not with the people of the United Kingdom. My argument was with the government of the United Kingdom, making a decision which I felt was illegal and wrong.
See, this is the funny thing. Here's just like, oh, my problem was not with the people, it was the officials. Meanwhile, look at my comment section, people who are supporting it. Zionist, 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 Zionist. It's like, I'm not part of the government. You're attacking me because I'm like a Jew. Sorry, because I'm a Zionist, not because I'm a Jew, right? Right? It's like, oh, okay. It's like you're supporting the argument of the people you're saying like, oh, I'm not like those people. It's like, yeah, you're exactly like those people. It's like, oh, you're maybe not blaming the fucking people, but you are kind of blaming the people too.
Reconstituting war crimes, and it turned out to be a complete unmitigated disaster that led to 20 more years of mayhem in the Middle East, including the rise of ISIS and all the hell that they brought with them. So this, just to be clear again, I do not have an argument with Jewish people or with Israelis. You
know what the difference is between UK and Iran? Open the map. That is the difference. One is halfway across the world. Well, now really it's like, you know, UK and Middle East is not that far off, right? But US and Iran is halfway across the world. Okay. Meanwhile, Israel, Gaza share a fucking border. I think there's a pretty big difference here. Give us one mistake Israel's done in its history, or are they perfect? This question should wake you up. In its history, dude, I can give you multiple mistakes in this war. They killed people that were waving a white flag. They killed like 600 of their own soldiers. There are plenty of mistakes that happen in this war. Why does no one ever ask why Hamas doesn't give civilians shelter in their tunnels or use their tunnels to let people go? Because honestly, why don't they ask this? Because this goes against the narrative. People don't hate on Israel, they hate the government. No, you hate on Israel. Like, let's be real here for a second. When people hear saying it's like, oh, you're a Zionist, they're not hating on the government. They're hating on the people. Okay? Tiger, come on, like, wake up. Come on. Like, and honestly, I don't care. Like, it's fine. You want to hate the people that are supporting Israel? Like, boo-hoo. I don't really care. But don't tell me people are, oh, they don't hate the people, they only hate the government. No, they don't. It doesn't matter who was in power in Israel. There was always hate towards them, okay? Any action of retaliation by Israel always brought criticism because it's not about the government. It's not about the actions. It's about the fact that Israel exists. And if you support the existence of Israel, you're an evil person. The problem with Israel is they don't distinguish between Hamas and Palestinians. The problem with, no. That is not the problem with Israel. The problem with Israel was giving Gaza to the Palestinians to begin with. That's the problem with Israel. It is a dumb strategic move. Never ask a woman about her age. Never ask a man about his salary. Never ask Israel about evidence. Sure, no Jackson. The Israel army is perfect. Their people are perfect. Say anything about them and you're anti-Semite. Duh. Please don't tell me what I am. Again, just like you might think that. I'm talking to you like in general terms. People don't hate Israel. They hate the undue influence the country has on our country. And again, sure, but then you should be hating your country for allowing that influence. Every country in existence has to look at its own how should I say it? Its own future, okay? And if a country can influence another country in its favor, that is a good fucking move for that country. It is your country that is supposed to stop that influence. Every country is trying to influence another country to its own benefit. Stop blaming Israel for doing what every other country in the world is doing. Okay? Some are just more capable, some are less. Okay? So if Israel, and I'm assuming you're in the US because you said our country, like that Israel's influencing, and that's the conspiracy that Israel is in control of the US. You should blame the US for that, not Israel. Everyone wants to have influence on the US. Let's be real. Two of your ex-Israelis prime ministers. Again, by the way, Don, who is the second prime minister? I only find Olmert, and we're going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about Olmert, okay? Who is the other prime minister? I cannot find it. Israel is held to a crazy, stupid standard compared to any other country. Imagine providing energy and water to an area which the people want to destroy. Yeah, Netanyahu is looking like an Austrian artist. Sure. Imagine giving life-saving medical care to a guy who leads a group. Group with who fundamentally hates you and wants to wipe you, only to have him turn around and double down on that after the fact. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, SS White has driven snow. SS White is driving snow. Rob comes from European stock and has no link to Israel at all. Why is Israel annexing part of Syria and no one talks about it? You mean the part of Syria that is controlled by Hezbollah? I like the way you said that, brother. And yes, I do blame the US. No hate. Yeah, like that's the only thing. Like every country is gonna look for its own interests. That's how I want to phrase it, right? And it's like, yeah, if they're able to, power to them. Every country would want to have influence over the US. Every country would want to have influence over Russia, over the UK, over anyone, right? Like, yeah, it's up to the country to defend its own interests. People are complaining like Mossad agents are infiltrate the US. Bro, of course. Of course. Alliances are there for your own benefit. An ally today is an enemy in 10 years. You have to take care of your own interests. There's no guarantee that whoever's an ally is going to be an ally. What's your opinion, the greater Israeli map? You mean the one that they take over Jordan? Honestly, I feel like it's a meme. I mean, as far as I understand, like I didn't see the video, but I understand that Benjamin Netanyahu showed that map. Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. That's my opinion. I don't know how they want to go about it in a justifiable manner. Who once said, if you tell a bigger enough lie again and again, people will believe it? Well, that's literally like the strategy with Hamas. So Israel is the root of world's problems. I thought it was money. I thought it was love. I thought it was women. I thought it was men. I thought it was white men. I thought it was like there's the root of world's problem done. Because Syria is controlled by terrorists. Bro can't think for himself. Bro is repeating Al Jazeera headlines in the chat. Okay, since the new HTS government take over, what is Israel's view on them? Since the new, I'm sorry, what's the HTS? Okay, since the new HTS government, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Talk to me about genocide. No, it was Adolf Hitler. Look, at the end of the day, Hitler drank water. I drink water. I guess I'm Hitler. Do you understand that Hitler got to power because he was very popular, because what he was saying was a very popular opinion? Just because he went crazy later and decided to like kill all the Jews doesn't mean that like his ideas that got him into power were not popular. The new Syrian government, is it the like new one? I'm not following Syria too much. I know they have the civil war since forever, ever since Hezbollah came. And as far as I know, the Syrian government is like okay. Like they're not the ones beheading Christians in the street. The new HDS government take over. What is your view on them? And again, as long as they're not terrorists, which I believe the new Syrian government is not going to be terrorists, right? They actually have like They actually want to be a government, right? They want to reclaim their fucking land. I don't think Israel has any plans of like diminishing this government unless they actively go to war with them. Their war right now is with Hezbollah, not with the Syrian government. And the Syrian government is at war with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is how you say it in Hebrew. But yeah. I don't know why. When I say Hezbollah, it reminds me of like a garbage truck. I just don't remember why. Like it's something like when I was a kid, we had some joke about Hezbollah, and it's like something revolving a garbage truck. Just don't remember.
Understand why after October the 7th, so many people in Israel felt so vulnerable, felt so angry, felt so distressed.
Which, by the way, there's an interview. I think it was an American or Canadian guy that went to Israel and interviewed Israelis like a week or two after the war, and so many of them already said like we should like live in peace. We should get our hostages back and try to like figure things out. So many Israeli people were saying it. Syrian is made up of guns for hire. A lot of these pro-Palestine can't think for themselves. They rely on TikTok videos and lefty article headlines to get their info. They're either extremely disingenuous in their position or... Honestly, I just don't... Like, I think they made a position and now they took a position, and from now on, anything that fits that position is correct. Anything that is against it... Like, you will never change someone's mind once it's made up. It is practically impossible. It's like breaking a bad habit. Like, you need more hours to break a bad habit than to learn a new habit. It is like, I'm not even gonna try. Like, I'm trying to reach like normal people who do not have an opinion. And honestly, I just want to speak my mind. If I'm wrong and you think I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if you think I'm right, that's fine, right? I'm trying to apply logic to this situation. And in my opinion, Dave Smith has no logic when it comes to this situation because he thinks that if we throw more food at Hamas, then the citizens would not be starving.
Heartbroken by the devastating loss. 250 odd people kidnapped and taken hostage, including babies and Holocaust survivors. You know, over 1,200 people murdered, 7,000 wounded, by 3,000 terrorists.
Oh no, dude, I 100% agree. There are definitely bloodthirsty, dude. October 8th, I would be one of those citizens, 100%. Even if you ask me like, what about the civilians? I'll be like, I do not mind civilian casualties. Yeah, 100%. I was a lot more bloodthirsty on October 8th than I am now. As far as Assad and his family, he gave away part of Israel just like that. No?
Terrorists breaking over a border.
How Zionists play the victim to Hitler a victim to Hitler, but Hitler taught them everything they're doing today. Taught, okay. I don't remember playing the victim to Hitler, by the way. Dude, are you even hearing what I'm saying? I just said Hitler was popular. I wasn't even this. I said like, yeah, later on he fucking went crazy. But like up to that point, he was popular. Yeah, he committed atrocities later, but it's like, I'm not using that as a Let's be real. We can view it in this way. Because of Hitler, Assad and his family gave away part of Syria. Just like that. Yeah. Look, if somebody gives me the argument of like, it's because of Hitler in World War II that Israel exists, I would not disagree with you. I would say that it played a massive role. That doesn't make it good or not, but like as the saying goes, don't let any catastrophe go to waste. Right? Every catastrophe is an opportunity. Right? Any trauma is there's so many sayings about it because yeah, a lot of bad actions. Like, let's be real. Okay, when it was blasphemy and evil to do research on corpses, right, to find diseases and all that stuff, that was evil at that time, right? That was invaluable research that people did. Pro-Palestine people will always revert to emotional argument when you ask them why or make an argument. That's all they can respond with, emotional and insults. See chat for evidence. Yeah, bro, basically. Time will tell if you're wrong and if internal investigation, once the PM gets ousted, proves genocide. I hope you will do an apology video. I wouldn't do an apology video. Even if Bibi goes to jail, That doesn't change my opinion. I think, I'll tell you, like I said this at the beginning of the video, I 100% believe that if Israel went balls to the wall, like from the beginning of the war, right? What is like, it took them like 11 days to get in, so October 18. If in October 18 they went balls to the wall, destroyed Gaza completely, fucking full-on invasion, not care about civilians, a lot more people would die, and that would be considered evil, all that stuff, we would not be talking about it in 2005, June 2005. We wouldn't. Creating Israel in hindsight was a huge mistake. The Balfour Accord ignored the other religious groups of the day. Hey, it sucked for some, it's great for others. Yeah, it created a massive conflict in the Middle East. And let's be real here for a second. Do you really think the politicians of that time were that stupid that they didn't know this would happen? Do you think UK didn't know this? You're not wrong. Zionists are never wrong. Don't say that. You're going off the Zionist narrative. Evidence? What evidence, right? I don't even know what you're talking about. I wasn't even like making a claim. On citizens, you think they give a fuck about Gaza civilians? Well, they dropped more bombs than they killed civilians, so you know. How do you know they aren't? 70%, if not more, Gaza has been destroyed. Yeah, but not the people, just the buildings. People lived in tents before. Don't build a tunnel network under your civilians' homes. What can I say? It's due a reconstruction at this point.
To attack anyone they got their hands on. I don't need reminding of what happened that day. That is why I defended Israel's right to defend itself so staunchly. But I cannot defend what is happening now. What is happening now is militarily inexplicable to most people I've spoken to in the military. I have a lot in my family. Nobody understands what Israel's goal is here, other than flattening Gaza and kicking off. Well, hang on, as Smotrich has said, it is to take over and clear out Gaza of all the...
Thank you for the follow, for the sub.
Palestinians. That is genocide, isn't it? Unless, I mean, you're a lawyer. No, you tell me.
Israel's war aims have been clear from the outset, which is the destruction of Hamas
they haven't
and
done
the return of the hostages. Well, because the war's not over yet.
You haven't done either of those.
Plenty. But based on the numbers, like, you cannot say it's a genocide where you didn't even kill 10% population in a year and a half. In a year and a half, Nazi Germany already killed millions. Okay. Oh god. What do you think about Trump saying they need to clear the entire Gaza Strip and turn into resorts and shopping malls? If they can do that with minimal civilian casualty and get rid of Hamas, I 100% support it. Gaza Strip is an insanely good tourist point. Gaza can be extremely flourishing. If they can do it in the most humane way possible, while all the people there receive as much support as they need, better off than like just leaving them to their own devices, right? In my opinion, that is like the right way to go. Thankfully, I have better things to do than listen to an Israeli apologist. I never apologized for Israel. I know you stole the land. Your forefathers did. Everybody stole lands, man. Everybody stole lands. Yo, what is that? Braun. Tyrion and Jaime Lannister. I can't spell it all. I don't remember Lannister. About fuck. Braun points, crossbow, Tyrion and Jaime. 1 point to crossbow, Jaime and Tyrion Lannister. Okay. This one. Do you see every Palestinian terrorist? No, I don't see every Palestinian terrorist. I don't see majority of Palestinians terrorists. Vast majority of Palestinians are not terrorists. Vast majority of people want to be left alone, live with their family, and like fucking, just live at peace. 100%. I want to say I really appreciate your stream. Although you can clearly tell my ideas are different on the situation, you're clearly answering questions, giving your perspective. Nothing but respect. Yo, Vale, honestly, if people show me respect, like basic human etiquette, I 100% go with them. Okay, it's when people start saying shit, sometimes I don't take it. But yeah, thank you for a decent conversation. But yeah, anyway, so
Say something.
where is
What do I
this?
have to show?
You're a knight, thanks to me.
Thanks to me, and that title's worth as much as a blonde hair
This is about you stole the land your forefathers did.
from your brother's balls.
Power resides where men believe.
Shut your mouth.
I'm just trying.
I've never hit a dwarf before, but say another word and I will belt you.
See, I don't believe you do that.
You couldn't do it on your best day, you one-handed fuck, and your best days are long gone.
Oh, you broke my nose!
I did not break your nose. Who do what they're told.
You trust Cersei?
I knew your sister was dead the second I saw those dragons. That's good. Picked off one by one. All of a sudden.
May I?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this part. This part. This is the part, right? This is in regard to you stole the land your forefathers did. Okay.
That's good. Of course, the odds change if the Dragon Queen's hand turns up dead. Maybe a few of her top generals get picked off one by one. All of a sudden.
May I speak?
Why not? Only death will shut you up.
We made a
Fuck,
deal.
did I miss it? Where is it?
Power resides where men believe.
Shit, and what do I have to show?
You're a knight, thanks.
For both here, I've shoveled Lannister shit, and what do I have to show? Blonde
I don't believe you do that.
along those dragons.
What's at the end?
Throats. That's how all the girls
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Sorry. Jesus, I forgot where.
cutthroat. No? Who were your ancestors? The ones who made your family rich. Fancy lads in silk? They were fucking cutthroats. That's how all the great houses started, isn't it? With a hard bastard who was good at killing people. Kill a few hundred people, they make you a lord. Kill a few thousand, they make you king. And then, all your cocksucking grandsons can ruin the family with their cocksucking ways.
And if you don't agree with this point, I'm sorry to tell you, this is the reality of the world. Okay? Anytime you're gonna use the excuse of like, oh, you guys stole the land, bro, everybody stole the land. Okay? You're living in fucking paradise compared to like your ancestors because somebody was like an evil maniac that stole land. Okay, based on your today's standards. Okay, sorry. Okay, Blissful, let me reply to you. If Zionism is about self-determination, why is Palestinian self-determination consistently denied or obstructed by the Israeli state? Because Israel has the power to do so. If Palestine had the power to do so, it would not be obstructed. How is it justifiable to displace hundreds of thousands of Palestinians since 1948 Nakba and still deny them the right of return while encouraging Jewish immigration from any country? Because you don't have to do it. Like, again, are we talking morals and emotions here? Like, that doesn't play any role. If the people who would return want to destroy your country, why the fuck would you let them return? If the Indians, okay, so the US took over all the Indian land, right? If the Indians never submitted, okay, and they kept attacking the US, they would not exist right now. That is it. The Indians came to a realization. They made a certain deal, which, by the way, the US can break the deal at any point. They won't because it's not good public perspective, but they can. If they can make a good enough excuse for the people to take over Indian land completely, they would. The Indians are not in control. They don't have any power compared to the United States. Right? It's just not in the US's benefits to do it. How do you explain the disproportionate killing in civilians of Gaza, including thousands of women and children, under justifiable defense? How do I justify it? Don't start fighting with a greater force that is literally next door to you. Simple as that. Why are you attacking instead of trying to work with the people who are like your neighbors? Israel is the beacon of democracy. It is. Why are there over 65 discriminatory laws against non-Jews, Arab citizens? Well, it is the closest thing to a democracy, by far. Also, I am not aware of 65 discriminatory laws against non-Jews. Arab citizens can be in government, which is more than you can say about any Jewish citizen in any Arab country. If peace is truly the goal, why is there a consistent expansion of illegal settlements, annexation of land, and rejection of peace initiatives like the Arab Peace Plan? I don't know the details of the Arab Peace Plan. I am pretty sure it was give away more Israeli land, which, by the way, every time Israel gave away land, the peace never happened. Okay, Yitzhak Rabin was like the prominent figure who was willing to do anything for peace, right? What's his name? Ehud Barak, was it? Ehud Barak offered Yasser Arafat territory as well, which was also include Jerusalem, I believe, like a good chunk of Jerusalem, and that was refused. Okay, Mossad, one of the greatest intelligence agencies in the world, and failed October 7th. Something fishy, dude. I 100% agree with you. Something about October 7th is very fishy, and there should be investigation on it after the war. If Israel is truly committed to peace, why has it continued to expand illegal settlements in the West Bank despite international condemnation and peace? First of all, I don't care about international condemnation, because right now there's international condemnation against like their war effort in Gaza. Like, you know, so like I don't really care about international condemnation. If it's committed to peace, look, peace. First of all, what is peace? Okay, peace can be achieved in many ways. Okay, peace for some Muslims, not all, but some Muslims, usually of the terrorist type, is when everyone is under Islam, and then there would be peace. Okay, now is that actually peace? You know, there's peace through strength. The U.S. Trump's narrative, right? If we are extremely strong and everyone's afraid of us, they will stop war. Like they will stop fighting with each other because if we get involved, they're fucked. There's war. There's peace through strength. So it's like, what do you consider peace? Lying Zionists. Yes, war. You mean genocide? No, I mean war. How do you justify the use of collective punishment, such as cutting off electricity, food, and water on the entire civilization population in Gaza? I justify it as a valid strategy of war, like any other siege. That's how I justify it. Why is Israel supplying electricity, food, and water to its enemies? Why is criticism of Israeli government policy often labeled anti-Semitism? I don't know. Depends on the criticism. I believe you should be criticizing the government and the actions of the IDF. Go for it. When no other government is given the same shield against accountability, I think it just depends on the criticism. If you just criticize actions, I don't think it's anti-Semitic. If you criticize Zionism, as in like the belief that Israel should exist, I think that can be viewed as anti-Semitism. Can you name any other modern democracy where one group controls the movement, economy, and resources of another people without granting them equal rights? Just not sure if there are democracies technically. This is just I know it's a communist party. Okay, it's not a democracy. I know Russia is not a democracy. I just want to make sure that it is a communist party. Yeah, no, I don't know. I know you're blasting me with a lot of questions, so yeah, no, I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now. And also, I still didn't see the proof that where is it? Fuck, your name in it. Oh yeah, I haven't seen the proof that Israel controls movement, economy, and resources of its citizens. Because as far as I know, they don't. Other people, Gaza, they have nothing to do with Israel's democracy. They're not part of Israel. So like in that regard, I don't think your argument is correct. But as far as like its own citizens, I don't remember it not granting equal rights. Maybe I don't know if an Arab can run for prime minister, but they can do everything except prime minister, as far as I know. Then there wouldn't be Christians in Arab countries. Alexander, war, you mean genocide? Then there wouldn't be Christians in Arab countries. I'm not sure what you mean, Alexander. I'm guessing it's when no, because you weren't here for that. If the Holocaust was a European atrocity, why were the Palestinians made to pay the price? Ask the politicians of the time. Somebody made that choice. Like, Somebody made the choice. Zionism means that Jews have more rights than Palestinians. Zionism means that inside of Israel, that Israel exists. That's what Zionism means. But if you want to expand on it to that point, anyone who is a citizen of Israel has the same rights. And again, maybe not being able to be prime minister, I am not sure about that. But you have Arab judges, Arab senators, well, the equivalent Knesset, right? I just don't think you can have an Arab prime minister, but that's the only thing. Zionist is disgusting. Why do they want the death of all Palestinians? They don't, because if they did, in a year and a half, there would be no more Palestinians in Gaza. South Africa under apartheid. But is South Africa democracy? I didn't think South Africa was a democracy. Oh, dude, then yeah, there you go. South Africa, right there. Jewish state implies that Jews have more rights than non-Jews. Nope, that is actually not what it implies. Again, aside from maybe being prime minister, everything else you have the same rights. An Arab citizen is an equal to a Jewish citizen in every right. They go to the military. They can own businesses. They can go into politics. They can be judges. You are stuck. I'm just trying to catch up because you typed a lot. No, Zionism doesn't mean that. No, that's actually exactly what I mean. Israel is an ethnocracy. You're a Zio scum. Cool. Fuck Zionists and Zionism. See, somebody was making the argument that like, oh, if you criticize Israel, it's anti-Semitic. That's not anti-Semitic. See, this thing, what Faster 1213, is anti-Semitic. Okay? Because I have an opinion about Israel that differs from him, therefore I am scum. Okay? And by the way, vast majority of the world is Zionist. Vast majority of the world believes that Israel deserves to exist. So, you know.
Things. All you're doing is killing more and more civilians, and you've been starving them.
Well, but who's you? Forgive me. I'm here as a lawyer.
The Israeli government, and you're here to defend it, right?
No, I'm here to defend the rule of law and the weaponization of international law, which has been consistent throughout this process. The propaganda that we're discussing right now, which is clearly what has shifted your position and perspective on this,
what do you mean
is
by
deeply
propaganda?
dangerous. Calling Israel...
Oh, no, it's not propaganda. It's like, yeah, that's actually exactly what it is.
A committer of genocide, or saying that it is starving children.
Well, actually, the people alleging that Israel's committing war crimes are two former Israeli prime ministers.
Who have their own political agendas here, let's
well,
be clear.
how convenient. How convenient. The two former prime ministers...
Oh no, she said the word. She said the word. Oh my god. It's like, yeah, well, you're lying and gets people killed. Like, your lies are getting people killed. Like, yeah, I guess it is a blood libel.
The country have said that you are committing, as a government, not you, but the government is committing war crimes, and you dismiss it as just a bit of internal politics.
Well, no, it's a very serious matter that the misinformation that I would like to be able to come on to address is now also being propagated by two very sore individuals. Prime Minister Olmert, because he also served a prison sentence, and has had his entire proposed peace framework, that of essentially creating a Palestinian state in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, turned upside down by the realization, and he hasn't had...
Name any other modern democracy where one group controls the movement, economy, and resources of another people without granting them equal rights? Answer the question. South Africa. It was answered by another guy. But yeah, South Africa. South Africa and the farmers. Yeah, there you go. You're not following me. Lieutenants, Lithuanians, Russians, Ukrainians, Polish Germans are not and will never be Semites. I never said they're Semites. I said they're Zionists. Palestinians are the true Semites. Oh, that is a very, very genocidal statement. Zionism is evil. Jews took Palestine when there was no internet. Now the whole world can see. Majority of the world is not Zionist. Vast majority of the world is Zionist. I'm sorry to say this. Most Jews in Israel are from European descent. No, they're not. Prove that you're not. That you're not. I can't prove if you already made up your mind. Like, if you can't understand that I am not, and that Israel is not, based on like everything you heard so far, then, you know, you already made up your mind. I'm not going to convince you otherwise.
Unfortunately, the temerity after the 7th of October to recognize the risk that he would have put Israel to.
This woman's just muttering nonsense like all women do. She doesn't even have the chance to mutter the nonsense because she's getting blocked every time she tries. I never said Arabs are not Semites. When did I say that?
in light of the Hamas takeover.
And when you see, as we saw, and when you see, Natasha,
I was answering the previous question.
Okay,
and
let me
this
just on the point
productive.
on the point of legality. Actually, it's very productive. On the point of
No, it's actually really unproductive, as everybody who watched this and made a comment about this says.
legality. Only last week, the Israeli government announced new settlements, 22 settlements.
Well, no, can we pause?
Well, hang on.
Yes.
And also, Don, yes, Arabs are Semites. Nobody uses the word Semites to refer to Arabs, though. Like, in modern media, if you say a Semite, nobody refers to Arabs. If you say anti-Semite, you don't refer to Arabs. Every major poll, if you're able to keep up and check the temperature everywhere, the forum on your video alone shows that you're... What do you mean, the forum on my video? Bro, like 13 people is not an indication of anything. That is a very, very bad statistical analysis. Or like whatever is the amount, I don't even know. I'm pretty sure it's like OBS says 13. I can't verify it. The forum on your video alone shows that your imaginary vast majority are somehow Zio scums like you. Sure, whatever. Bullshit lying Zio. Right.
The West Bank, 22 settlements, which the international community views as illegal. They announced 22 new settlements. As a lawyer, given your adherence to the point of law, presumably you would condemn that.
Well, this is exactly why we need to be clear about how international law applies and why the notion of these so-called illegal settlements is a misnomer.
You don't think they are?
It's not a legal term, it's a political term, and it is part and parcel of a misapplication of international law to the status of the territory. These blood libels, occupation, ethnic cleansing,
Wow, so you think the settlements are not illegal?
And genocide are all part and parcel of the propaganda, which I would like to be able to come on to, because all of the evidence goes in completely the opposite direction. In terms of...
Again, there's no... You don't think that the settlements are illegal. It's not even about what she thinks. It's that currently it's not illegal. Like, based on the law right now, it's not illegal. Like, that's how it is. Because Arabs don't cry about anti-Semitism, unlike Jews. No, they cry Palestinians or some shit like that, right? Piers set this debate up specifically to sandbag her. She had terrible answers and looked bad. Well, again, she never got to finish an answer. So I can't even say she had terrible answers, right? I will talk about certain points, like, because this is, like, almost over. Terrible answers and looks bad, but I didn't like how Piers cut her off. And again, I am 100% in support of Operation Let Them Speak. If she is an idiot, which I don't believe she is, and she is lying, let her finish the point. How come this motherfucker lets this guy...
Absolutely not. I don't think that... I mean, all protests are technically performative, obviously, but there's a very clear-cut...
Why aren't you interrupting him? He gets to fucking spew nonsense for fucking, like, 10 minutes. Okay? Without interruptions. It's so fucking stupid. Why is she allowed to talk so much?
Yeah, I think that should be your lead off, you know. Biden
this is like the dumbest person who was ever on Piers Morgan.
Equates Trump with Bug. Isn't that the same as the right saying that there's going to be a bloodbath? And Mark Robinson, who somehow is still running for governor, saying that...
No interruption. No interruption whatsoever. She gets to spew her fucking nonsense. Okay? This chick sounds like a friggin' chipmunk. We need to end feminism. I don't think this has anything to do with it. Always going for the gotcha, no matter which side he's on. This is true, Vale. I 100% agree. This is not like... I don't know why this is like sold off as a debate, because like they never interact. I want Dave and her to interact. The son of all people gets to talk on her. Yeah, dude, like that's what I'm saying. Like how? Like, what the fuck is going on, right? And again, she's coming on. I don't like her lying, saying bullshit, whatever, doesn't matter too much. The fact is she can't say it. The second thing is she's arguing from a lawyer perspective. You don't bring morality and all that stuff or your emotions into this. She's talking from a law perspective. If she says based on the law, the settlements are not illegal, okay, then right now, based on the law, they are not illegal. Morally evil, apprehensible behavior, criminal fucking soldiers maybe, all that stuff valid, but it is not illegal, then it's not illegal. Like that's like, you gotta differentiate between like legality and your feelings, okay? I don't care about your feelings right now. And again, facts don't care about your feelings, but like, yeah. Hassan, Nathan, straight clowns, 100%. I agree with Piers on this issue, but in this debate, he was pretty bad interview. Yes, thank you, Tyler. That's basically my point, right? Like, you don't have to agree with her. You can agree with Dave Smith. I don't agree with pretty much anything Dave Smith says. It's like, he's like, oh, if you use common sense, like, and he used common sense, like, that's not logical at all, what he's saying. Yeah, Islam doesn't allow women to spew bullshit, and that's why Islam is the true religion. Yeah, women stay in the kitchen. Palestine is. That's. I'll agree to disagree on that one. Yeah. Funny enough, AS. Funny enough, on a sociopathic level, I agree with you. The settlement is illegal, but the international law period it goes back to 1967. Well, clearly it hasn't. It's been what 55 years, 58 years. Sorry, I'm like not 2022 anymore. 58 years, and nothing has been done about it, and it's only been getting worse. So clearly not illegal enough. Okay, so like. Yeah, and by the way, law only applies if you can apply force to it. You don't have laws if you can't actually like do anything with them. Like you can say it's legal, but like, has anyone stopped it? No. Okay, well then I guess it's legal. Like, it's like murder is illegal, but no one is stopping it. Then murder is legal. You know, like that's usually how it works. Okay, let's keep going.
Of Israel's compliance with the laws of armed conflict and its in the amount of steps that Israel takes, unprecedented in the history of armed conflict. And military
Actually, that's
commanders
just a
will
load
tell
of
you.
bullshit. I'm sorry, it just
Again, see what's low bull. What she said actually has been true. The amount of effort, like the pamphlet and all that stuff, is unprecedented in armed conflict, especially in urban areas. Every military person will tell you. So that part is not bullshit. Say what you will about reasoning, whatever. That part is actual fact. Okay? Bye, Zio bastard. Hope you get what you deserve. Freedom from people like you. Yeah, I do deserve that. You are a whiner. Honestly, I thought I had 200 subscribers. That's cool that I have 369. Thank you. Will lead to violence. It will lead to violence. There's already violence. Problem is Israel doesn't respect international law at all. Because do they have to? As long as the U.S. runs cover for them at the UN, and again, that is true. Like I said at the beginning, power dictates everything. If the U.S. doesn't care about this, does not condemn them, like the U.S. politicians are on Israel's side, there's nothing the international law can do about this. So it doesn't matter. Power dictates everything. Power dictates your fucking laws. Human morality plays no fucking anything in this equation. How much Israel is condemned at the UN? US doesn't care and won't comply. Yeah, then like nothing will happen. You're watching, bro, just quit. Okay, because if you are okay, so because nobody is watching your stream, right? Because you're like a nobody, means you shouldn't even try to stream. You should get 1 billion people to already like you before you start streaming. Good fucking reason. Every section the US has tried has been vetoed by yeah, I know, yeah, every section the US, yeah, and that's what I said, like power dictates everything. Holocaust was a European atrocity. Why were Palestinians made to pay the price? Like I said, I already answered this. Ask the politicians of the time. And I answered this, like, honestly, in a more broader sense. Power dictates everything. They had the power to make the Palestinians pay the price. Because Palestinians didn't have the power to stop them. That's why. US politicians have been bought and paid. They don't care. Then blame the US politicians, man. Everybody, look, China wants to buy US politicians. Russia wants to buy US politicians. Fucking Joe down the street would love to be able to buy a US politician. Piers got too emotional during this debate. I really wish he was more controlled here because it made his argument look bad by not allowing her to speak. 100% Tyler. If Israel claims to be a democracy, how can justify laws like the 2018 nation-state law that explicitly prioritized Jewish citizens over others? Again, you're like giving me information that is like so minute that like I'm not even gonna go there to find out if it's true right now because it's a whole other fucking project. If you say it, then sure, Israel is not democracy, okay? If Arab Jews have less rights than Israeli Jews, if Arab Israelis have less rights than Israeli Jews, then it's not a democracy. Sure, like it doesn't matter to me. I don't care if it's a democracy. Like this is not. I'm not even making the argument right now. I don't care about it at the moment. Every inch of Israel was built by Palestinian hands. Roads, highways, Knesset. Well, you do realize that Palestinian hands also include Jewish hands, right? Because plenty of Jews lived in that area. Jews can't do manual labor, and that is a fact, except that they revolutionized the farming, because farming was extremely fucking impossible in Israel, in that land, and they revolutionized it and made it possible. Ask anyone in Israel about who actually built the country. Israelis. If you look at the country from 1948 to now, the amount of like the change in what do you call it? Not like the constructions, but like I forgot the terminology for it. The change in the landscape, in the construction, all that stuff, that was not there before. That was built after Israel took over. So I agree to disagree. How is it justifiable that Palestine who fled in 1948 and their descendants cannot, but any Jew born anywhere? Because that is the decision of the people in power in that place. Sorry, so this is the question because the stream wouldn't be able to. How is it justifiable that Palestinians who fled in 1948 and their descendants cannot return, but any Jew born anywhere in the world can gain Israeli citizenship instantly? Because that is what the people in power who control that land have decided. Simple as that. Not wrong. Power dictates everything. So technically, you could be committing genocide. The UN and everyone could agree it's a genocide. But if you if you don't have the power to change the narrative, or sorry, if you have the power to change the narrative and keep doing it, then it's not genocide because power is everything. So yes and no. I'm not talking about like the so it's like it could be a genocide, but it could just not be illegal, because in order for something to be illegal, you need to be able to do something about it. It can be immoral because that has to do with human emotions. It can be evil. It can be like frowned upon, like whatever. All of these like apply. It can be a genocide. The problem is if you cannot stop it, you need force to stop the genocide. And if you can't, then in a generation or two, no one would care. Yes, so power will dictate everything regardless. If evil people control the world completely and they did whatever the fuck they want and you couldn't do anything about it, few generations from now, you know, if the evil people are still in power, those evil people would think that it was a good thing for the evil people to do what they did. Okay? Power dictates everything. Everything is subjective. Every evil action, every evil person has a sad sob story, yada yada yada, right? If you cannot change something with power, like that something will happen. If you cannot defend your land will get taken. And by the way, by power, I mean anything that, like, you know, being able to make relations with another country that would help defend you, okay, trade deals, all that stuff, politics, everything, right? Everything is power, right? Connections are also power. If Zionism is not inherently colonial, how do you explain the display of hundreds of thousands? I never even made this argument. Everything is inherently colonial. Depends how much you want to view it. Harry Dunn, I don't know if. Thank you for the David Stars. And just defend calling itself both a Jewish state and a democracy when one identity Jewish. Again, I don't care. I don't care if Israel is a democracy or not. I'm not arguing that. Our own Israel human rights groups like international bodies like Human Rights Watch now describing Israel to Palestinians as apartheid. I don't know how you can be apartheid against people who are not your citizens. Like, that makes no sense. My biggest issue is why aren't international journalists allowed there to confirm these things? I talked about this earlier in the video. Two main reasons, but honestly, we can just make it one big reason. It is a lose-lose situation for Israel to allow international journalists. No matter if the journalists would be in favor of Israel or against it, it is a lose-lose. If the journalist is in favor of Israel, Hamas would kill them, will not allow them to report good news about Israel. And if they are against Israel, then it's a lose situation for Israel, and Hamas will get its agenda to a bigger crowd. Now you're lying, bro. That's why you have to bring in Thailand people to do the infrastructure. Bro, I don't remember anyone who was, I think we had like 2 Asian people in my city in Israel when I was growing up, and this was like already in the 90s and early 2000. Okay, I lived there till 2003. I saw 2 Asian people in my city. I don't know what you're talking about, and my city grew from like 30,000 to 100,000. So like I don't know who you're talking about. My dad worked in a factory. There were no Asian people there, and they were producing metals and other shit. Okay. Blissful. I'm sorry. You're like spreading too many fucking like lines, trains of thought. I'm not gonna reply to you. Stick to the main point. Early Zionists bought the land and hired Arabs to work the land. They still do this on kibbutz today. Jews are not capable of manual labor. Actually, I don't think you know how kibbutz work. Kibbutz is like probably the best example of socialism. Kibbutz is literally socialism. They are just Arabs from surrounding countries. Okay, don't care. Why not report side and come to conclusion? Why not report both sides? You cannot report both sides. It is like literally like not gonna be possible to report both sides. Hamas will kill the side that has a report that is positive to Israel. Leave that up to Jones to decide. I don't believe either side of this war because there's zero confirmation, and you shouldn't believe any side of the war. Just believe stuff that you see from both sides as much as you can. Make your own decisions. I don't believe a journalist on the ground in Gaza because I know that it is extremely possible that there is a Hamas terrorist behind the camera with a gun telling the reporter what to say or like what line, like what train of thought to go for. Okay. Like I wouldn't even believe a reporter on the ground. As like let's say it like this: if you already made up your mind that Israel is evil, and there would be a journalist on the ground, independent or not, right, making a report in favor of Israel, people will say this reporter was bought. If there's a reporter on the ground says stuff against Israel, people would say that there's a terrorist behind the camera aiming a gun at him. You like having journalists on the ground would not actually matter at all. The only problem that Israel has with having reporters on the ground is that it is in fact a lose-lose situation for Israel. It will not sway minds one way or the other realistically. Okay? And if it does, it would only do damage to Israel. So in terms of just thinking objectively about like why would they not let them in, even if the reporters are positive towards Israel, it is a lose-lose situation. Like it won't matter. People already made up their mind about this. Okay? The only ones who would enjoy seeing a journalist saying something positive about Israel are people who already support Israel. So like this journalist on the ground makes absolutely no sense. Like it will not matter. It's just a lose-lose. Dude saying everything Hamas is not going to win your argument. Gaza flattened the IDF, killed their own people on camera, so far more civilians, and plus the death toll could be higher and nobody knows. Saying everything Hamas is not going to win your argument. Gaza. I mean, I'm not saying everything Hamas. I'm just saying that like it is like Hamas is a big portion of the argument. Like I can't avoid, you know. Like, why is no one bringing the fact that there are civilians protesting against Hamas? Why is nobody bringing the... Okay, I'm going to show you a video now, okay? The people that are stuck under the rubble. Yeah, people are stuck under the rubble. Yeah. Like, welcome to urban conflict. Like, armed resistance is as old as humanity itself. Long live the resistance. Sure. Matters to me because I might actually go to Israel's side if their claims are found true. You are very unlikely to... It will be disproportionately against Israel because Israel is on the winning side. It is like, even what you're saying is true, it is extremely unlikely that what would be reported would be in favor of Israel. Justifiably so or not, it doesn't matter. At this point, Israel is the dominant force. No matter what they do and how a journalist can spin it, Israel is losing the PR war. Israel should not focus on PR war. They lost it October 18. Israel effectively cannot win the PR war. Literally impossible. Anyways, yeah, so to your point, Don, everything I'm saying is Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Okay.
Of some
Why does Israel systematically imprison Palestinian children, sometimes without charge, in military courts, while Israel's settlers are tried in civil courts under far more lenient systems? I don't know.
serious Jewish blood libel in America.
Do I look like a judge to you? This is not a black robe. This is a black T-shirt.
The other day that unfortunately led to the death, I believe, of a couple U.S. citizens, Jewish U.S. citizens, by firebombing, by Molotov cocktail. And now we have more blood libel pushed by the not the Jewish media, the mainstream media onto Jewish people, with a headline that says Gaza officials say Israel forces kill 27 heading to aid site. Israel says it fired near suspects. Gaza officials being Hamas, but for some reason.
Listen, I don't agree. What happened on October 7th is bad. At the end of the day, people will happen. The more occupation will lead to violence, and what literally started October 7th. Dude, if we keep going back, here's the thing. Where's the cutoff? Where is the cutoff of who started? Like, you're literally like, it's like a child running to their parents of like who started the conflict, right? Like, it doesn't matter. And if it matters, then anything you say, I'm gonna go one step behind, right? It's like, well, they did this, well, they did this, well, they did this, and you're gonna go 3,000 years into the past. Like, are you looking for justification? You will never find it. The only thing that you, in my opinion, or you know what, the only thing I care about is if Israel was not able to defend itself, Hamas would win, and that would be the end of it. Because Israel is able to defend itself, Hamas didn't win, and now the Gazan people are suffering for it. It is literally just a power move. Okay? I can even say, you know what? Even if I justify October 7th, right? Let's say I agree with Hamas. Let's say what Hamas did was a good thing. Obviously, like it's not. But let's say it is. So what? How does this help Gaza? Blissful, you are going on to so many topics that I literally do not want to cover today. Who cares if kibbutz are socialist? What does it... I'm saying that like in kibbutz you only have Jews living there. What does it have to do with anything? Ben Gurion was a communist. Yes, he was. Yeah. I'm saying that's like what you're saying about kibbutz is like they're not hiring outside sources. Like everything is like it's built within the community. Okay, let's go back.
The Associated Press continues to name it Gaza officials, which means a terrorist group called Hamas. But let's read a little bit of the article. I'll show you guys some videos. This is absolutely damning that the mainstream media continues to propagate this shit, but it is what it is.
So this is what would happen if you had journalists on the ground, by the way. You would have more stuff like this, which is, by the way, a complete lie.
Don't get a break on the Jewish side of things, so let's keep going. And oh, great. I'm so happy that this article is written by Muhammad Jajua, Sami Majdi, and Fatma Khaled. That's how you know it's going to be a very unbiased article, considering the names of the people. Okay, so in Rafah, Gaza Strip, the video is going viral. I'll show you guys a little bit of a in-depth look of the article. And also
by the
what
way,
the said.
Look at the title of this. The title of this article. Gaza officials say Israeli forces killed 27 heading to aid site. Israel says it fired near suspects. You know what this means? Like, if you read it at face value, this means that Israel was firing some, like, near these people where they died. Which is, by the way, the near suspects is half a kilometer away. How is it acceptable that the Israel... again, I'm not...
Gaza officials.
Blissful. I'm sorry, but, like, you're going... Point was that Israel was built by Palestinian hands, and you haven't refuted my point because you can't. What is Palestinian hands, then? What do you consider Palestinian hands? And again, I did refute. When you said the kibbutz was built by Palestinian hands, I said kibbutz build everything in-house. They don't outsource pretty much anything, which means, and everyone who lives in the kibbutz is a Jew, usually, right? So unless you are considering the Jews as the Palestinians, then I would agree with you.
But let's read a little bit of the article. I'll show you guys some videos. This is absolutely damning that the mainstream media continues to propagate this shit, but it is what it is, so we don't get a break on the Jewish side of things. So let's keep going. And oh, great. I'm so happy that this article is written by Muhammad Jajua, Sami Majdi, and Fatma Khaled. That's how you know it's going to be a very unbiased article, considering the names of the people. Okay, so in Rafah, Gaza Strip, the video is going viral. I'll show you guys a little bit of a in-depth look of the article and also what the IDF said. Israeli forces fired on people as they headed towards an aid distribution site in Gaza on Tuesday, killing at least 27 Palestinian health officials. Again, this is Hamas, not Palestinian health officials, Hamas. And witnesses said in the third such shooting.
I'm sorry, yes, if you believe that the Arabs built everything in Israel, I don't know where you got your history lessons from, but you should get a refund.
In 3 days, the army said it fired near a few individual suspects who left the designated route, approached its forces, and ignored warning shots. The near-daily shootings have occurred after an Israeli U.S.-backed foundation established aid distribution points inside of Israeli military zones. If you guys remember, a few days ago, Israel and America decided to bypass Hamas continuously stealing aid from the Palestinian people.
So this is about the whole the food blockade that Israel clearly is not even doing. But, yeah.
And just decided to set up their own aid distribution system. This obviously angers the shit out of Hamas because this is the only way that they're staying alive, has been by stealing aid from their own people for the last year and a half. Yet you have stupid liberal college students on college campus saying free Palestine and supporting Hamas and wearing Hamas headbands because they somehow support, I don't know, this. We have really gone into the loopy zone. Like, we're in a very, very loopy zone. I'm going to come back to this article in a second, but I don't want to lose you guys because I want to show you guys the videos. This is coming from Amjad Haha on Twitter. He says, once again, here's what the media won't show you. It wasn't Israel. It was Palestinians shooting Palestinians because hatred for Jews trumps logic around here. Don't bother asking why. There's no rational answer. It was Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood terror arm, opening fire on their own people just to stop them from collecting humanitarian aid. Hamas wants people to starve because starving kids makes the best props for protesters in London and Paris. If any of you guys, if you were looking into 5 minutes, you will know that nobody has ever seriously starved in Gaza. It's not a real starvation. It's man-made starvation, but not on the ends of the Israelis, by the ends of Hamas. If you see how much, there was just a video the other day that came out of Preston Stewart, who analyzed a Hamas warehouse.
I already argued your point twice. I already told you that what you're saying is not true. If you don't want to accept my argument, that's your point. So honestly, it's useless arguing with you, if anything. Because Arabs could not have built everything. Why do you think Ireland had such massive support of Palestine? Do you know the similarities between Ireland and Palestine? Something to do with yeah, I remember something with Ireland, yeah. But why do I care about Ireland's support for Palestine? Ireland is using their own fucking trauma and apply it to a situation that is not similar at all. So, like, I really don't care about stupid people in Ireland thinking that, you know, this is a similar situation. It really isn't.
Being used as gunfire, as a gun battle fighting grounds, and literally inside the warehouse you can see water bottles and flour. You can see where they're storing the aid. They're drawing the IDF in.
The Jews did 9/11. Okay.
To have gun battles where they're storing aid. Let me translate for you in simple terms. Welcome to the Middle East, where reality hits harder than Macron's wife mid-argument and your hormone-fueled activism melts faster than a vegan at a golf barbecue. Here's the logic for the first flight out. And Hamas shoots Palestinians to stop them from eating because starving children are the main course for protest menus in London and Paris. Let's take a look at the video here. I'm not going to play any audio just in case we get dinged from the music.
Look at that.
So you can see here's
oh, that's definitely an Israeli soldier alone in enemy territory, just running around shooting civilians. Definitely.
Hamas terrorists. Let's see if the audio is important. No, audio is not important. You can see Hamas firing upon its own people. This is not the IDF killing 27 people, more blood libel. This is Hamas firing on its own people. Proof of Hamas firing on its own people. Trying to collect humanitarian.
New York Times.
I love this guy, by the way. I love this. Let me guess, you're a Hasbara troll? Sure. Yeah, if that's what you think about anyone who has a different opinion from you, then yes, I am. Love Naxanor. Love his series, 550%, Hassan Piker is fucked. But yeah, let's watch this part. The Palestinians must accept Israel's right to exist. Should Israel also be required to recognize the right of Palestine to exist as a sovereign state on its own land? It did in 2003. And what did they get for it? Bombs inside, like flying into Israel. They did. They gave them Gaza. They didn't need to give them Gaza. The world is waking up. No, the world is fucking put to sleep with every time there's a conflict in Israel. Yeah. And again, I'm not saying Palestinians must accept Israel's right to exist. It is in their own benefit to accept Israel's right to exist, as it was for Egypt, as it was for Jordan. What do you think of the upcoming kneecap court case? I don't know anything about that. Anyways, let's see this.
Israel troops near opened fire near a Gaza aid site. The military said Gazan officials said at least 27 people were killed. Notice, this is the New York Times quoting what the Gazan officials, Hamas, are saying. They are quoting the terrorist organization that says that 27 people were killed by Israelis. All right, this is a horrible thing. All right, Israel, of course, denies it. They say this didn't happen. All right, they're like, this unequivocally did not happen, but Israel's biased, so we'll keep going. This is one of the politicians in Israel who said, no, this did not happen. Israeli tanks never opened fire on civilians. Like, what is happening? All right, so things are getting a little more interesting. Things are getting very suspicious. There's quite the back and forth.
Bro, if you believe anything Kanye says, I mean, good luck. Why are Palestinian refugees denied the right to return to their homes why? Because they are a risk to the people who are currently in power. And just person worldwide can gain citizenship because the people in power allowed it to be so. No country has rights, individuals have rights. Honestly, nobody has rights. Only people who have defense for their rights have rights. What is a human right? And pretty much any human right you're gonna give me from like the Western world perspective, somewhere around the world, that human right doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a right. Right? Well, there is. But like a right doesn't exist on its own. Somebody has to defend that right. So Israel does not have the right to exist. And I correct myself. I don't think Israel has the right to exist. It has the power to exist. If your grandparents lived in Poland or Russia, on what ethical or historical basis can you... I don't care about ethical or historical basis. Can you claim ownership of the land in Palestine over someone born and raised there? Power. That is the basis for your claim. Power. If you can do it and nobody can stop you, you can do it. That's it. I don't care about historical claims, man. You're in the wrong channel if you care about historical claims. I don't give a shit about historical claims because somebody was there first, somebody was there before, somebody was there before. It's only about power. This is why we need Hitler 2.0. Damn, okay. Western rights came from Jewish, biblical, and Christian values. Yes. However, because you have a force to defend those rights, that's why they are allowed to exist. That's all it is. Also, Tony Blandetto. Let's be real here for a second. If Hitler had the power to take over, I don't think he would take over the world, but like take over Europe, all of Europe would be hailing Hitler in the morning. That's just how it is. He just didn't have the power. You use Palestinians to do the hard work of building your country. No, we didn't. That's what you do. You use people for your benefit. First of all, everybody uses people for their benefit. That's usually how it works. Second of all, no, they didn't use Palestinians to build their country. It's refreshing to hear you admit the quiet part out loud. Most of you Hasbara trolls try to justify Israel's action on ethical grounds. I have, again, I don't know what Hasbara troll even means, but if you think I am, then fine, whatever. If Zionism is not a colonial project, dude, again, this language, colonial project. Show me a country that wasn't colonized. Depending on land seizure, military occupation, and population transfer, which are classic features of colonialism. Why does the pro-Palestinian side never discuss personal agency and the responsibility they have in starting this war? They don't have any plans for a realistic, lasting peace that is focused. Because they do, again, I 100% believe a vast majority of Palestinians want to live in peace, grow their family, fuck like rabbits, have 12 children, let them mingle, have grandchildren, great-grandchildren, all that stuff. Vast majority of people. They just want what's good for them. However, if you have a power in place that, quote-unquote, brainwashes the youth to believe that the reason that their lives are so bad is because of Israel, I can't even blame them for wanting to attack Israel. However, what you need to do as an individual is face reality that right now you do not have the power to stop Israel. Either find a way to live with them, or every time you're going to attack them, you're going to suffer more. How can Israel call itself a victim? I don't remember Israel calling itself a victim, while being one of the most militarized and nuclear-armed states in the region, receiving billions annually in aid and weapons. So, first of all, I don't remember Israel calling itself a victim. Second of all, aid is not infinite. If Hamas can shoot a rocket that cost $10 to $15 to make, and Israel has to use a $50,000 rocket to stop it, Israel is at a massive loss here. Okay? The aid will not be infinite. At some point, and by the way, you want to stop this war before that point happens, because if that point happens, Israel will be a lot less civil in this war, and it really will stop caring about civilian casualties. If you care about civilian casualties, you want to see Hamas dismantled and the hostages released. Okay, Israel, force-wise, is not losing the war. I'm not an Israel guy, but some of y'all have crazy opinions against Israel. I agree, Tyler. So if Iran were to nuke Israel, would you accept the might makes right philosophy, or would you cry about it? I would accept that Israel failed to defend itself from Iran's nuke. Yes. I can still call something evil while still blaming Israel for not being able to defend itself from Iran's nuke. Yes, I can do that. I don't have a reason to be like, oh no, why would they do this? I know why Iran would do this. Israel should know why Iran would do this. The whole world knows why Iran could shoot a nuke at Israel. Israel, not being able to stop it, is the one at fault. At the end of the day, yeah. If Israel gets destroyed by another force, it is Israel's fault for not being strong enough to defend itself. It's not rocket science.
Fourth. And then a lot of videos came out. A lot of very weird, interesting videos came out from civilians in Gaza. Because remember, the civilians in Gaza hate Hamas. Hamas started this war. Hamas can end the war any day by releasing the hostages and surrendering. And Hamas does not do that. So let's see what the civilians in Gaza are saying about this.
نحن هنا بالتحدث في هذا الموضوع. أولا حماس تفضل ونموت جوع ونعاني كي لا تنجح المساعدات الأمريكية. حماس تستخدم اقتصاد المساعدات وتوزع عادات على الناس واستغلالهم والتحكم فيهم وتجنيد الشباب والناس والمحتاجين وبالتالي إذا بكل تأكيد تزعج حماس.
Right, the new mechanism is controlled by the United States and actually does get food to civilians. So the Hamas terrorists that like to control the people by stealing their food and starving them, to use their starved people as propaganda to the world. Remember, these are terrorists.
Yo, Harry Dune, thanks for the follow.
They're rapist murderers.
Well, the YouTube sub, I guess it's something like a follow. Be honest, there's truth, half truth, and lies and BS from both sides. Propaganda war as well as physical war. Yeah, 100%, bro. I'm not buying everything that Israel does as good. I already said multiple times, Israel made tons of mistakes. And I said, if I was the prime minister, bro, this war would have ended in 2 months and wouldn't be very humane. It's a good thing I am not. It's a good thing I am not the prime minister, okay?
They're horrible.
Like, I'm just the person who is tired of the bullshit. Just fucking end the war. The longer this goes, the worse it is for Israel. Financially and just politically. Israel is happy to live life in a bubble. It's a very bad idea. But they have been doing this for over 70 years now. Maybe, yeah. You might have a point there, AS. I'm a head out, but I will say you have a more respectable view on this than many of the Israel side. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
So they are really upset that food is actually getting to these people.
Okay, so this is back to the point of them arguing with her that, oh, there's a blockade on food going into Gaza. Meanwhile, you literally have US and Israel trying to get food to the citizens while Hamas is actively preventing. Putting more food into Gaza and letting Gaza handle that food never goes well for the citizens. Okay? That is the fact of the matter. Hamas are not the good guys. I can understand you supporting Palestinians and you want civilians not to die, and that is all nice and good. The problem is Israel's hands are tied. They cannot leave them to their own devices because Hamas takes advantage of anything that goes into Gaza. Okay, food, ammunition, anything that could go into Gaza. I know ammunition doesn't go into Gaza. Hamas will use that against its own citizens because the citizens are the scapegoats for the media. Okay, so you want to say it's like, oh, you're saying Hamas too much, and it's like, but that is who the war is against. The same way as I can say Israel too much, the war is against Hamas. This is not the war against Palestinians, not the war against citizens. This is literally a war with Hamas. If Hamas lay down its arms, release the hostages, right, dismantle the fucking terrorist organization, everybody there would benefit. Israel benefit, Palestinian citizens would benefit, even Hamas terrorists would benefit. Why? Because otherwise they would be dead. Okay?
Which other army?
Which other war in recent times where have you had half the population is under 18 and you killed 20,000 kids in
those figures
20 months?
Hamas figures.
So also, like, 20,000 people haven't died based on the numbers. They couldn't have died, right? You have, what, 64,000 people dead? 76% of them, based on Hamas numbers, 76% of them are military-aged men. So what's that? 24%? 4,000... Which, by the way, is split between women. I want calculator. Okay, so you got 64,000 times 0.24. Okay, so that's already under 20,000. And this doesn't even say how many of these are women of an age, and then how many of them are babies. So saying 20,000 babies are dead, Also, why are the babies there? Why are they not evacuating the babies? Why are the babies in the war zone when they're given ample warning to leave? Seems like somebody wants the babies to die.
That you are
Give me an example of where
and
this
by somebody, I mean Hamas, of course.
He's been played out elsewhere.
Well, I was explaining earlier that Hamas figures are inflated, that there are internal inconsistencies.
How convenient for you. You don't know what the figures are, so how do you know?
So, by the way, saying Hamas figures are inflated, which Hamas confirms by decreasing the amount, and when Hamas says it is a 1-to-1 or 1.5-to-1 ratio, and knowing that it's inflated, already tells you that the ratio is actually pretty good. Why are Jewish anti-Zionists often silenced or smeared if Zionism is supposed to represent all Jews and be open to internal criticism? I don't know about smearing anti-Zionists Jews. And again, Saul, I am pretty sure our definition of Zionism is very different. Zionism is the belief that Israel needs to exist. Your belief of Zionism is an ethno-superior state, right? Am I correct on that? That you think Zionism is an ethno-superiority state, whatever, however you, I don't know the proper term. If you believe that, we have a different definition of what Zionism is to begin with.
Because there have been independent studies.
How do you know how many figures are inflated or otherwise? You don't know how many have been killed.
Because we know Hamas lies. It is an internationally prescribed terrorist organisation.
Well, some might think you're lying, because you say on one hand, I don't know how many children have been killed, but on the other hand...
Zionism claimed to be about Jewish safety when it has made Jews a target worldwide due to Israel's action. Jews were a target worldwide before Israel existed, so at least they have a place that would keep them safe to its ability. Also, again, it's not that it's about Jewish safety. It's about being able or having a more deterministic way to defend Jews than it had before. So in that regard, it's like, like in mathematics, you have the approaching to zero, but not actually zero. You are approaching a more safe world for the Jew, but is it actually safe yet? No, right? Are the Jews more safe because Israel exists? Yes or no? The answer is yes. Are they safe? No. As a Muslim man, if this annoying chipmunk lady was talking to me, I would slap her across the face. Okay. Israel was created as a refuge for Jews. Why does it maintain the world's longest military occupation, continually build illegal settlements instead of promoting peace? Israel promoted peace the most out of any country in the world. The world is against Israel. The people who dislike them now will be heads of state later. Israel future doomed. We'll see about that. And also the reason the Jews have the longest military occupation, because they're constantly under threat. So.
And that's a blood libel if you say we've killed any of them. But on the other hand,
that's not what I said. No.
But on the other hand, you know all about the ratios and you know how humane the Israeli forces are being.
No. She doesn't say that she knows the ratios. She knows that Hamas inflates the numbers, as it always has, because it is in its benefit. It's literally just like common sense. You don't really have to know the amount of numbers. If you use Hamas's numbers right, and you know that Hamas has an agenda with the numbers to inflate them, then you can assume that even these numbers that Hamas is giving, which are actually pretty normal, like they're not fucking horrible for Israel, and you can safely assume that they're inflated, you are still in the win here.
But you don't know how many they killed.
Yeah, I got my world that legalized home demolitions, collective punishment, and checkpoints based on ethnicity or religion. What? Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the settlements. I don't remember the home demolition being legalized. The collective punishment doesn't exist. Okay, they're not punishing everyone because of one person. Okay, and checkpoints exist, and they're not based on ethnicity. Even Jews are having, like, if they cross that checkpoint, are getting checked. And the reason these checkpoints are there is because you had suicide bombers going from those places into highly dense populated area. Armed is fraud. Let Fox News, BBC, CNN, who all support Israel, to go into Gaza. You won't, because if they see what they see, you're doomed. CNN and BBC are not in support of Israel. I'm sorry to say this, but they're not in support of Israel. And Fox is in support of the US, not of Israel. Right? Just because they have a different interpretation of what they see doesn't mean they're in support of Israel.
Because even on Hamas figures, which we know to be false, which do not make distinctions
You
between
don't know they're
civilians and
false.
We do, because
How do you know they're false? You don't know how many have been killed.
Because Hamas has even itself revised those figures down and acknowledged that they are false. And
I love this point. It does exist, you're lying. Okay. If you say so. I love this point she's making right now because Dave Smith's like, oh, they revised it, so doesn't this mean that they're honest? I love this.
UN
Watch
is
this,
still
watch
counting
this.
So how many
false
children has
figures on
Israel
that.
killed?
If we go back to the
Well, can you answer
question,
my question?
if you go back to the ratio,
Do you know my
question,
you
no,
know-
but I can tell you the ratio even on the
what's-
basis of Hamas figures.
You can tell me the ratio without, but how do you know if you don't know how
I
many
can
have
tell you the
died?
ratio even on the basis of the false Hamas
You have no
figures.
idea how many have been killed.
Dude, like, she's telling you that even on the basis of Hamas figures, the ratio is actually good, is in favor of Israel. And we can safely assume that the ratio is inflated because Hamas lies and they revise their own figures. Then we can easily assume that the ratio is either as bad as Hamas says it, which is still good for Israel, or it's better than Hamas says it. There are only two options here. Hamas will not underrate the ratio. It's not Israel problem if a CNN reporter wants to let them in, go into Gaza. Russia, Ukraine, Iraq, etc. They all have journalists. Israel is a fraud. China, America, India, most countries with borders. Oh yeah, the checkpoints. Yeah, most countries with borders. Dark Austin for president. Germany and Israel will go down in history as the same makes Israel being the good guys. Sure.
No, but you can tell me the ratio.
I can tell you the ratio.
You're a smart lawyer. Do you not understand how ridiculous that sounds? If we were in a courtroom now, you would be demolished by a fellow lawyer. They would say, what?
How do you know? You don't even usually lawyers let each other fucking finish the argument that they're making, right? You're not letting her finish the argument. How do you even know what she's about to say?
What are you talking about?
Piers, this is not how courtroom etiquette is conducted, I'm afraid. I would be
Actually, some of my favourite lawyers conduct them exactly like this.
I would be permitted to.
Yeah. Interrupt each other. I don't know what lawyers you're talking to, but no, they are not interrupting each other. They let each other make their fucking statement. There is objections and shit like that, sure, but lawyers are allowed to finish their statement, especially when the judge says overruled, and they keep going.
Finish a sentence. The reason we can say that the ratio before the ceasefire was 1 to 1 or 1.15 to 1 is on the basis even of Hamas figures.
Well, 1 to 1 or 5 to 1?
Even on the basis of Hamas figures, which would likely be inflated, but definitely not deflated. Customs are checkpoints based on ethnicity. So when Piers treats one Israeli spokesman as a treated Palestinian spokesman for months, it becomes sham, right? Show me, tell me, who did Piers Morgan treat like this? The UK, whatever guys, Muhammad, he barely interrupted him. The guy he's gonna be interviewing here, Al-Nok interview, barely interrupts him. What are you talking about? Who does he interrupt so much? He doesn't even let them finish a point. I have never seen Piers interrupt anyone as much as here. She didn't finish one point yet. By the way, this is like 30 minutes in. She didn't finish one point. All right, Ali, take care. Thanks for being an idiot. I'll see you later.
Which one was it?
1 to 1 to 1.5 to 1. At different points in that period, those were the two separate estimates.
Studies show that strength.
And that is on the
To know
basis
that,
of
you'd have to
Hamas.
know how many innocent people
that is
you
on
killed.
Again, that's on the basis of, like, she's answering your fucking question. On the basis of Hamas figures, the ratio is this, and it's still a good ratio.
the false Hamas figures. So the reality is that the expectation would be the ratio
You
is
don't
quite
believe
lower
it.
than
So what is the number?
the reality.
So it would be lower. If I don't believe that, it doesn't matter. So it would be lower. Hamas would not lie against its own favor. How fucking stupid is this? Imagine being married to this Zaya feminist. I feel bad for her husband. Jesus.
Is that the expectation would be the numbers are even less than that. That, in any event, is unprecedented in the history of urban armed conflict.
Yeah,
So it puts
even with Hamas numbers, it's an unprecedented amount in a good way. And we can safely assume that Hamas inflated the figures. Okay, even if by a little bit, because it will never publish numbers that are like deflating the actual scenario. Okay?
puts the lie to all of these accusations that we have been hearing. And the reason, let me finish this sentence, if you will. The reason that it is so terrible, that it is so dangerous that these lies are being spread about Israel, that even you and other respected international journalists have begun to propagate them, is that it is having a direct impact. No, that you have been.
Look at them take this, what she said right now, take this completely the wrong way.
Taken in by them is because it is having a direct impact on the safety of Jews around the world. We've seen the impact of 14,000 babies in 48 hours when 2 Israeli staffers were murdered, executed on the streets of DC. Only yesterday.
Again, by the way, I didn't hear her blame them. She's saying how dangerous the rhetoric is that even they get consumed by it. That's what she says.
We saw a fire.
What was the link? What was the link there? Are you saying that the person?
2 days after
are you saying the person that perpetrated that appalling murder was actually even aware of the story you're talking about? You're drawing a direct link.
The Chicagan that committed that murder shouted "Free Palestine," and this is for Gaza.
You mentioned something about 48,000 babies.
2 days after that full story went around the world.
It was a full story because the idiot that came out with it should have known better. I didn't promote that in any way at all, other than to say.
But you are promoting false allegations of starvation and targeting
civilians.
No,
I'm promoting the fact that Israel's government launched a 3-month blockade, which has led to
without context
people
of 25,000 tons of trucks of aid having been provided before that.
What did Zaya? He's calling her a Zionist feminist, and because he lives in a Muslim country, he would probably like cut her throat. Well, he said he would keep her in the kitchen, but realistically, let's be real, what he actually meant.
Facts without context are misleading.
All right, Dave, we're a bunch of deluded clowns who have been misled. Israel's government.
Yes. Actually, well said, Piers. Yes, you are. You are deluded clowns who have been misled. Yeah. Just created feminism, pornography, atheism. Why would anyone who is righteous support these people? Jews run the world, guys. Jews run the world and they can't even win a little PR war. Imagine that.
Is telling the whole truth here. Everyone else is lying or being taken in by lies.
And again, massive exaggeration. She never said everyone is lying. She said these topics are wrong. These topics are not facts, are lies propagated, like the 14,000 babies lie.
Yeah, it's just like, look,
we're putting Jews in danger by promoting these lies.
You know,
Yeah, you are. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. Like, I mean, yeah. Imagine, smiling with her hair dangerously out. Yeah, I know it is pretty dangerous, dude. You can see her neck. Like, that's fucked up. That's it. It's like. Master Epps, please, you can ask me anything as long as you're respectful. I'll be respectful. If you're not respectful, you're gonna get the same treatment. I don't take offense, but I treat people as they treat me. So go ahead and ask. Ah, fuck, the YouTube delay is like 20 seconds or some shit, so it's gonna be a bit. Man, I want to do like damn her with facts and logic. I know, man. How dare she? How dare she be factual and use common sense and logic? I know common sense and logic are like the poison to Dave, because everything he says like makes no fucking sense. Well, it makes sense if you're like a 5-year-old and you can't think like even like half a step ahead. And he just like, oh, just use common sense. Use exactly what you see in plain sight as the common sense instead of like thinking ahead. 1 second. Okay, October 7th was one massacre, and there were 22 massacres by Israel before that. The 22 are not a reason to hate Israel, but Israelis taste one, unforgivable, and Palestine. Okay, so now I don't think you were here when I was saying this, because this still applies. Let's take Israel and let's take the U.S. and Cuba. Okay, like, do you see the double standard? I don't care about the double standard. If that's the response to one massacre, then the hatred for 22 massacres justifies not. First of all, the context is off, but because like you're missing like 100,000 missiles that were fired into Israel, you're missing like all of the suicide bombing that were happening, yada yada yada, right? But like, let's even take what you're saying at face value, right? Let's take it like that, right? Do you think that Vietnam is actually a great point, okay? US invaded Vietnam, okay? Even though they lost the war, right? Imagine they didn't lose the war and they just, they just stopped and they went back. Okay? Now US did a lot of damage to Vietnam to the point where like US had to volunteer to go and remove minefields from Vietnam that the Vietnamese were putting there. Okay? Now imagine the scenario where after all of these atrocities that the US committed in Vietnam, what would happen to Vietnam if it dared to actually attack US on US soil? Do you think the US would give a shit about their justification for attacking it? I guarantee they would not give a fuck. Not give a flying fuck about the justification of Vietnam attacking the US. So you either play nice with the people in power, unfortunately, that is the reality of the world. Play nice, await your fucking opportunity when you have the power, and then if you still want to kick their ass, go for it. If you're attacking from a weak position, you're gonna get your ass handed to you. And even if Israel, let's say, attacked unjustifiably 22 times Gaza, and Gaza had the moral superiority, like Hamas would have the moral superiority of attacking Israel, all they're gonna do, because Hamas knew they're not going to destroy Israel with this attack, okay, they were just gonna do damage. Again, these are all like moral arguments. The US is not colonizing Vietnam and having white settlers killing Vietnamese families and kicking them out. Do you really think that the Vietnamese saw it your way? Well, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. Like, that's not the case at all. I'm just giving you an example of like another thing that like a populace can be like, oh well, they commit atrocities on us, let's attack them. And it's a weaker force attacking a stronger force. What do you think the stronger force would do? Would they be like, oh well, we did commit a lot of trouble in Vietnam. They just killed like based on like what numbers, it would be like 50,000 or whatever. They just like killed like 50,000 of our people, but it's okay because we did something bad before. Do you really think anyone would view it that way if they're in a position of power? Even if you're like you are correct. Like, let's say morally reprehensible what the US was doing, whatever, and then if Vietnam attacked the US, justifiably so, do you think the US would just be like, oh, okay, well, we kind of deserved it? Look at 9/11. What happened with 9/11? Right? All of the what do you call it? U.S. influence in the Middle Eastern world, right? All of that shit, right? Then you have 9/11. I don't care about the conspiracy right now. I'm just making the point. Okay, all of 9/11 happened. What did the U.S. do? Fucking war in Iraq for 10 years. Okay. If you attack a superior power, even if you're justified, you will not Like, the only ones who would suffer are the citizens you are supposed to protect as the government. Okay? So even if Hamas was justified, which, by the way, I do not believe they're justified, we can go on every conflict and you would see that there is like a cause and effect, there is a retaliatory, there is like the aggressor, every single time. Like, you say, oh, well, they did this, well, okay, well, they did this, oh, well, they did this. It's like we just keep going back, who started what, it doesn't matter. The moral of the story is Hamas knew they're not going to destroy Israel with this attack. All it would do is cause Israel to kill its own citizens. Just by the fact of an urban warfare. Even if Hamas is justified, it is a very dumb move to do because Israel will have to retaliate. Israel is not going to be like, oh, well, you killed 1,200 of us. Well, I guess we kind of deserve it. Okay, let's sue for peace now. That's not going to happen. That is a very naive way of thinking about it. So even if your argument of like, Israel did 22 massacres, this doesn't matter. If you're antagonizing the monster's gonna attack you, even if it was attacking you before, right? It's like, imagine, like, let's go with fantasy fucking categories, right? You're a village, right? And you are sacrificing a person to the dragon to eat, so it doesn't attack your village, right? One time, you missed it, or the dragon was somehow like a bit hungrier, so it went for a little stroll to look for food, and it killed a few of your people while doing it, right? It destroyed a few houses, killed a few people. Yeah, Israel will always lose the PR war, it doesn't matter, right? So the dragon goes, kills a few people, then it goes to rest. Now this village decide that it's like, you know what? Fuck this dragon, let's go kill it, right? And you are unequipped to kill this dragon, okay? And you go, and you want to fucking kill the dragon, but instead all you're doing is antagonize it, and then your village is destroyed, and it's like, this fucking dragon is the evil guy. It's like, well, don't antagonize the fucking dragon, okay? Because you just cost your whole village to fucking burn, okay? You antagonize the fucking dragon. Oh my god. So that's, like, again, and this is only from the perspective of, let's say that Israel is the evil ones, and Gaza are like the good guys, right? Even from that perspective, October 7th was like the dumbest fucking move you could have done that would only cause the death of your own civilians. Just by the nature of it being an urban warfare. Israel would never win the PR war here. Ever. It is impossible because they are the stronger guys, and you can always find an Israeli at fault in some fucking scenario because this war has been going on for 80 years and nobody's going to do the research of who started which conflict. There was this one guy here keeps bringing me conflicts and questions, and it's like, bro, I don't know every intricacy of every fucking conflict, right? And I don't care. It doesn't matter who started what. You are living in the present. You need to make decisions for the present and the future. If you want to keep getting involved in a war with Israel when you are clearly on the weak and losing side, you're gonna get your ass handed to you. You want to stop the war? Learn to live with them, even if right now, because of all of the previous war, I'm sorry, but like, even if Israel agrees to a peace deal completely, peace deal with Gaza, people would be worried of you. Why? Because it's a war that's been going for 80 years. For at least 2 generations, probably, and by generations I mean like 20 to 40 years, right? Gen Z, Gen X, whatever, it's like 10 years apart, right? And at least 20 to 40 years that there would be some underlying hostility between the two nations even after peace, which is the same thing that happened with Egypt, which is the same thing that happened with Jordan. You have to prove that your pursuit for peace is legit and not just stalling for the next conflict.
You're a Jewish guy.
Yes, I am. And maybe I'll respond to that. Well, first of all, I'll just say that.
Why did the giant around me eat some of your people for years? Like, it wasn't just sleeping in its cave. No, it was casually killing already, even during times of peace. Well, then you have to make a decision of... Sorry, not even a decision. You have to develop a way to kill the dragon. If you just, like, again, what you're saying is, you are correct. The problem is, unless you make a plan of how to take down this dragon, and you're just attacking it because you're pissed, you are gonna end up having all of your fucking village destroyed. That is the problem. Okay? You do not antagonize a stronger force for because you are on the right side of history. It doesn't matter. Like, you could be on the right side of history, but your lineage is fucking done. Then it doesn't matter if you're on the right side of history. You have no lineage. You got yourself killed because you chose to do what's right for you than what's right for your people for the long term. And again, if you want to go down that route and everyone agrees, then fine, whatever. But clearly, that's not the route that Palestinians want to go. They just want to live in peace. They don't want war with Israel. If they did, you would see all of the civilians marching against Israel. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. In this situation, unfortunately, yes, it sucks, but that is the situation of the Palestinian people. You have to learn to live with them, or if you don't want to live with them, then you're gonna have to sacrifice your village, quote unquote. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the scenario that is given to them. Yeah, I'm sorry, bad spawn RNG, however you want to call it, but yeah, you don't go and fight a losing battle because you are right, and meanwhile, because you are right, all of your civilians are suffering because of it. The people who you are supposed to protect. Do you see my comment that starts with one thing or is unique, or was it? I think it was removed. I didn't see it. No. No, I don't see it. Yeah, no, I didn't see it. Try again. By the way, thank you for being respectful. I clearly see we don't agree on this, but as long as you're respectful, man, I'll give you my full attention and answer you as honestly as I can. No gotchas here, no nothing like that. Except massive fucking sweat. It's so hot right now. It's I need some more water. I forgot I'm using the mic on my headphones. So I'm trying to turn my head to the mic that I usually use, but that mic is not working right now, and my water just fell. Hi. Does it keep getting deleted, maybe? Yeah, I'll get back to you. I want to keep finishing. Oh, wait, never mind. Why does the pro-Palestinian side never discuss personal agency and the responsibility they have in starting this war, and they don't have any plans for a realistic, lasting peace that is focused? Because they're emotionally driven. They literally the whole argument for pro-Palestine is emotionally driven. And by the way, if the tables were reversed, right? The tables were reversed. Palestine was the stronger power. Israel was the weaker power. I would say the same exact thing. Don't mess with the stronger power. Start building connections to become stronger. Start developing your own force to be able to fight this stronger power. I would say the exact same thing. Your own defense, the job of the government is making sure the civilians can live in as much peace as possible, right? Within your means, within your power. Okay? If you're going and poking the bear, don't be surprised that the bear will chase you to the village and start eating your fucking villagers, okay? Bill's society you want to live in. Yeah, 100%, yeah. I'm going at this with the least amount of emotion as I can. Obviously, am I still biased? Yes, I can see myself being biased sometimes. I try as hard as I can not to be. Okay? Just because I am siding with Israel on this, I'm trying not to be biased. I'm trying to view it from both perspectives as much as I can. I just don't like emotional arguments because emotions have nothing to do with war.
Even the idea, as you hear these arguments, Piers, where they'll say well, we know these numbers that the Gaza Health Ministry puts out are lies because we know Hamas lies. And look, the proof of that is that they revised their numbers down at one point.
So yeah. Thanks, Dave Smith. Watch him fucking lose his logic here. The reason we know Hamas lies is because they revised their numbers. So yes, But because they revised their numbers,
right? But doesn't that just kind of lead to the question, Pierce? Then, like, why would they revise their numbers down?
Why would they double
lying? Why?
Because they were so exaggerated that people were not believing them. Because you could see, if professionals start doing the numbers, they would see that they are lying. So they had to revise the numbers to more realistic prices. It's like going to a salesperson, right? Let's say you're a car salesman, right? Not even. You know what? I used to work those the sales job, like those assholes in the mall that sell you shit you don't need, like fucking soap and like hair straighteners and stuff, and they just stop you, whatever, and they try to sell you. Do you know how much we were upselling that? If the product costs $100, I'm trying to sell to you for $900. Then I'm telling you, if you buy two, you get a 50% off, and I sell you two for $900. Guess what? This cost me $200. You still paid $900. Okay? If you start haggling with me, I can go down as low as $200. Not even sorry, but if you side with Israel against the Palestinians, whom the Zionists being the aggressor against for 100 years, then I have every right to assume you'd side with the Nazis. Why would I side with the Nazis? So first of all, your premise, I hope Israel is paying you, otherwise this is pathetic. It would be nice if they paid me, Ben. Hey, if they can pay me, yo, I'll give you my email. Let's go, bro. I am down to do this for a living because this is something I actually believe in. Which is not a lot. I don't believe in a lot of things, but I believe I am right on this thing, no matter what the world says. At least the way I put it. If you side with Israel against the Palestinians, whom the Zionists being the aggressor against for 100 years. Yeah, I think like the scenario is extremely different, and I don't think it's comparable to Nazis at all. I hope Israel is playing a Zion rising. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, I don't think the comparison to Nazi Germany is comparable at all. There's a very big difference here.
Like, yeah, right. Why wouldn't they just stick with the original numbers that they had?
In fact, the buzzword of the debate.
It's what always happens with the pro-Israel people is like they use what is a point on my side as a point on their side.
Because it is, because your brain just doesn't function fucking properly. Again, to the point that I was saying, like if you're a salesperson, your product costs $100 and you want to make as much profit as you can, you're gonna raise the prices a shit ton, right? And then when you get some resistance, you'll be like, okay, you know what? It's $450 instead of $900, but the real number is still $100. What is the difference between Nazi Germany and Israel? Well, first of all, it's a conflict between states. Okay, the state has a duty to protect its citizens. The state is discriminating against Jews when it's World War II, versus like here, there's no discrimination based on anything other than that there's an organization in Gaza that is like making the life of its own citizens the worst. Honestly, was different. Honestly, you're gonna hate me for this. If you're like a pro-Palestine, let me tell you this: Israel is the only thing in the world right now helping Palestinians. Good luck with that one, okay? And it's not even close that they're the only ones who are helping Palestinians, because you literally think Hamas is a resistance. Hamas is a military force for the Gazans. If you think that, then I'm sorry, you have been lied to. Get your brain checked. The evil Zionists and the Nazis is definitely comparable. Sure, I'm not going to change your mind. You already made your mind. You're not here to ask questions. You're not here to debate the point. You are just stating facts. So in that regard, sure, whatever. Like, if you can compare them, good luck. Hitler drank water, I drink water, I guess I am equivalent to Hitler. You're void of consciousness? Maybe, but I have a ton of logic. And logic right now is winning. Unfortunately, PR is an emotional battleground, and I don't give a shit about emotions.
I wouldn't trust Hamas as far as I could bloody throw them, right? They're a bunch of despicable death cult murderers, right? Just to be crystal clear. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. And yet historically,
I wouldn't trust Hamas as far as I can throw them. But historically, they have been truth tellers. Why would you not trust Hamas as far as you can throw them, but then go in the next sentence say that they're accurate, that they're truth tellers?
Historically, their figures through this health authority in this conflict going back decades have turned out to be reasonably.
Well, clearly no, because they had to revise it. And secondly, how would you know? Piers, let me ask you this question. How would you know that they were honest? Can you do the numbers?
Accurate. I know that
Correct.
because Israel
Piers,
has accepted them over the years.
And Piers, as you know, because I've been
Because they
coming on
don't
your...
have any other fucking source of information. And they accepted them while still, again, even if you accept, and this is like the argument that they like don't seem to get through their fucking brain, as she said already, based on the numbers that Hamas is providing, let's assume that they're not lying. Based on the numbers, Israel is still doing very well on the proportionality of civilian to Hamas terrorist damages or kills, whatever you want to call it, right? And it is still safe to assume that they're lying. And with their revision, it actually shows how much they lied. And their revision could still be a lie, as I displayed with the sales analogy.
Your show for a long time now. You know, I've always said the same thing too. I also don't really trust the Gaza Health Ministry. I'm just making the point that them revising the numbers down would be a point of evidence that they're being honest, not a point of evidence that you can't trust them. But
no, a point of evidence that they lied too much. Israel found Hamas and is now using them to mass slaughter the Palestinians. A 1-to-1 ratio, maximum 1.5 to 1. Also, Hamas themselves came out with the numbers that 76% of the casualties were military-aged men. So I'm sorry, not sorry for giving you the facts. Anyways, let's read this. Israel founded Hamas and is now using them to mass slaughter the Palestinians. Again, if you're thinking that what is happening in a year and a half, that this is mass slaughtering when Israel has vast superiority in force, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, Israel is being extremely restrained here. Or like they're really bad at aiming their rockets. Whilst, as always, taking their land. Just like they armed... Again, by the way, they gave them this land. I don't know if you remember, Gaza wasn't Palestinian controlled until 2003. So they gave them their land. Oh, they gave them their land to entrap them, to cause terror onto Israel so that they can take the land back. Then why give them the land to begin with? Just like they armed and fought ISIS to overthrow Assad and then took over Syria? Sure. Yeah, the UN, Oxfam, UNICEF, Euromed, ICC, ICJ are lying about Israel. Honor Israel is truthful about itself when they are not slipping up on TikTok. Dude, I never said Israel is truthful. I'm literally saying the numbers that even Hamas provided that are likely inflated, they're definitely not deflated, and even if they are true, are still in favor of Israel. And based, like, just this video, just this incident, right, that I talked about earlier, about the 27 people who died, that Hamas blamed Israel for, which was proven to be false, that Hamas was shooting at insulting civilians and trying to starve them. Based on this interview that this guy is saying, that's like, yeah, we are not getting the food because Hamas took all of our fucking food, okay, should give you some context about who you are dealing with here with Hamas, and take everything that comes out of there as with a grain of salt. I'm not saying Israel is 100% truthful. There's definitely propaganda on Israel's side. Obviously, there will be. It is a war. Let's be real. They want to win the PR war as much as possible. Okay? They're not going to win the PR war. Like that, like realistically, it is literally an impossible position to win the PR war. Right? So, you know, but exposing as many lies as you can at least gives you a context of what these Hamas terrorists are capable of. They are capable of shooting at their own citizens to make sure that they starve. So, yeah, when I make the argument that Israel is literally the only thing that might save the Palestinian people, I am not joking. You might think I'm joking, you might think I'm crazy, okay? But realistically, that is like the best case scenario for Palestinians is for Hamas to immediately fucking surrender. Palestinian leadership hate their own people and historically bankrupted their own people to buy their fat wives expensive handbags. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, how many Palestinians are blaming Hamas for starvation and how many Palestinians blaming Israel for it? The ratio is 99.5 to 0.5%. Again, I don't know where you got these numbers. There have been protests of people people in Gaza against Hamas, but there's also been evidence of Hamas sending bodies of these protesters to their family houses. So, you know, it is what it is. This guy wants to talk about lies when Israel is claiming there's no. The 1-to-1, 1.5-to-1 ratio is actually Hamas figures. These are Hamas figures, and these are fantastic figures for Israel. And they are likely to be inflated because Hamas gave those numbers. Israel is the reason for all the turmoil in the Middle East? Could be. Probably. So, know how this appeared on my feed, but this guy is defending the lying lady, then I'm out. Hard to say she's lying because she didn't get to say anything. The only thing she got to say is that if we use the Hamas numbers, then Israel is still in a good point. And we all know that Hamas is likely inflating them. So other than that, she didn't really get to say anything yet. So, and it's been 35 minutes.
Look, I will just say this, okay? And Piers, again,
I get you hate facts. I get it, because facts don't align with your religious value that Palestinians and most importantly Hamas are the good guys. They are a resistance force.
Coming on your show, I've done a lot of these debates, over the last year and a half or so.
Are pretty much paying the price of the Holocaust. They are. Yeah, it's sad, but that is the truth of the case. The Palestinians are the only ones who are going to suffer from this. It's like that on purpose, by the way. I know why, yeah. They are. I'm not even going to disagree with you. Let's be real. If the Holocaust didn't happen, Israel probably would not exist. Yeah. Don't let a bad situation, how do they say it? Don't let like a catastrophe be put to bad users. Like, every catastrophe is an opportunity, something like that, right? What's the saying? Every catastrophe is an... I totally misspelled it. As John once said, it's a Rockefeller. Funny enough, it is a Rockefeller. So every disaster is an opportunity, but it's true. Yeah, but it's true. Every disaster that ever happened has been used as an opportunity. Yeah, Israel is an opportunity, and yeah, in large. Bad decision making. Oh, you mean on the Palestinians? Yeah, of course. Like they didn't want to accept Israel, and then they kept going to war. Israel had enough power and support to win those wars. Palestinians lost. Yeah, it is what it is. But look at this. Egypt decided, like, you know what? Let's not have a war with Israel. Is Egypt suffering from Israel? No, they're left to their own devices. Is Jordan suffering from Israel? No, they're left to their own devices. The only time Jordan and Egypt actually suffered was when they accepted Palestinians in, who started to create terror organizations inside of them. Black September in Jordan killed the fucking king. Got kicked out to Lebanon. What's the state of Lebanon and Syria right now? Can you tell me? Oh yeah, they have a fucking civil war because the terrorist organization took over their fucking land. Okay? So, like, yeah, again, you can say it's like, oh, it's because Israel exists. Like, sure, okay, but Israel is not dictating them to do this. This guy is a certified Zionist. Fuck yeah, bro, give me a badge. Actually, don't give me a badge. Last time Jews got a badge, didn't turn out well for them.
I would never, like, if you remember, there was this example of
not
the guy
colonizing
in Florida
Egypt or Jordan, mate. They did. They did. Israel took over Mount Sinai. Israel took over like the West Bank. And some other fucking part. They were colonizing it. They gave it back. Same way as they gave Gaza. Dumbest fucking decision ever. Right? They could have kept it. They didn't have to give it back. They could have kept it and keep being at war. But no, they decided, you know what? Take it back, but we want peace. And Egypt said, okay, you know what? Fine. We'll no longer go to war with Israel, and they got Mount Sinai back. Yes. And why did they give Gaza back? It's literally the same argument. Why did they give Gaza back? It's not took that back. They gave it back. They received it back. They didn't take it. They were given it by Israel for the pursuit of peace. Same as the West Bank. Oh yeah, okay, West Bank has its issues, yes, and again, if everything you say about those settlements is true, it is an atrocity, yada yada yada, okay? But there's a reason they don't have war with Jordan, why they gave them back their territories. Okay? Simple as that. when they gave back the territory of Gaza to Palestinians, Harry, I don't like that argument. I don't believe in the ancestry of a land because I believe in power. So, yeah. Israel wouldn't give back any land unless they had to. It's not like they're doing it for gracious reasons. Well, if they didn't have to, how come there's peace after they gave it back? That was the deal. They give it back, there is peace. So if the Palestinians have power sometime in the future and when Israel has to accept it and go to another country, if that would be the conclusion of what the Palestinians would want to use their power for, yes. Yeah, if Palestinians had the power to kick out all the Jews and take over Israel, yeah, like that would be the case scenario. Egypt did not take it with force. Signed a peace treaty in which Israel agreed to withdraw from the entirety of the Sinai Peninsula. They didn't take it with force. That was the peace treaty. There was no taking it. It's not a take. Take is like kick them out. They would left willingly for peace. And since then, there has been peace with Egypt. Because if Egypt took it by force, you wouldn't have peace with Israel and Egypt. And it took 20 years before an Israeli went into Egyptian lands. And just sum up, Israel has been killing Palestinians long before Hamas existed and Lebanese long before Hezbollah existed. Yeah, it was war. What do you want? And and vice versa. It's not like it was a one-sided killing. It was war. Israel propaganda channel to combat the narrative. Red flag along with this stooge losing support very quickly. I'd never had support to begin with. Oh, you mean Israel? Israel never had support to begin with. Every conflict Israel has ever been in, Israel was in the wrong based on public perception. Like that is just the reality of the matter. Like it doesn't really change anything. But that's been the reality. I want to tell you, bro. That's been the case since forever. Every conflict. Because Israel are viewed in one way, colonizers, which is like the fucking, the most popular word in 2024, and now will be probably 2025, right? They are the stronger force because they are not the ones losing wars in that region, right? So they are the stronger force. They're the oppressors, right? So yeah, there's no way Israel would win the PR war. Like, this is just never gonna happen.
Who is being charged with attempted murder right now because he shot 2 people who he thought were Palestinians. Turned out they weren't. He was wrong. But I would never use that as an example in one of these debates and say, aha, pro-Israel person, you're responsible for that. Right. I'm a free market, libertarian, free market capitalist guy. There was a Bernie Sanders fan who shot up a congressional baseball game several years back. I would never use that in an argument and say, you're responsible for that because it's the cheapest, lamest.
She never said you're responsible. She said the narrative adds to it. Adds direct, like, do you think these ideas spawn out of thin air? These ideas spawn because people like you talk about it. Are you responsible for these actions? No. Are you adding to them, even if like 0.1%? Yes. Is Hassan Piker, Hamas Piker, responsible for that asshole who killed 2 Jewish people at the Israeli embassies? No, he's not responsible, but his narrative is adding fuel to that fire. That's simple as that. Do I wish for censorship? No. I actually think that these people should have the right to keep saying what they want, and when they cross the line, they should get arrested for inciting violence. That's all it is.
Form of argument. You are not responsible if you're telling the truth as you see it. For some,
but you don't see the truth, so is what it is.
Crazy person committing a horrific act of violence. By the way, we're talking about
again. No one said you're responsible. Your rhetoric is adding, you're not responsible for the actions of another man unless you put a bullet, like you put a gun to their hand and tell them to do it.
Ongoing innocent people being killed for over 20 months at this point now. So like that's what the whole conversation is about. But the idea that
a moral argument, innocent people are dying in a war that started by the government of the innocent people.
any of us are responsible. Look, here's the bottom line, Piers. I understand Natasha wants to sit here and say the reason you've changed your mind is because you've fallen for the propaganda. You've fallen for the lies. The reason why everyone is so outraged is because they're falling for these propaganda.
True.
The truth is that the reason why.
And you're tired. And you're just tired of the fucking conflict. You're tired of seeing kids dying. And you're tired of civilians dying. Look, the dragon's already eating the villagers constantly. It just attacks them more aggressively if they attack it. But either way, it's killing them. Like, again, in that example that I gave you, you are right. My point is, if you attack the dragon nilly-willy without a plan, all of your villagers will die. That is the point I'm making. Like, you are, like, again, if you're saying that, well, they're gonna die anyways, then okay, fine, they're gonna die anyways. Like, fine, fair point, right? Obviously, in this scenario, I can also say, like, well, they can move, they can migrate, yada, yada, yada. But I'm giving you, like, a hypothetical that is extremely not realistic, okay? We can dissect it to its, like, most minute fucking details, right? But, like, how about raising more warriors? How about advancing your technology as much as you can? How about building defenses that would detract the dragon, right? There are, like, more ways to deal with the dragon than just going nilly-willy with, like, no technology, some fucking sticks, attacking the dragon, knowing you won't do any damage to him, just to antagonize him to come and destroy you. I'm talking about, like, the battle plan is stupid. I'm not talking about, like, the scenario is 1-to-1, obviously, because, like, you have a lot of variables that you can play with. I'm talking about this, like, just the power dynamics here. Ending for you is just a war. Why Israel complained? What do you mean, why? Why would they whine about... Wait. If everything for you is just a war, why Israeli complained and whined about 7th of October and not just accepted it? They accepted it. And then they went and dealt with it. That's why they're still inside of Gaza. They have the power to do something about it. What do you think? Accepting is just like letting things go? If October 7th happened and Israel was powerless to do anything about it, like they had no fucking force to go into Gaza, they had no way to attack Hamas, and they were just crying about it, I would say, why the fuck are you crying about it? Develop yourselves. Make it so that you can stop this next time. But that is not the case. Israel has the power to do something about it, and they're doing it right now. Simple as that. It's not complicated, guys. I swear, this is like a very, very simple logic.
Piers and so many people around the world are turning on what the Israeli government is doing is because it's just so freaking horrible. Because we're seeing
No. Well, I mean, yes, it's so horrible because your emotions are running wild. Oh my God, another day of war, another civilian dies. When will it end? Well, when the war ends, obviously. Like, this is still an urban warfare. Like, all of the fucking fighting is still in urban. You'd be saying a whole other stuff if you lived in the West Bank, man. It's so easy to say what you're saying with all your rights and resources. Probably I would be more biased if I lived in the West Bank, of course. I can say it because I am removed from it and I can view it in a logical, emotionless lens. Yes, of course. If I lived there and it was impacting me, I would probably have a different view. I might have been just like very vengeful, right? I might have been a resentful, vengeful person. I might have been a suicide bomber if I lived in the West Bank. Yeah, maybe I would be able, like, maybe you could radicalize me. 100%, yeah. I'm talking to you from a removed, as emotionless as I possibly can lens, and just looking at the facts on the ground. Which, by the way, I don't know much about the West Bank. Like, realistically, I don't know the exact scenarios there. Yeah, I know checkpoints. I saw the map, how it looks. Like, Israel controls the vast, like, the area around it, and they can, like, and Jordan controls like the settlements or whatever, and then there's the whole thing, and then obviously, like, you have like the assholes who come and steal land, yada yada yada. Yeah. Sure, I can. If I learn about that scenario, I will give you a very similar analysis of the case, as emotionless as I can. And that's it. Yeah, settlers didn't kill your brother and kick you again. Like, yeah, they didn't. Yeah, because you're attacking them. They did it because this is my land given to me by God. Now get the fuck out. Yeah, and they're wrong. Sure. Like, if it is exactly as you're saying it, they are in the wrong. If that is exactly how it is, the settlers are in the wrong. Simple as that. I am not even arguing with you. I don't know enough about the West Bank to argue any point. If you're giving me a point blank, I will take it at face value and say, under the circumstances that you are presenting me, with me not having any prior knowledge, you are correct. Yes. As I gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see what I missed. Land in the West. What Palestinian in the West Bank should do against their occupation? Well, right now I would say stop throwing rocks at the army and the IDF soldiers would be a good start. You know, like that would be a good start. You see the videos. I'm pretty sure you don't know enough about the West Bank because it's not a popular topic in Zionist spaces. I don't know enough because I'm just like not very interested. It's not a hot topic, but yeah. So yeah. I also like don't have time to just research everything. But like I said, it really doesn't matter if I know enough or not. My point is, if I take your argument at face value, I will most likely agree with you. But I'm just not going to argue back and forth about it because I lack knowledge about it. I'm not going to talk to you about fucking like China internal politics because I don't know anything about China internal politics, right? Like even though yeah, it has something to do with Israel, sure, I don't know the history of it, right? I can't argue with you because I like even if let's say I would look at like something like just like the one video of this one settler who says, and I saw this video, it's kind of like it's funny but sad at the same time, who says like this fat guy who says like, well, if I don't take it, somebody else will. In that video, 100% this guy is in the wrong, the settler. Of course he's in the wrong. Are you kidding me? There's no way I can defend this guy. But I don't know anything about like where is this place located, what is the history, who is this fucker, who is the family, what's going on. It's not that I don't trust you fully, it's that I don't know enough to argue with you So I will take you at face value, and based on the argument you give me, I'll be like, you're either right or wrong just based on the argument. Likely wrong. There are hundreds. That's why you see the Arab land shrinking in the West Bank. There's a reason for that. Again, like, I could agree with you. We could literally just agree on everything regarding the West Bank. From the videos that I have seen, it looks like Israel is 100% the wrong, but I have zero context and I didn't care enough to research it because I just don't find very interesting. Not that it's not sad, not that it's not evil or whatever. Like, personally, I like my time. You don't know anything. What is the point of the stream? The point of the stream is not about the West Bank. The West Bank just keep getting brought up. I know that the size is bigger than Gaza, but like the conflict there, I had no interest in. Right? I had no interest like in pretty much any Israeli conflict. I didn't care that they went to Syria. I didn't care that, you know, I think it was like 100 civilians from Israel died from like a rocket attack, rocket attack from Syria or Lebanon. I just don't care about these things. Like, okay, yeah, like part of the course. Like, this is normal, right? Like, this is nothing like exciting that I care about too much. I like my time. I will look at what interests me. I'm not going to look at the whole history of Israel, where they were right or wrong, because also that doesn't even go anywhere near my my argument regarding it. As you probably have seen, Master Epps, by now, my argument has nothing to do with legacy, has nothing to do with ancestry, has nothing to do with who deserves what. My whole argument is, if you have the power to do something, then you are going to be allowed to do it. At the end of the day, no matter how evil, how immoral, how anything, if you have the power to do something, or somebody doesn't have the power to defend themselves, like, they will get taken advantage of. Like, that is like normal human behavior. Anyways, let's go on. Yeah, I appreciate the questions. I'm just sorry, I just can't argue the point, so like I'll just agree with you on that if it is as you say it is.
Images every day of children suffering through
and again, see this argument.
The reason why Piers and so many people around the world
I hate this argument.
turning on what the Israeli government is doing is because it's just so freaking horrible. Because we're seeing images every day of children suffering through an ungodly fate. We all sit there and think, my God, if those were our kids. It's a pure reaction to witnessing evil. And you got to sit here.
No. So see, he equates this to evil, not the price of war. Okay? I don't see what Israel is doing as evil. Okay? That is the price of war. And again, I said it before, if Hamas gave up, lowered the weapons, dismantle, give up the hostages, like, kids would stop dying. Civilians would stop dying. You keep blaming Israel for this, for not what? Stopping the war and letting Hamas faster, keep going, take advantage of its citizens, okay? Then get bigger again, big enough to cause another October 7th. Get the fuck out of here. This is not a goal that Israel should be pursuing. Israel's goal should be get rid of the threats that is at its door, like literally like next door, at its doorsteps. That is where the threat is, and they need to get rid of it. They need to get rid of the threat. Mark, I'm not sure what questions I ran away from, but maybe you can remind me. Go ahead and give me a question that I ran away from.
And spin the fact that this is all propaganda or it's all lies. I mean, look, I admire you being a lawyer and trying to defend your client. I guess that's what lawyers got to do, no matter how guilty your client is. Piers, if I'm ever charged with murder, get this lady to represent me. So
And a ceasefire until either broke it in March. Who broke the ceasefires and why? And also, some of the houses. It is just evil? Nah. I personally, I don't agree. I just don't agree that it's evil. It sucks. It's sad. It's not evil. Until Israel. March 18, Israel launched surprise airstrikes on Gaza, breaking the ceasefire with Hamas. Hours later, Netanyahu declared that Israel has resumed combat in full force against Hamas in Gaza. Why? Well, Hamas, in press conference in November, Netanyahu stated the ceasefire would necessitate a return of Israel hostages taken during the Saudi, Jordan, and Egypt intensified efforts to reach a ceasefire. The Joint Arab Islamic Summit in Iran and Saudi Arabia urged for a ceasefire, reported. Israel and Hamas exchanged hostages for prisoners and held a 4-day ceasefire. President Biden was critical to restoring negotiations, according to the Wall Street Journal. Hamas extended the ceasefire for an additional 2 days and released additional hostages and detainees. Israel resumed its offensive after Qatari mediators could not resolve differences in terms. Yeah, pretty shitty move by Israel, 100%. Yeah. Because Trump gave them the idea, Israel did. Trump gave them the idea. Wait, did he? I mean, wasn't Biden president? Well, I mean, Biden was never really president. So there's no Hamas in West Bank. How many children Israel have? Again, I don't care. I don't know anything about the West Bank. If you tell me that Israel is unconditionally killing children in the West Bank, I would tell you that it is evil and it should be deemed so in the court of law. Okay? That it should be stopped. Like, I didn't avoid this. I'm telling you, I don't know enough about the West Bank. If you're telling me children are dying needlessly in the West Bank for nothing, I would agree with you. It's bad. It's it's evil. Yes. Are they directed to do so? Are these rogue soldiers? Like, why are they doing it? Okay. I've been annoyed by emotional arguments my whole life. That seriously, now that it has been shown to you that Israel broke ceasefire, you're looking for any bullshit discussion you can cling to? No, I just said, like, them breaking the ceasefire is a bad move. It's like literally just like, it's not a good move. You are frankly a joke. Yes, Trump gave them the idea. Now they like, sorry, because I started reading, right? So I went here and I started reading about the ceasefire and the background about it. I am trying to find excuses. No, I'm trying to know what the fuck is going on. Like, I read it. I was like, oh yeah, that's a bad move by Israel. Like, what do you want to say? And then the idea, now they keep talking about it, the Trump plan. They are just flattening. If they call it the Trump plan, that's kind of funny. It's like, I don't even care if it is the Trump plan. They're the ones who like pulled the trigger. They're the ones doing it. Oh, it was his idea. It's like, it has nothing to do. They are just flattening the place until people leave for third countries. Okay, this is what it is. Nothing to do with hostages because you couldn't find one. You claim this is about removing the threat. No, I didn't. If we're talking about the canceling ceasefire, which this is like, I'm still on that topic, you claim this is about removing the threat. During the ceasefire? The war is about removing the threat. How do you remove the threat without ending the occupation? Removing Hamas. You're opening live about the conflict and you have no idea about West Bank. Pathetic. I'm literally not even talking about the conflict. I'm talking about this thing and Dave Smith being a fucking pathetic loser with no common sense or like logical bone in his body. West Bank plays like zero role in any of my arguments. What are you talking about? I know you want to talk about West Bank. I personally, again, I don't know enough about it. I'm not going to argue about it. I already said this before. I don't care about that topic. By the way, Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben Gvir, and that really old-looking military guy, I don't know his name, sorry, said the hostages are the lowest priority. You know what? I agree with them. October 8th, because that's when I heard about October 7th, I already told my friends, hostages should be the lowest priority. Destroying Hamas should be number one priority. Everything else is secondary, if not third. Always comes back to the occupation. No Hamas before 80s. Yeah, but also no, Gaza was under Israeli control until 2003. So what's your point? Not that you can occupy indefinitely and have peace because you got rid of Hamas is a joke. Literally what happened with the US, literally what happened with Canada. You are a deep, unserious person, deeply. Notion that you can occupy indefinitely. Literally every country right now that is enjoying its own freedom has went through occupying indefinitely and have peace because you get rid of X people or their power. Literally every scenario, every country you're gonna bring up is literally a similar scenario. They took over they removed the resistance or the power that could defy them. Everywhere. What are you talking about? That is like law of fucking humanity. History of the human world is literally that scenario. What are you talking about?
That's who I want on my team. But the bottom line is that 2 former Israeli prime ministers are not falling for propaganda.
And you know what,
it's
Dave?
just that
You know
at
what?
this point,
One of them,
they can't deny it.
Right, and one of them, Ehud Olmert, he said to me that he thinks Netanyahu, A, should have resigned by now, but B, will be in The Hague one day being held accountable for these war crimes.
So, okay, so I love that we got to this point, okay? This is another key point I want to talk about, okay? So these guys are taking Ehud Olmert at his word, okay? These guys who know exactly what's going on with US politics, okay? How, well, if we take politicians at their word, okay, I'll continue this in a second. In 1897, Zionism was about displacing the Palestinians. In 1934, Zionist militia Irgun started killing Palestinians, and it kept going. Hamas was founded in 1987. That's 4 years later. There's nothing left to debate. You just gave the game away. I don't know what I gave away. I never changed my argument. Nor do I have like an agenda, realistically. I'm telling you how I think it is. Okay, so 1897, you know that this was a back and forth. It wasn't just Israelis killing Palestinians and Palestinians were just taking it, right? So again, the back and forth really doesn't matter. Hamas was founded in 87, so what? It is ethnic cleansing to take people's land, just like the olden days of classic colonialism. Thanks for at least admitting it. Sure. I have no problem with colonialism. I have no problem with it. It has been the case since forever. Didn't want to say it, Framinthor, but your lack of interest in the West Bank stems from bias. I think you know that. Not really. My lack of interest is just because it's not very interesting. It's something that's been going on forever. I don't really care about it. If there was an active war there, I would be interested. But like the topic is just not interesting. Wanting to displace you is an act of war. That's the plan since 18. Yeah, again. Okay. The Palestinians want to displace the Jews as well. Palestinians, aka the Philistines, hated the Jews. The reason Palestine is called Palestine was due to Philistine influence. The reason the Roman Empire changed the land of Judea or Israel, I think it was Israel already at that time, changed the name to Palestine was due to the Philistines in order to embarrass and humiliate the Jews. That's before Palestine existed. Yeah. I've seen so many commentary about the conflict. This guy has contradictions in each sentence he made. Give me a contradictions I've made. You're spewing empty sentences without any example. What did I contradict myself with? And Harry, I agree with you. I don't want to go into like the semantics. They think Palestine existed because the Romans named it Palestine. Fine, whatever. I don't care. The fact of the matter is this conflict is 3,000 plus years old. Okay? The Philistines who were native-ish to that land always had a conflict with Judea. The Romans came, took over, and in order to humiliate the Jews, they called it Palestine. Pretty much it. Like, there's no like the only reason it's called Palestine is to humiliate the Jew because of the Philistines. So this conflict is older than 1897. That's why I said like this whole like who did what first really doesn't matter to me. Did you know before Zionism in the Islamic Ottoman Empire was the safest place for Jewish people before Zionism? How did Europe treat them? Were Europeans Islamic jihadists too? In the Islamic Ottoman Empire, that was not the safest place for the Jews. Also, sorry, like I'm just. Can you define, like Master Epps? Can you define Zionism for me? And also, everyone treated the Jews poorly. Like that's not news. Who treated who treated the Jews worse is kind of like weird. Like no one treated the Jew well. While Europe and Russia massacred Jewish people, okay, not all of Europe. Russia, yeah. Ukraine, very much, yes. Palestine treated them with dignity. Do you know why Palestine treated them with dignity? Because it was already run by the UK by then. Because so here's the thing. You're thinking that the Ottomans treated the Jews well. How is it that the UK was able to so easily influence both the Palestinians and the Jews to rebel against the Ottoman Empire if they were treated so well? How is it that they managed to convince them to help them take over? So clearly they weren't treated very well. And the only time that the Jews were treated very well, all things considered, was when UK took over that land. And Jews in the UK were treated, I wouldn't say very well, but better than most places. So when you say Europe, kind of like, not really correct. Eastern Europe didn't like Jews. Western Europe was okay with Jews. Germany, middle of Europe, not so much. Yeah, and Ottomans did not treat the Jews very well, because that's why the Jews helped the UK take over it. Yeah, and the English Empire, right? Shout out to any Arab Muslim majority country. They hated Jews for being Jews. They would have ended them. No. There's a difference between just killing Jews, which is Germany, and just treating them as second-rate, third-rate citizens. Okay? There's a very big gap between not treating them well to massacring them. Brother, Ottoman controlled the land like 500 years and UK just 30 years ago. Dude, I don't know how you think 30 years ago is even anywhere remotely close. But yeah, after the Ottomans were the British, okay, and the Brits used the Jews and the Palestinians, whatever, like the Arabs of the place, they used them to revolt against the Ottoman Empire. That's how the Brits took over Palestine. No, I can't. I cannot visit any Arab state. And up until recently, I couldn't even visit the Emirates. I believe Emirates you can visit now, but before, yeah, I couldn't even visit the Emirates, which is like the most neutral of them all for like world politics. And by the way, the Ottomans also didn't treat Christians very well. Strike me as a logical guy. Do you think Palestinians hate them because of the occupation, colonization, or because they're Jews? I would say more than likely. Okay, so original Palestinians would probably be more because of occupation. However, Jews didn't have an occupation. So what are we left with? Okay. I was Israeli, yeah. I'm in Canada now. I'm also Ukrainian, by the way. I'm surprised what's your opinion on Russia, Ukraine didn't come up yet. It usually comes up within like an hour of me talking about this. Yeah, I grew up in Israel. Yeah. I told you, I didn't hide it. I told you I am biased to an extent. But my logic has like no real biases in it. My argument hasn't been like very biased at all. my argument is power. Pretty much wasted my time. Okay, so up until now, what you're saying is logical. I understand your reasoning. But then it's like, oh, you're Israeli? I wasted my time. Bro, come on, man. Come on. You're just like, this is why I can't take many of you guys seriously. I cannot take you guys seriously. It's like, oh, you used logic? That wasn't logic. That was Israeli propaganda. Meanwhile, up until now, oh, that's a logical argument. Oh, that's a logical argument. Didn't even defend the West Bank, by the way. It's like, oh, you're an Israeli. I wasn't defending the West Bank situation. Haven't tried what non-biased is like yet on this topic. I'm pretty sure I was extremely non-biased. As much as somebody in my position can be non-biased. You will do that with your old talking points? Sorry, Harry, I'm not sure what you mean. What? Okay, what did I say that wasn't biased? Sorry, what did I say that was biased? I agreed with you on the West Bank. If I take what you're saying at face value, I agree with you with Mark here. I think it was Mark about the canceling the ceasefire, like Israel attacking during a ceasefire. I agree that was a bad move. What was biased in my arguments? Oh, okay, Epps. Me too. Seriously, I have seen so many commentary about the conflict. This guy is the poorest in logic. Sure. Harry, I got it. Thank you. Mark, you still haven't like talked about any points that I made. You're just saying like you have a poor logic, probably because I just disagree with you. All right, let's finish this.
I mean, I guess my question for you, Natasha, you're a lawyer. Would you be prepared to defend him if Netanyahu appeared at The Hague?
We're talking about the International Criminal Court.
Would you be prepared to defend him?
No, well, let me be clear about the context, because this is important. We're talking about the international...
This is a weird question. It's like, you're a lawyer. Would you defend somebody at court? Like, isn't that what lawyers are paid for?
Criminal Court, which has no jurisdiction in this matter because Israel is not a party to the ICC and Palestine is not a state. It clearly made significant errors on prior determinations of jurisdiction on the basis of an...
Now, technically, she's completely dodging the fucking question. In a hypothetical, it's technically a yes or no question. She's really done what you're saying Palestinians should have done. Then you bring up things an occupied colonizer person cannot do. Why? Because you can do these things, so you can't imagine a scenario where you can't. I'm saying Palestinians should have done. Then you bring up things an occupied colonized person cannot do. What did I say that an occupied colonizer person cannot do? Except that they have bad spawn RNG, live with the terms and try to build for the future. Yeah, they're in a disadvantaged position, 100%. Yeah, they're gonna not have a good life for probably a few generations. Many people went through not having a good life for multiple generations. What, you think people haven't been oppressed before by a higher power? What, you think kings just fucking died and the people became free from tyranny? Yeah, it sucks for them. Okay, what's your point? Yeah, it sucks for them. Shit, it sucks to be in Israel if you live in the US. It actually is like, it's not really fun to live in Israel if you're in the US. What am I gonna, like, what am I gonna be like, oh, poor Israelis? No, like, spawn RNG. Like, it sucks. It sucks to be a farmer in South Africa right now. A white farmer. Like, yeah, sometimes you're gonna be in a scenario where you are born and it is not your generation yet to do something. All you can do is build for the future. Not every war is gonna be won in your generation or started in your generation. And you starting a war too early can spell doom for your people for even more generations. You don't want to be occupied? Well, is there anything you can do about it right now? No? Okay. If you attack these people, you're going to be occupied for another 100 to 100 years. Because you are proving that you cannot live with them. And just a single point of mine, you just called them all talking points, so please pipe with your non-arguments at Framinthor. Guys, calm down. If you have hate directed towards me, don't fight amongst yourself as much as possible. It's like, I would rather argue with you guys. I know it sucks because there's the 20-second delay on YouTube. You can catch me on Kick, same Kick, whatever, /Framinthor. But yeah, West Bank and Gaza is the same entity. Sure. Same country, same people. Well, it can't be a same country if they're divided so far apart. Same people. Well, you claiming that they're the same people is the same as you claiming that Egyptians and Jordan and the Syrians and Lebanese are the same people, because technically all of that used to be the same thing, right? and you want to talk about one side and ignore the other. What kind of logic is this? Okay. Relate to me the West Bank, stuff that are going on in the West Bank. Relate to me to what's happening in Gaza following October 7. Are you saying Hamas attacked Israel because Israel was committing crimes in West Bank? Explain to me how October 7th helped the people in the West Bank and the people of Gaza. Regardless of my knowledge of the West Bank, I can tell you right now, October 7th really didn't help the people in the West Bank. Okay? The Israelis right now are more worried of people in the West Bank because, as you said, they are the same entity, they are the same country, they are the same people. So what do you think a Jew in Israel would think about the West Bank after October 7th? How does this help? How does this help the cause of the Palestinian people?
Session document supposedly by the Palestinian Authority, which was never circulated. That was one of the primary planks of its decision in 2021, which has fallen away. It is proceeded on this basis in contravention of its own rules, that of complementarity, and on an entirely false basis. So my organisation, UK Lawyers for Israel, has put out a review of Karim Khan's application for warrants, which demonstrated that every phrase of every sentence of that document was false. In that context, we're not seeing an international criminal court anymore. We're seeing a
Good talk. I appreciate the argument of might makes right a whole lot better than Israel's the victim. Dude, I am a strong believer of might makes right in real, like in my life, everywhere, right? If I am at a loss in a situation, I always take the blame for it. Even like if somebody took advantage of me, it was my fault for being in a position where they could take advantage of me. That doesn't mean that I would do anything different, like oh, I trusted this person, they took advantage of me. That is something I am willing to put on the line. And whatever they do, it could be evil, but it's also my fault for trusting in this person, not being able to read this person, not being able to see the signs, whatever. Nothing actually happens in a vacuum, right? Shit develops, right? So, there's just like accountability. Hummus said they attacked because Israeli attacked Palestinians in West Bank. Didn't help the Palestinians case, but it's okay, sure, fine. They can say that, okay, and even if they're justified in their attack, does this help the Palestinians' case in any way, shape, or form? Because again, I don't care about who is evil, who is morally right. Israel could be the fucking evilest country that ever existed. Can you stop them? Yes, do it. No, deal with the circumstances. Build for a better future within your means. I used to think like you, but you can't control all the ways. I agree. I cannot control the ways I will be victimized. Obviously, there's a lot of things that are out of my control. I'm just talking about think about I only care about what I could control, what I can learn from this problem that I'm encountering right now. Oh, I get fired from my job. Well, did I diverse my skills? Did I look for another job? Did I have something in the pipeline? Why did I lose my job? Was I a bad worker? Was you know what I mean? Obviously, maybe I lost my job because this fucking cunt has a connection with some guy who doesn't like me, and he was telling him to fire me, and it's completely not my fault that I got fired. Okay, what could I have done better to be prepared for this? Did I save money that I could live for a few months, right? It's I don't like victimizing myself. It's such a weak thing to do. I hate it. Okay, and that's what all of these emotional arguments are to me. It's oh well, they're the poor people. Don't fucking attack a stronger force if you don't want the consequences. Why did you vote Hamas in? Because they promised the destruction of Israel. Well, deal with the fucking consequences of your actions. Okay, that. Pretty much that's it. Is it sad that the civilians are dying? Yeah, on a personal level, yeah. Geopolitical, it gets tricky. It does, but that's where you build diplomatic forces, right? This is where you make the right alliances. Listen, if Israel didn't have US at its backing, I guarantee it couldn't do as much damage to Palestine as much as it is now. it would feel the international pressure a lot more. But because US is backing Israel, guess what? It can do a bit more than it would, right? That is a form of power. I don't realize that surely billions of people aren't all wrong, and you're right. I don't think a lot of people are wrong. I just don't think that people whose arguments are emotionally driven are right often. You could be right saying what Israel is doing is evil, but you are not right in saying that they should stop. That is like has no bearing here. Just trying to say Gaza and West Bank is related. You said it's not related. No, I said if I said something related, that's my bad. I didn't mean it that way. I said that actively in the war, this is not very related. Like from Israel's perspective, Hamas can use this as an excuse, sure, right? If they are the same people, whatever. But the bigger picture here is that October 7th, in no matter how you're gonna spin it, even if Hamas is right in its action, it is wrong in its action. You know, like they could be right morally, whatever. Let's say Israel is actually an evil state, right? And it just wishes the destruction of Palestinians, which I don't believe. Okay, because like the bread trail is not there to prove that point, right? In my opinion, based on the numbers. Okay, even if that was the case, what Hamas did on October 7th, forget justified in terms of good or evil, is a dumb move for the people it is supposed to protect, right? When we all know Hamas is not protecting. What if your oppressors are so smug, so entitled, so taunting as they kill and oppress you? They make you think, I will never give them the satisfaction of me leaving my home. Can you relate to that feeling? No. Well, I guess yes. Stubbornness is yes, I can really relate to stubbornness. Yes, 100%. Stubbornness is a losing strategy, but you feel good about it. And I am a very stubborn person. Like, it is a detriment to my well-being how stubborn I am. I even envisioned scenarios, because like I was watching like an action movie or whatever. I envisioned scenarios if somebody comes with a gun while I'm driving, right? Let's say I'm like stuck in traffic. Somebody comes to me with a gun, tells me to get out of my car. I tell him no. Shoot me, motherfucker. You're gonna have to clean the body. Would I actually act that way? No, because it's very easy to say certain things. Well, I mean, not no, I don't know. Probably not. It's very hard to envision these things in like outside of like when it actually happens to you. I don't know what I would do in reality, but I am very, very stubborn person. It's like I really have to like detach myself sometimes from ideas to realize that I shouldn't be stubborn about stuff. Like I have to like calm down, think about it for like 20 minutes, just like explain to myself why doing this is detrimental to myself, and then not do it. A lot of times you like that situation never like you never get the 20 minutes. So a lot of times I screw myself over because I am so hard-headed. EPs are Palestinians negatively affected by always seeing themselves as victims? Are they victims? It's a good question. Sorry, I don't want. Did I miss Mark? I'm just trying to say Gaza. Okay, no, I think I answered that. Yeah.
Political body which is seeking to rehabilitate itself by going after the leaders of the world's Jewish state because of its abysmal
Is there anyone who
reputation.
criticises the Israeli government that you don't think is doing so for political reasons or because they're being deluded by
Oh my
lies?
goodness, yes.
In other words, is anybody actually acting, do you think, with any integrity when they criticise the Israeli government?
Within
Because you make
Israel.
it sound like everyone's either stupid, deluded, or politically motivated.
Well, if it's a politician who is an opposing party, which by the way I forgot to read about this. 7 October itself didn't help the Palestinians, but for sure. But Israeli reaction helped the Palestinians a lot. They attracted the sympathy towards them so much, while Israeli are losing the support. So here's the thing, Mark. Now I said I grew up in Israel. I will tell you right now. Why do you sound Dutch? I have a weird accent. It's like a mix of Russian and Hebrew. It's just if Russians think I have a Jewish accent, Jews think I have a Russian accent. It's somewhere in between. It's just weird. Okay, so Mark, growing up in Israel, let me tell you this: no matter which conflict happened, no matter who started it, and most of the times it was started by like a suicide bomber or by a rocket or whatever, right? I'm not saying Israel never started a conflict. I'm just saying majority of the conflicts that I remember are started from the Palestinian side. And again, you can say it's because they're oppressed, whatever. Doesn't matter right now. I would say 99% of the time, Israel on the world stage was wrong. So I am used to Israel losing the support. Israel never had international support. It only had US support. Like realistically speaking, the only support Israel ever really had, ever, is US support. And when US could exert its support exert its like influence on other countries. If that answers your question. So the PR war, Israel would never win. It doesn't matter. Like, not like it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that it's a losing battle, right? When try not reacting, sorry. When you try not reacting, can you relate to that feeling when you try not to react? Epps, sorry, can you just like elaborate on that point? Because I think I answered it, but maybe it missed the point you were trying to make. So, if you can be more specific, if I missed it. It's sometimes hard to like tell exactly what you mean because like I have my own thoughts going through my head, so I'm trying to relate it to a different point or something. And is this
as well? There is the most vibrant political debate and criticism.
Oh yes, so politics. These guys live in the U.S. Okay, do you believe that an opposing party member would have political motives against the prime minister? Right. So Netanyahu is in. Forgot the name. Olmert was Likud. Google the second Israeli invasion of Lebanon. They allowed 3,000 Palestinians to get killed by Christian Lebanese. This didn't in no way start on October 7th. People who think it does are misinformed. I never said, I don't care when it started. I don't care that there was a conflict before. I really it doesn't matter. It's a losing strategy to attack a stronger opponent. Substantially stronger. Sorry, let's see. I think I missed something. Villagers always attack the dragon. Okay, yeah, maybe the comment dropped. Never mind. Israel has support only from USA, not only when US can influence France, UK, and Germany. Well, Germany, I would say, also most of the time supports Israel, but I think that's because of guilt, not so much because they actually want to support. I'm pretty sure Germany supports Israel because of guilt, but France and UK only because of the USA they would support Israel, which might not even be true now. I'm talking about 20 years ago, throughout the 90s, all the way to up to maybe 2010. Okay, US was for terrorist regime. Fuck yeah, brother, preach. Doesn't sound psychopathic at all. It doesn't sound crazy at all. Is a terrorist regime. I love it. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, Mark. What I meant when I said only U.S. supports them. Germany, again, I think Germany supports because of what do you call it? Guilt. Anyways, so this guy, American, he thinks that political oppositions who breaches. I agree with you on that. I have no idea how that security breach happened. And in my opinion, if proof comes out, even the lightest proof that says that it was an inside job purposefully, I would probably agree with it. I would probably believe it. It is a conspiracy beyond means, but that is one of the only the arguments of oh, it was a special holiday and it was the Sabbath and whatever is I don't like that argument. I feel like it's a weak argument because I was in the IDF. That is it doesn't matter if it's a holiday, okay? And if it was an inside job, 100% everybody who is involved in it, prison for fucking life. That being the case, just because you left your front door open doesn't mean that the person who came and murdered you in your sleep is not to blame here, okay? Israel terrorism against Palestinians, poor children massacred. Do I condemn Israel terrorism? Well, first of all, I don't agree that it's terrorism. So in that regard, you already lost me. Poor children massacred. I blame Hamas for that pretty much 99% of the time. If there is a rogue soldier that strictly, for some reason, is using children as target practice for his sniping skills, that person should be jailed and away from society forever. Okay, that is unacceptable. But if a child dies because a terrorist strapped him to his fucking to his chest and he's running around while you need to kill the terrorist, if you end up killing that child, I don't blame the soldier who killed the child. If that makes sense. If a terrorist sits in a building that was designated for a strike, and purposefully Hamas keeps the children in there, so there would be targets, basically, then I blame Hamas. I don't blame Israel. Netanyahu wanted war with Iraq in 2003. He's quote Amalek. He's crazy man. It's obvious. It's anti-Semitic. But the Israel lobby is gargantuan in America. First of all, if the Israel lobby in America is gargantuan, blame America for allowing it. That's number one. Second of all, I don't disagree that Netanyahu is a warmonger. I do not disagree with it. Like, yeah, he probably is. In my opinion, October 7th couldn't have happened under a better prime minister for Israel to get rid of the Hamas threat. As evil as that might sound, Netanyahu is probably the only prime minister who would be willing to go to such a full-on war in Gaza to try and destroy Hamas. Is he evil? We can probably agree that probably he is, but he's like a necessary evil to get rid of this problem for good. Okay? I don't like Hamas. I think the longer Hamas stays in that area, the longer the conflict will remain, the more civilians will die. That's my opinion. If Hamas remains, if Hezbollah remains in that territory with power over people, okay, the war will never end. You will have more civilians dying. Israel very likely is not going anywhere. So you want the destruction of Israel? That's cool. Probably not going to happen. You're going to have to either live with it or keep sacrificing your civilians. Anyways, getting back to this point, this guy is from US. He says that, oh, well, every time somebody criticizes or like a prime minister criticizes Netanyahu, oh, he must have a political agenda. You think Olmert doesn't have political agenda? Early years, limited tension between him and Netanyahu. 1990s rivalry emerges. Okay, 2000 increasing divergence. Olmert joined Ariel Sharon, which, by the way, is the antagonist to Bibi's government. Breaking away from Likud. Likud was whatever party, right? Disagreement about the Gaza disengagement plan. Okay, so they made Kadima, and these fucking assholes decided to give Gaza to Palestine. Now, you might think it's, oh, this was a good thing to do. In my opinion, dumbest fucking strategic move ever, and it's only causing more civilians to die. They did not need to do this at all, but they're like, oh, we're gonna be the good guys, and now you have October 7th. Okay, now Sharon fell ill. Olmert, this is the guy these guys keep referring to. Olmert, he's became the acting prime minister, not even by voting. He just became the acting prime minister, a lousy prime minister. I still remember him. He was a lousy prime minister, and he gave up. He didn't even run for office. He left. Acting minister, later prime minister. During this time, Netanyahu was the head of the opposition and a critic of Olmert's leadership. So again, political rivalry. Look at that. Post-premiership, open hostility. After leaving office, Olmert became a vocal critic of Netanyahu, especially over his approach to Iran. Oh my God! An opposing politician criticizing the opposing prime minister? Holy shit. Also, by the way, I don't know if you know this, in 2022, okay, Netanyahu took Olmert to court. So they already have so much fucking hostility that he took him to court over some bullshit that he said. Okay. Now he became prime minister because Ariel Sharon was ill. Okay. The 2011 war hurt his popularity because, again, the party he was with is pretty much against war. They're the party of like, oh, we just want peace, take everything, take all the land, we just want peace. Get the fuck out of here. Terrorists, you cannot fucking deal with them, okay? There's no negotiating with terrorists, okay? They do not care. They are willing to die for their cause. You cannot give them anything because they don't want anything other than your death. Okay, now he had corruption investigation. Okay, this is all Olmert. Okay, and then he resigned on his own. He just resigned. He just fucking resigned. This is the prime minister these fuckers are using to say, oh, well, he said that Netanyahu is committing a genocide. It must be true. Buddy, this guy hates Netanyahu. I am not going to trust him with a stick about anything he says about Netanyahu. Now, that doesn't mean Netanyahu is not committing a genocide. I believe he doesn't. But using this guy as your evidence is the dumbest thing. It's like using, oh, what's her name? Ocasio-Cortez in a trial to figure out if Trump is a Nazi or not. Okay? Like, that is how stupid it is, okay? We're using Ocasio-Cortez to determine if Trump is a Nazi. Well, if AOC said it, he must be a Nazi based on these two fucking jackass clowns.
You will see anywhere. What I'm calling out are the lies and the falsehoods and the blood libels that are being propagated. And
I was told by the ambassador to UK it was a blood libel for me to suggest that Israel killed children.
No, I don't believe that was the case.
That was.
That wasn't the case. That wasn't the case, bro. That was not the fucking case. Blaming Israel for the children's death would be the case.
There is a difference.
Right.
Because we are hearing that Israel is targeting children, and that couldn't be further from
Well, last week, 9 out of 10 children in one home were 2 doctors.
Again, no proof of this at the point of talking about it.
Died, was killed in an airstrike.
Well,
what was that?
Remarkable.
And also, what's your point? Why are the kids there?
That has been based only on the basis of hearsay.
You don't believe that story?
I want these stories.
Wait a minute. You don't believe that those children were killed?
So these guys are going from, I won't trust Hamas, they're a terrorist organization ever. Meanwhile, Hamas releases the story of like these 9 children dying. Well, you don't believe the story? You don't believe the story? How dare you not believe the story that 9 children died? Meanwhile, she's like, well, I would like to see the evidence because there's evidence going both ways.
I have seen conflicting accounts, and I want that story to be properly investigated before the international media runs with it.
You think those 2 parents, one of whom I think operated on one...
Such an emotional argument, I fucking hate. Do you think these parents would lie, one of which operated on the child? Of course. What, people don't fucking lie now? Are you fucking kidding me? Have you seen the Gaza war up to now? Can we even count the amount of lies that have been spread for both ways? Are you fucking kidding me? This gets my fucking gears growing. And this guy, look at him, look at his smug face, like, yeah. Oh, that's a good point, Piers. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Oh, she wants evidence because there's conflicting reports on this matter? Pff, what an idiot. How does she not believe the Hamas terrorists in this regard? What is wrong with her?
One of the children.
I have a question.
Do you think that those 2 doctors, the parents, they just made it up?
Why are
that
those
9 of their 10
children
children had been blown to pieces by an Israeli...
Why? They can't make it up? God forbid the fucking lies?
Yes, right.
If this is true...
You don't believe it?
Well, why on earth was artificially generated imagery used to promote this story when it...
Yeah, why? Why would an AI be used to promote this story? That's so weird.
I got to say, Natasha, I think what you've just said about that family is despicable.
We've seen time
I'm sorry.
It's despicable. You want evidence that children were murdered from an airstrike? How dare you use logic and common sense on my show? Pics or didn't happen. How dare you use that against me? This is the same argument of people saying that's like, oh, I don't believe the rapes. I don't believe the rapes. Right? So how dare you not believe the rapes? I think it's a very, very valid argument to not believe everything you just hear from one side. Now, the fact that there were rapes has been proven, but I'm just saying, right? Pixar didn't happen. You still want some evidence. If there's conflicting reports, yeah, I would rather have it fucking figured out before I go with the fucking story. That's what journalism is about. Supposed to be, obviously not in 2025, but like, you know, running with the truth, not so much with just like, oh my god, hysteria, 9 children are dead.
Yeah,
It's despicable. Somebody, you talk about blood libel, like Dave said, you talk about blood libel, you talk about lies, you talk about promoting propaganda, and here you sit here as a lawyer and you say that you do not.
How dare you, as a lawyer, ask for evidence? Fucking, what a lying piece of shit. You want evidence? What is wrong with you?
Believe those 9 children were killed.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Do you believe it or not?
I said that there were conflicting accounts and it needs to be investigated.
What do you mean believe it? She's telling you. She's telling you there are conflicting accounts. If the accounts show that they were killed, I'll believe you. What the fuck?
I thought you would be.
The parents said 9 of their 10 children were killed. Do you believe them or not? Or did those 2 doctors make it up?
They haven't said that directly as far as I have seen. I have seen second-hand accounts and hearsay. But it's important to ask, why are these civilians still there? Why is it that
it's important to ask.
Now, technically, this is deflection, but... And again, this is his show, so he will not answer her this because this goes against his agenda right now. But yeah, why the fuck are they there? Like, basically, why the fuck are they there? They got pamphlets to leave.
Whether you believe that family have lost 9 of their 10 children.
I want to know why the international community...
You don't. And
she answered. She answered. They're mixed accounts. And as a lawyer, she has the duty to fucking get the truth out. Or at least, like, you know, maybe not. Okay. I'll take that back. As a lawyer, she has a job to protect her client. She claims Israel's not her client. Okay. But she still needs proof of either way. Like, there needs to be definite proof about the 9 children. Like,
to the point I would say about Israel, generally now, in this war now, Israel says they don't believe anything. Everything, every story that comes...
Yeah, of course. Why the fuck would you believe terrorists, man? They've been caught lying. They've been caught faking. They've been caught lying, faking deaths. Okay. I know Agent Fafo is a meme. Is that his name is? Agent Fafo? No, what's his name, man? This guy. Mr. Fafo. Okay, now I know this is a meme, okay? But the meme is based on reality because they have been caught lying so many times. Like, so many times.
Comes out about the deaths of civilians in Gaza.
Because there is
someone will pop up.
Honestly, Hollywood should hire Palestinians after this war for makeup artists. Dude, they're so good at putting makeup on children, stuff like that. Oh, she lost a leg, and like they're like hiding it really well. Now she didn't lose a leg or whatever. They're so good at like that artistry. You might as well just hire them in Hollywood afterward, before Bollywood gets to first.
The Israeli government saying, it's propaganda, it's not true, I've heard it's not right, I've heard it didn't happen. And the reason you can get away with it, frankly, is because you won't allow, the Israeli government won't allow, I don't want to keep putting you in the government, but you defend them. The Israeli government refuses to allow international journalists to get in there and do their job. And
excuse me, but like if an international journalist was anywhere near that fucking airstrike, they would be dead. Okay? Like, it's like, what the fuck are you saying? Oh god. And it's like, what, you think they're gonna go to the hospital and give you like a proper reporting while Hamas terrorists are actively in the fucking hospital? Get the fuck out of here.
Verify whether any of these things are actually happening.
I have been
when
there.
you say they didn't happen.
I can help you with why. I've been there.
No, I don't like her argument because like it makes no sense. Just gonna take a lesson from those Palestinian artists. They can, but it doesn't matter. No matter what the Jews would do. Dude, look at this smug piece of shit, man. Look at his smug fucking face, bro. Holy fuck, man. Oh, yeah. Piers is winning this argument for me. No, he doesn't. It's super weak argument. Now, the whole, like, this what she's gonna say, I've been there, it's like, after it was demolished. I think it's a weak argument. I don't know why she went there, but the whole previous point, completely fucking void of reality. And look at this piece of shit. Oh, I like the truth. Meanwhile, when I asked to see the fucking truth from both accounts to determine what the truth is, you just don't want to believe. He's Jew too, yeah, but he's a retarded Jew, okay? Like, this guy is he sniffed way too many things growing up. He's so fucking stupid, man. Everything he says, like, let's just use logic and common sense, is the direct fucking opposite of logic and common sense, bro. Oh my god, I'm crashing out on Dave Smith because he's so fucking dumb, bro. Well, if Hamas lied before and now they revised the numbers, well, shouldn't we expect them to be true this time? Oh yeah, bro, let's believe a fucking liar that has been lying for multiple times, but now they're telling the truth because they revised the number. No, they fucking exaggerated to oblivion so it would be unbelievable, so when they lower the numbers, it seems more believable. Doesn't mean it's the fucking correct number. Doesn't mean they stopped lying. Holy fuck, the smug face. I understand why people hate Jews, by the way, because this is our face right there. We do this face all the time. When we think we're right, my god, I understand why people hate us.
Of the Hamas terror infrastructure with my own eyes, including the fact that when we were in Rafah, every second building was being
Did you
used
see any dead
by
children?
Hamas. No, and this is the important fact.
Why do you think that?
Our movement.
Is that because there aren't any,
No.
or because you were being given a sanitized little tour,
No, we were
which
being-
didn't involve seeing the bodies of dead children?
No, because fucking children don't just remain on the fucking floor after a shooting. Like, people usually evacuate and take away the bodies, like especially if it's children. They're both lying and telling the truth at the same time. Again, yeah, 100%.
We're very restricted because of the nature of the battlefield.
That's
What
Hamas.
is the
Yeah.
idea of have to restrict journalists
It's like-
doing their job?
It's like, you know, like when you take the argument, you know how like you said, it's like every joke or every lie has a little bit of truth in it. They took the truth part and exaggerated it by like 20.
The other war I've ever been involved in, including sending my Daily Mirror journalist to cover the Iraq war in Baghdad, where they rang me at midnight to ask if they should leave or stay in a hotel, the Baghdad Hilton, I think it was called, before shock and awe arrived. So huge responsibility on my shoulders then about the lives of my journalists, but they were prepared to risk them to report the truth to the wider world. Israel has decided no journalists from outside can go in
For 3 reasons.
and make that assessment themselves.
Yes.
What right does Israel have to do that?
For 3 reasons. Will you allow me to finish?
Well, there are no reasons.
you've
It's
just
none of
asked-
your business whether the journalists view their safety as being at risk.
Now, technically, 3 reasons. I gave you my reasons why I think journalists are not there. I think it's a lose-lose situation for Israel, and they're right in not allowing it. The loss, the PR loss of not allowing journalists is not as great as the PR loss that they would have if they did allow journalists, regardless of like how good Israel could be in the fucking war. Okay, it is a complete loss of PR if they let journalists in. 100%, no matter how you're gonna spin it. Good reporters that would, well, good, like reporters who support Israel would, would be criticized as liars because it's not a popular opinion. Reporters who are against Israel will be like, oh, these guys are truth tellers. Meanwhile, they might have, or very likely have, a Hamas sniper or a Hamas asshole with a gun in their face behind the camera. Okay, like it's never gonna be like a good scenario for journalists to be in this conflict. It doesn't matter, like from Israel's perspective. Okay. Plus, we are getting enough videos from on ground. Where is it? Right. People have internet. People have phones. People are reporting on their like themselves in the situation. Oh, this is also fake because he's against Hamas. Right. Meanwhile, he speaks perfect Arabic. Like. I mean, you have perfect Arabic speaking Israelis too, right? But again, here's another one. Obviously, this guy's clearly a Jew shill, an Israeli shill. He's being paid, and he says that, Hamas terrorists are attacking civilians. Must be a lie. There's no way they would do it. They're a resistance fighting force. They want what's best for for Palestinians. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, if you still believe Hamas are the good guys, I'm sorry to tell you this. Get out of La La Land. I'm not saying Israel are the best guys, like the fucking, like they're so fucking nice. I'm not saying that. But if you believe anything that comes out of Hamas's ass, anything that you think that Hamas is somehow like the good guys here, you are fucking retarded, okay? You might as well go back, watch Hamas Piker.
Do you want Hamas?
Like, whatever. Now, Ami here, this is like the last 2 points I want to talk about. Ami, I didn't see this video yet, but I think she's talking about Piers. I wish there were like timelines. I think it's probably over here after that part. But anyways, Ami here makes a really good point. And again, he's not even like saying that Natasha did a really good job, but he's making a few good points, which I pretty much agree with. And obviously he talks about the obvious, like, oh, finally, now that Piers is not on your side, now you're criticizing him. And he has an honest opinion. You know what? I enjoyed when he was doing similar things to Palestinians who were on the show. I enjoyed it, yes. But that doesn't mean that I don't think it was wrong back then, right? And again, it's hard to justify it after the fact. obviously he didn't call it out when it was happening, so it is what it is, right?
Some layups, and then the Pacers celebrate a victory. Like, it's a bit of a cheap like he kept saying you're being so disingenuous, and the irony is what's disingenuous is inviting people on to have a discussion or a debate.
It's fine, Framinthor. We should stream together or collaborate on our Zionist plan. Oh man. Oh, I have some plans, all right. Yeah, hit me up, you know, we'll talk. Are you on Kick or just YouTube?
Not letting one side talk at all, and then lapping it like it's some kind of victory and telling her supporters to cope because she lost. I'm like, what is this? I mean, I think we know.
We know what it is. So
yes.
I mean, I'm a lot less familiar with the space than you are. I only discovered Piers Morgan after October 7th, where he seemed to be like a really outspoken ally of the Zionist regime.
Zionist.
And like, you know, I mean, I really enjoyed watching his shows where he would question the you know, Hamas narrative and all that. And
let me give you my Discord. I'll share it on the chat because there's nobody here anyways. It's like, I don't really care if people add me on Discord realistically. I'm just a dude, man. I'm not like a streamer. It's not so much recommend. This is my first time using Kick. I just don't like Twitch as a whole. Like all of the viewers I've got now, except for one, were from YouTube. I recommend YouTube overall, but if you're multi-streaming, I would probably recommend Kick as the second one instead of Twitch. Twitch has like more bots coming to you and like trying to get you to buy cosmetics for your stream than actual people. At least like today I had like somebody from Kick actually, even though he was calling me a Zionist and like all that stuff, right, and made no arguments, just came to insult me. At least it wasn't like a bot selling me cosmetics for the stream. So, you know, that's a big positive, you know. Let's see. Always bad at this. Oh, here we go. 4217. All right, so all right, there you go. Yeah, should have went through. So yeah, hit me up on Discord. We'll chat. We'll figure something out for sure. See where we both stand. If there's also like something interesting. I just honestly like I didn't even stream for like a month because I'm fucking busy for the most part. I don't really have time. But this boiled my fucking brain so bad. I was like, I'm gonna talk about this because god damn, I understand why people hate Jews. Look at this fucking face. Look at this smug piece of shit. Oh my god. As if he won the argument. You didn't even get to talk. You're here 40 minutes. Didn't even get to say anything. So it's been like live between these two. And he said something, but it's like something that Piers already said. Anyways.
And then I turned it on last week, and he's berating this ambassador. I think like from Israel.
I really like Ami. Ami hosted like the veteran guy. I think he's a Marine, but like he hosted him. Man, that was such a good fucking listen. Oh my god, man. I'm a newbie. Yo, same brother, same.
To Israel, and
let me see if I can find it.
Like things seem to have shifted, but frankly, I also don't really love what she's saying, and I'm also a little bit bored with this story. So like interesting, Piers, and then the next episode, she's basically bullying Natasha, who he is. I mean, no, him and Dave, like him and his guest are bullying the second guest. I mean, if you watch it with like the volume down, you can like just tell that that's what's going on. Like, and I'm like, wait a second, maybe I don't understand Piers Morgan as well as I thought I did.
Well, look, you can never get inside people's heads, but a lot
this
of people
one, oh my god, this one, dude, this one is so good. I love this guy. I love this guy. I love this guy.
Here's the question, Dave. I'm walking down the street and I get AK-47 fire out of the third story window. Is it a 12-year-old or is it a 30-year-old? I don't know. It's just fire. Do I get to return fire? No, you have to go through the process of making sure that everybody in that room is a non-combatant before you can return fire. Okay, well, good luck trying to win that war. That's the asymmetric component here. And then here's the very real question, right? This is the other experiential point, because I've served in combat and my son is now going through infantry basic training in Fort Benning, Georgia. Dave, maybe you would be willing to take that risk for yourself. And I want to be fair to Dave here, because I don't mean to disrespect Dave. I disagree with him on certain
This
things.
is when like Dave says like stuff like, oh, this is pure evil. Oh, this is pure evil. Oh, you can't do that. And it's like, bro, do you have a better solution? Just stop the war is not a solution. Okay, it's a solution in favor of Hamas. Okay, and the last thing Israel wants to do or should do is give a solution that is in favor of Hamas. Okay.
Things. I think it's at least important to ask yourself, because Dave has suggested that, okay, yes, it's okay to go after Hamas.
Oh, is
okay,
it? Okay, great.
We've now agreed that it's okay to go after Hamas. So now, in order to try to mitigate civilian casualties,
you can go after Hamas. How do you do that? I don't know, man. Just don't kill children. It's like, well, what if they're running with children? Yeah. Then you can't go after Hamas. Oh, okay. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for being a fucking military strategist.
I'm going to send more soldiers into situations when they receive fire. I know what window it's coming from, but I don't know who all's in that room. Could be one guy, could be three, could be civilians. I don't know. I just know that I'm receiving fire. And it's you. Do you return fire? Or do you insist on knowing who all's in that room before you can return fire? Now, maybe you say, yes, I will go through the process of ensuring that before I return fire, I can see who all's in that room. Okay, great. Now it's your son. Do you still do it? Does your son now have to do it? And these are the sort of equations that you have to actually ask yourself.
Which Dave will never ask himself, because he just thinks fucking black and white, child dead, that's evil. Like a lot of Palestinian supporters, like, oh, they're killing children, so there must be evil. It's like, yeah, it's not how warfare works, okay? There's like a lot of fucking variables that happen in the moment.
Piers does a talk show. He doesn't do journalism. He wants the spectacle. He tries to get people to say salacious things against each other. But what I will say is,
Wait, can you back up a little bit though? Like, was he on CNN or something, and now he's on YouTube? Like, what is his deal? Yeah, I don't really know his deal.
I don't care about his history.
Okay, he was on like Good Morning, sort of old school liberal, sensible liberal style is sort of the brand he tries to.
And now his show looks like a CNN show, but it's actually his own production that he makes for YouTube.
Well, eventually, I think in the post October 7th world, I don't know when the timing was, he became Piers Morgan Uncensored, which went straight to YouTube. No network TV. He went to capitalize on like the fact that 7th was this brutal terrorist attack. Hamas needs to be destroyed, and all the while, he's always maintained disproportionate. At what point is it disproportionate? And at some point, he's been warning, I'm gonna, it'll eventually be too much or whatever. But again, it's hard to say. This is more about maybe where the tides are turning. And what I used to like about it, what I used to give credit for, was say what you want about Piers Morgan and the show and the format. He would have people on and allow both sides to make a case for the most part. Yes, when someone...
This is about this one. Like, he didn't let Dave speak at all. He interrupted her. It was literally just like Piers Morgan talking, asking Dave two questions that he basically said what Piers was already saying anyways, and interrupted her, and I think she got like one answer through. Was 41 minutes in, she got one answer through. Now, I think she gets one more answer through before they switch to like this guy who says, oh, it didn't start on October 7th. Right? Oh yeah, Hamas are evil, but it didn't start on October 7th, which is like the lamest fucking argument. It's like, oh, it didn't start on October 7th. Okay. How back are we going with this conflict? 3,000 years? Let's do it. Let's see. Fuck, man. Like, what do you want? So I hate the arguments like, oh, it didn't start on October 7th. Oh, it didn't start in a vacuum. Okay. When did it start? 2016. Okay, why not 2015? Why not 2014? Why not 13? Why not 2003? Why not 1987? Why not 1897? Why not 1561? Okay, why not 1432? When I don't know, Ahmed and Chaim had a fucking fist fight. Maybe it started there. Oh, what about this? What about this? Like, bro, stop going to the past, okay? Like, you are living in the moment.
Somebody went on and refused to condemn Hamas.
And when you say it's like, well, like resentments build up over time, whatever. Okay, cool. You have resentments. Is this resentment worth the suffering that this would inflict upon all of your people? Yes? Then fuck it. You got what you wished for. No? Then why the fuck are you attacking on October 7th? And not even doing any actual damage to Israel. You killed 1,200 civilians. Good. Maybe 8 police officers, 10 soldiers. What, you think you actually did damage to Israel? You just gave them the okay to go and fucking massacre your whole fucking place.
He wouldn't let it go, and I'm biased and partial to that. I enjoyed when he would grill them on it. But at the end of the day, if I have to admit, I'd still want him to let them speak. And that didn't happen quite enough because he would constantly interrupt and wouldn't let them get past the sticking point.
Yeah,
But
that's the point I was trying to make with this one, where it's like
he would have people on and allow both sides to make a case for the most part. Yes, when somebody went on and refused to condemn Hamas, he wouldn't let it go, and I'm biased and partial to that. I enjoyed when he would grill them on it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. I was like, well, you don't condemn Hamas? Oh, you don't? Like, why? Blah, 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 right? Just trying to out them, right? Kind of coming with the agenda. It's like, oh, you're a terrorist supporter kind of thing. But he never let them talk, which is, again, I know, saying it now after he did this to her, who is supposed to be like, oh, if you're a Zionist, you're supporting her, so, like, your point is invalid. Okay, sure, whatever. Like, I agree with you. It looks very, 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 very bad to do it now. But he's still right.
But at the end of the day, if I have to admit, I'd still want him to let them speak. And that didn't happen quite enough because he would constantly interrupt and wouldn't let them get past the sticking point. But I think personally it's more effective to let those who do support Hamas and won't condemn them actually reveal themselves rather than what he sees as a challenge. I'd say let them expose what they are.
Operation Let Them Speak. Let them bury themselves in the fucking casket that they're building for themselves with their argument. Yes. If you think that what she's saying is evil and like a lie, whatever, well then let her say it so everyone can see that she's lying. If you keep interrupting her, which by the way, interrupting is one of the best strategies to make somebody lose their point, right? I interrupt myself all the time and I forget where I was going with the point. So it's a fantastic strategy in debates if you keep interrupting your opponent. By the way, they do it in the courts too, where like you keep pressing somebody and not letting them finish to like until like they kind of like lose their shit, right? Fantastic strategy. Unfortunately, didn't work on her, I guess because she's a lawyer, she's used to these, right? And it just looked bad overall. Right? It just looks bad. And this, by the way, this is the strategy of like idiots like Destiny, by the way. Shit like that.
Frustrating even to see on a side I disagree with. But the point was like he could have everybody on and they would each get their time to have their sound bites, their talking points, and do it. And I at least enjoyed that he would host such a debate. Even if maybe his intentions were to create the spectacle and entertainment and he had his finger on the pulse of that. Say what you want about it. You have an opportunity to make a case and it's a big audience, a big platform to do it. He's giving you that opportunity.
But he's
What's
not.
happening now is forget what side of position Pierce has decided to take or where his sympathies are shifting towards or his positions are evolving or changing. You know, we can get angry about that, frustrated about that. Like, at least let the two sides still duke it out. And like, what's the point in having people on if you're just not going to let one side make a case at all? It's just really uninteresting. And I can't see
how... she couldn't even make the opening statement. Like, he interrupted her opening statement to like build a case from. Like, you know, like if you want to start making a case for your debate or argument, whatever, you start building a foundation of where everything will stand. He didn't even let her build a foundation for her argument, and it just ended up with this smug face that I understand why people hate Jews for. And by the way, this is also a smug face that I understand why people hate Jews for, right? So it's like I understand. I'm just saying that this was extremely, as she said, like I think like minute 20, this is going to be a very unproductive. It's like, oh, I think it will be very productive. No, you just like the voice, like you like the sound of your own voice. Like that's not productive, okay? I mean, I don't know. I think the ratio here should be much closer, but I think there's too much Israeli haters that like are enjoying that he doesn't let her speak, so understandable.
Even that benefits a Dave Smith, where he gets there and like completely misrepresents what Natasha even is, sort of a nuanced legal expert about international law, and he's like, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Oh yeah, this is like the argument here, which is like, what? Does Israel have nuclear weapons? Bro, I lived in Israel. I am like, I always, well, I can't say I knew because I wasn't there, but like in the facility, but we were pretty much aware that we have nukes. I like as a kid I was like, oh, we have nukes. Obviously I don't know shit as a kid, but I was like, this is not like a revelation. Also, so what if Israel has nukes? What does this point even have to do with anything? Not even what the conversation was about. Does Israel have nukes? Does Israel have nukes? Is she supposed to know? If she is supposed to know, is it supposed to be a secret? Can she answer this just like randomly on a Piers Morgan show? It's like such a... Again, he's so fucking stupid, man. I can't, bro. Dude, Dason's just fucking retarded.
Title.
Well, that's the Discord. I'll add you. Oh wait, forgot the. Oh, never mind. Maybe it went through. Let me know if you got it. Yeah.
Title of the episode was something like she was described as Israel lawyer, Natasha Hausdorff, which is so
wasn't
not true.
I mean, it's easy to fall for that because her organization is called UK Lawyers for Israel, which is a volunteer organization of attorneys that are trying to apply international law to the Israel case. That's what they're about. But they don't work for the government. It does misrepresent and it's disingenuous, which is so ironic because he kept accusing her of being disingenuous. I just think where I could give Piers credit was allowing these voices of dissenting and disagreeing opinions to actually have a debate.
And he didn't do that.
And he didn't do that. He kept saying,
I added you. Coming from an American is rich. What's coming from an American? All dusted Discord?
Challenging the BS when I hear it. I'm like, you didn't even hear it. You can push back, Pierce, if you want. You can be aggressive and let these people have to defend themselves. But not if you don't actually hear their point of view. What is the point? It's just to make him feel self-righteous and holier than thou so he can have someone on simply to condemn them. And the standards of who he has on is also like he let Dan Bilzerian speak for,
Dude, right? Dan Bilzerian was spewing fucking nonsense. Actual anti-Semitic nonsense, like Kanye West, right? Which is like, by the way, I don't care that they're anti-Semitic. I don't care. The Tate brothers are anti-Semitic. I love Andrew Tate, like in the sense, like I find him funny, okay? And he does say some true things, but I find him funny. His message about coming from an American is, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, come from an American about the nuke, yeah, that's kind of stupid. The Dave Smith thing, yeah. But it's like, I find the Tates fucking funny. I know how to differentiate the fucking message and the content, like it. Like, you know, are they anti-Semitic? Probably, yeah. I sometimes even listen to Candace Owens. I want her opinion on certain things. I don't want her opinion on Israel because she's retarded. But sometimes she has good points. And I was like, you know what? That's a good point. Even if it comes from like a retard that hates Jews and thinks Jews created space and space is Jew and gay or whatever, fake and gay, right? I don't mind. I find it funny, right? Let them speak, but fucking let them speak. Yeah, like let them fucking speak. Let them say something.
30 minutes uninterrupted, spewing the worst stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like I hate being in this position of fetching about it, but it just kind of reveals what the show has become more than anything else. Like,
well, it seemed like a platform to announce to the audience how his perspective. Here's the new storyline. I'm now anti what Israel's doing. Right. It was like it was a way to she basically used Natasha.
Which basically what this was. Yeah, this all this was, in my opinion, is I don't want to lump myself with one side, but I'm going to show you how anti-Israel I am because I was getting too much backlash on how anti-Palestinian I was. So I want to make a point out of this person who became kind of like more internet famous in the last few weeks, maybe months, okay? She was on multiple podcasts. I honestly wish, dude, I don't think she's like Douglas Murray. I think she would actually talk to the point. Joe Rogan, having both of them on, even if they teabag her, as long as they let her talk, would be nice. As well as, like, honestly, like Douglas Murray versus Dave Smith would be nice if he would just like not attack the person. Yes. Is it like talking to a clown about something serious? It is. Prove it with your points, not so much by attacking the clown, you know, because then the clown wins and it's a problem. Okay. I want to check something here. Okay.
Sorry,
no,
you
not
haven't
this. Oh, by the way,
had the reasons yet. The first, of course, is the safety of the journalist.
yeah, haven't had the reasons. Didn't let me talk at all
to do that for his audience, which I don't appreciate. But I think it ties. I'm not really mad at him. I think that's like silly, right?
Yeah.
But I think it ties into some other huge stories that have been going on. First of all, we mentioned. I don't know if we mentioned the DC shooting here. I think we recorded the night it happened, so we didn't actually get to it. The two diplomats that were shot in DC. As much as we're talking about it, I don't think we're talking about it enough. It felt like this watershed moment in American Jewish history that can't really be spoken about enough. And then the attack in Boulder, Colorado. That and now all the stuff that's coming out with like the humanitarian aid in Israel and like that fiasco. It feels like all of that.
The humanitarian aid is this, by the way. The 27 people who were killed by Hamas terrorists because they don't want their civilians to eat. Oh, they're resistance force. They just want what's best for their civilians. Meanwhile, oh, we want our civilians to fucking starve because we want to send a propaganda message to the world. That's what I'm saying. Sending journalists to this region is fucking stupid. Okay? There's no way Israel can win the PR war when Hamas is just literally gonna kill its own civilians to make a point. 100% kill foreign journalists, even like honestly, any journalist that would be in support of Israel on any level. Okay, like this is not fucking news. Like there's no point for Israel to bring in the reporters. Okay,
that is now tied in together into one story.
Well, I debate this all the time, and I do grapple with this back and forth because it's sort of after speaking with Melanie and Natasha, like, is the sort of messaging strategy, is the best course of action to always just stick to the truth and the facts of the matter, no matter how they're processed or perceived? Or do you have to adapt your sort of messaging and narrative so that I'm not saying not tell the truth, but in a sense, you know, I'm listening to Natasha speak, and she's making this case of what's in fact happening on the ground, and she
yeah, she's talking facts. These people are talking feelings. There's no arguing here. You're never gonna win when these degenerates are so emotional. Babies are dying, so Israel is evil. Yeah, like that's like you're not gonna win this argument. This guy's too emotional. I'm assuming it's because he has kids now, and like he's like, oh, what if this was my child? Well, what if your child was under a fucking tyranny of a terrorist organization that went and attacked, like you know, poked the beehive, and now your child is being attacked by bees. Okay. Damn the bees! Damn you bees! How dare you attack my child? Fucking retard, man. Oh, I wanted so hard not to try and attack Dave Smith. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like before this, I started the stream, which was supposed to be 2 hours. I was like, dude, I'm gonna try to like not insult Dave Smith as much as possible, not to call him stupid, Piers Morgan, not to call them stupid, but like, bro, I just can't, bro. They're just so fucking dumb, man. No critical fucking bone in their body. I know how many critical bones a person has in their body, but these guys clearly have zero.
He makes those talking points and those cases about Israel's low civilian to combatant ratio and all of those things. And I hear that, but effectively what Pierce and Dave and people in of that ilk on that side are angry about is death and destruction and suffering. And they'll use words like genocide and apartheid and all these things to basically convey that what they see is human cost of war and suffering. And yes, they're sloppy with the legal language. Now, the Natasha approach is to be very clarifying, and Melanie saying we stick to the truth no matter what. This is in fact what's happening, even though your perceptions are what they are. But I'm wondering if there's a middle ground to acknowledge what they're seeing.
No, there isn't. There isn't, because these are already like, they're emotionally captured. They made their decision. You're not gonna convince them. Like all the people who were here who were like, you're a Zionist shill. I hope Israel pays you, blah, 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 blah. Which, by the way, I wish Israel paid me. It would be nice. I don't think me and Israel get along because of my army history. But, but like, yeah, like this is not. Like, you're not gonna argue with these people who are like emotionally captured, right? Had a good argument overall. I have a good conversation. I wouldn't call it argument with Epps, right? He might not agree with me, but at least he's like he understood my viewpoint. Even though, like, as soon as I said I'm Israel, he's like, "Oh, then I wasted my time," kind of thing. That was kind of rude, but that showed more on him than on me. Shit like that, right? So it is whatever, right? Like people who are already emotionally captured in this, like in this war, you're not gonna change their mind. There's no point. All you can do, honestly, give the facts. These people, you're not going to change their mind. Give the facts as you can. Obviously, he didn't let her do anything. And let the viewer decide. People saying, oh, she's a lying lawyer. Da, da, da. And I was like, okay, what did she lie about? Because she didn't even get a chance to speak. So I don't know what she was lying about, because what is she even saying? Because I can't, because Piers is interrupting all the time.
And I appreciate you don't.
Because people feel gaslit when they get told, what do you mean the civilian to combatant ratio is low? But at the same time, I'm like, Natasha is telling the truth. So
it is
if
low.
they can't handle that, I don't know what else to say. So I grapple with
it. Yeah, fact of the matter, even based on Hamas numbers, the civilian to combatant ratio is extremely low. For urban warfare, not for any war, for urban warfare, the civilian to combatant ratio is very low. Based on Hamas numbers, which is 1-to-1 up to 2-to-1. That is actually pretty low.
Back to your point about the attacks, because it ties in.
I'm feeling of two minds there. I think two things are sort of converging here.
Mm-hmm.
One, which is even on the Zionist side,
people,
including me, are confused about what's going on there right now.
Okay.
Like, what is left to accomplish there? What targets? What are they still targeting? Are there any buildings left? Like, what's going on with humanitarian aid? I'm lost, 30%. And I follow this stuff day to day, and I'm having trouble now making the case for Israel. I'm not saying...
and honestly, dude, I agree with this guy. I forgot his name, but I agree with him. Yeah, it's really hard to make the case for Israel, right? What is left there? In my opinion, the only case for Israel is they have to get rid of Hamas. I don't, personally, again, I'm removed from this. Even if 100% of the buildings in Gaza will be destroyed, which, by the way, very likely if this war goes on, I don't care. They need to get rid of Hamas. They need to cripple them or remove them from existence. Okay? they will need to send neighboring countries, like teachers and all that stuff, to educate the population, to not have propagandized population that just lives and hates Israel and creates another Hamas as they go. Okay, you need to let what do you call it? Egypt and Jordan get involved. Maybe other Arab nations that, like, came to the light, whatever, right? And they need to, like, just give them proper education, not propaganda education. Okay, you can teach them real history of all the conflicts that happened between the two. You can even say, yeah, Israel was at fault here and there, but you can't just say Israel is always at fault. You can't be like, what do you want to grow up? I want to be a suicide bomber. Like, no, like, you can't have that in a population. Even if they would think that Israel is to blame, as long as their life is good, they would avoid war. Okay, but they need to, like, not be extra propagandized and then enforced with bad living conditions. Okay, you can hate somebody, but as long as, like, you're living good, your hate is not gonna be that strong. Okay, you're gonna be like, but I like my life. I like the life I have. It's nice. Why would I go to war even if I hate them? Fuck it. And then within a few generations, people will just forget about all the conflict. Well, like, this was 100 years ago. Who cares? Whatever. Yeah, we had old blood feud, whatever. Like, man, the generation of my great grandfather, like, doesn't bother me. Okay, yeah, whatever. It's like, can you imagine Jews right to this day hating on Germany? Like, how is this productive? How would this be productive if Jews today would still hate Germany for the atrocities of World War II? This is not productive for the future of either nation. Okay, gotta move ahead. Okay, gotta move forward. Okay. So yeah, fuck, man. This lasted fucking 3 hours long. Wanted, holy shit. I was like, I can probably do this in 2 hours. Then again, I had pretty good conversations here. I appreciate everybody who came, who argued with me, even if you called me a Zionist, a shill, whatever, paid by Israel. Israel? Pay up. I appreciate all of it. Okay, it was fun. It was interesting. Anyways, this is where I'm gonna leave it. After here is just a new question, like, that makes no fucking sense. The only thing Dave got out of this is to ask her, like, oh, does Israel have nukes? Man, like, the wrong person to ask and the wrong time to ask this, like, fucking, and the least amount of context to ask this for. But yeah. Oh my god, man. Yeah, I guess I'll see you next week. I don't think I'll be streaming during the week. I'm trying to learn coding and shit. So, by the way, probably, like, the worst career choice to learn coding because it's filled with pro-Palestine, pro-LGBT bullshit. So it might be rough, but fuck it, whatever. I find it interesting, so I will learn about it. No worries, mate. Harry, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for defending me ish against Eps. And yeah, man. Hit me up on Discord. Maybe we'll figure something out. Figure out a topic. Do a bit of research during the week, and we'll maybe